Newsom condemned the action as inflammatory, called on the administration to rescind it, said they were manufacturing a crisis.
This is what the civic area in downtown Los Angeles looks like. These are the skeletons of Waymo self-driving electric vehicles. You can see there's a series of about 5 of them here just beyond. That's what the rest of this downtown area in LA looks like. A maze of police checkpoints. Just over my right shoulder, that's the 101 freeway. It was blocked on both sides by hundreds of protesters. And those clashes just ending a short time ago, early this morning. Overnight chaos erupting in the streets of Los Angeles as protesters and police clashed. Tensions escalated Sunday as thousands of protesters took to the streets in response to President Donald Trump's extraordinary deployment of the California National Guard. Governor Gavin Newsom saying it was assistance he didn't ask for.
We are here to support local law enforcement, the Sheriff's Office, LAPD, but they didn't need that support. He made this up. This is a manufactured crisis.
Multiple vehicles set on fire, covered in graffiti and lemon ice. An electric scooter thrown from an overpass, damaging a highway patrol vehicle, which was then set on fire. Many hundreds descending on the 101 freeway, blocking traffic in both directions. The LAPD mobilizing resources and LA's mayor pleading for calm.
Our city does not need to be torn apart.
Earlier Sunday, demonstrators swarming LA's federal building, hundreds of LAPD officers responding. And in the ensuing clashes, the LAPD says multiple officers were injured when 2 people on motorcycles tried to crash through that police line and were right there as it happened. Just moments ago, there's some projectiles being thrown. Just moments ago, a motorcycle seemed to try to break through the police skirmish line. And now you can hear all those flashbangs going off. Police are trying to push those protesters back, firing those less than lethals at very close range. And you can see those projectiles being thrown over. Now that motorcyclist being hauled in here. Looks like he's being arrested. Police deployed flashbangs. The streets littered with debris and broken glass. At this point, more than 25 demonstrators arrested after failing to disperse. The escalation began Friday when federal immigration authorities began a series of sweeps in greater Los Angeles, arresting more than 100 people. The demonstrations now entering day 4. Hundreds of National Guard troops were deployed on the streets of LA over the weekend. President Trump bypassing California's governor, ordering up to 2,000 guardsmen to deploy across Southern California. On Saturday in Paramount, just south of Los Angeles, thick black smoke filling the sky after cars were set on fire. The anger coming after reports of an immigration raid on the community, with Paramount Mayor Peggy Lemon saying there was not a raid, the agents were there staging. And in a rare scene Saturday afternoon, a Black Hawk helped staging. And in a rare scene Saturday afternoon, a Black Hawk helicopter landing in the parking lot of a Homeland Security office, agents unloading supplies for federal law enforcement. California Governor Gavin Newsom calling on the Trump administration to revoke the order to deploy the California National Guard, saying it only makes matters worse. A memo signed by all the Democratic governors says the activation of guardsmen in their own borders without consulting or working with the state's governor is ineffective and dangerous. But President Trump now saying even active duty Marines could be deployed as 500 remain on standby.
The bar for sending Marines.
The bar is what I think it is. I mean, if we see danger to our country and to our citizens, we'll be very, very strong in terms of law and order.
The United States is divided on just about every issue: immigration, race, gay marriage, transgenderism, abortion, and the list goes on. Jesus said that a kingdom divided against itself is brought to desolation, as we read in Matthew 12:25. But Jesus knew their thoughts and said to them, "Every kingdom divided against itself is brought to desolation, and every city or house divided against itself will not stand." My question is this: how much time does America have until it is brought to desolation?
Very fiery weekend in Los Angeles. Rioters protesting immigration raids burned cars, fought with the police, and then President Trump called up the National Guard.
California's Governor Newsom railed against the president's move. He claims it's only increasing the cycle of violence.
President Trump called up National Guard troops in response to protests that turned violent over the weekend. Last night, those protests continued. The Los Angeles Police Department declared an unlawful assembly Sunday night as protesters failed to disperse in the downtown area. Rioters blocked a major freeway and set cars on fire as law enforcement used tear gas, rubber bullets, and flashbangs to control the crowd. Protesters launched fireworks toward police.
We had individuals out there shooting commercial-grade fireworks at our officers. That can kill you. And we have adapted our tactics to be able to have a chance to be able to take these people into custody and to be able to hold them accountable.
LA Chief Jim McDonnell called the violence disgusting.
We are overwhelmed.
President Trump says he's not ruled out Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's suggestion of mobilizing active duty Marines if the clashes continue.
We see danger to our country and to our citizens, and we'll be very, very strong in terms of law and order.
California Governor Gavin Newsom blamed Trump for the riots.
Donald Trump has created the conditions you see on your TV tonight. He's exacerbated the conditions ever since he announced he was taking over the National Guard. In a legal act, an immoral act, an unconstitutional act.
Newsom also took aim at Trump immigration czar Tom Homan on X. Trump's border czar is threatening to arrest me for speaking out. Come and get me, tough guy. Republicans in Washington defended the president's decision.
Do you have any problem or any concerns about the president sending in the National Guard to a place where local authorities say that they're not needed and could be harmful?
I have no concern about that at all. I think the president did exactly what he needed to do.
President Trump is putting the safety of the communities that are being impacted by these riots and by these protests that have turned violent. And he's putting the safety of our law enforcement officers first.
Jesus said, as a sign of his coming and the end of the age, there would be an increase in deception, false Christs who will deceive many, wars and rumors of wars, nation against nation and kingdom against kingdom, famines, pestilences, earthquakes, Christian persecution, apostasy, false prophets, and lawlessness, causing the love of many to grow cold. Jesus said all of these signs would come like birth pains. Jesus was likening last day's events to a woman in labor. As the labor progresses, the pains increase in both frequency and intensity until the baby finally comes. As we get closer to Jesus' return, all the signs he gave us as a sign of his coming and the end of the age will become more frequent and more intense. All of these signs are manifesting around the world in our time. John 15:18 through 20. If the world hates you, you know that it hated you before it hated you. If you were of the world would love its own. Yet because you're not of the world, but I chose you out of the world, therefore the world hates you. Remember the word that I said to you, a servant is not greater than his master. If they persecuted me, they will also persecute you.
Christians are being slaughtered right now in Nigeria, and the world media just looks away. Well, Masara Kim, a reporter for Truth Nigeria, is here with some breaking details. So Masara, we don't want secondhand reports. We don't want to hear, this person knows this person. You're on the ground, so tell us what is happening right now to the Christian community in your part of Nigeria.
The attacks are ongoing as we speak right now, and we do not have all the facts. The details are still a bit sketchy, and we're still gathering information chiefly from witnesses who are still ducking for cover. But so far, in the past 1 week, well over 86 people have been slaughtered in just one county in Benue State alone. Others that have happened in the Guma County, which is presently witnessing the ongoing attacks as we speak, and more than 20 that have been slaughtered in the state of Plateau just in the past 1 week.
Then shall they deliver you up to be afflicted, and shall kill you, and ye shall be hated of all nations for my name's sake. Afflicted is the Greek word thalipsis, which means pressure. Matthew 24:9 can be translated like this. Then shall they deliver you up to be pressured, and shall kill you, and ye shall be hated of all nations for my name's sake. This is exactly what we are seeing all over the world today.
Well, Masara, you sent me some really terrible videos that you yourself filmed. So again, I think it's hard to look at some of these videos, but I think you need to. What are some of these videos that you sent me?
One important video that I sent is mass destructions, and of course one that also shows a church that has been burned to the ground, a testament to the fact that these attacks are not climate change or farmer herder clashes as genocide deniers would like to spread. There are religious attacks targeted at Christians. They are chiefly aimed at imposing a caliphate in the world's largest black nation, and it is actually just the beginning or the first step to what I believe to be a global agenda, to take over the whole world. But getting a foothold of Nigeria is very strategic to this goal, because by the time more than 200 million Nigerians are now forced to become Muslims, and they are now recruited as foot soldiers for this same mission, and they spread out in other countries. You can imagine the damage that they would do. Of course, there are other videos that show victims who are currently on admission. They are receiving treatment at the hospital from injuries that they received from bullet injuries actually that they received in the past few days that the attacks have been raging. And of course, there's one particular woman, you can see her hand was severed by the attack. She is actually the sole survivor of an attack that cleared her entire family, that wiped her entire family. She watched the terrorists slaughter her 6-month-old baby, her 2-year-old baby, her husband, and another 5-year-old baby.
John 16, 1 through 3.
Oh wow, it's snowing.
These things I have spoken to you, that you should not be made to stumble. They will put you out of the synagogues. Yes, the time is coming that whoever kills you will think that he offers God service. And these things they will do to you because they have not known the Father nor me. Service is the Greek word latria, which means ministration of God, i.e. worship. Muslims kill in the name of Allah, thinking they offer God worship. The Bible tells us they do it because they do not know the Father nor His Son, Jesus Christ.
She was brutally injured and simply left for dead. She would have also been killed if she had made a move to indicate that there were still signs of life in her prior to the departure of the terrorists.
Well, Masar, I think you do an amazing job clarifying, because the world might say, oh, this is a land dispute, this is a herding dispute, and what you're doing a crystal clear job of is explaining this is a religious persecution issue. The mainstream media, by and large, ignores this. Why do you think that the world and the media does not care?
Yeah, because the Nigerian authorities have succeeded in making the world to believe that the most important problem in Nigeria right now is
I got crossbow bullets and doing that.
who are waging a religious war in the northeast of Nigeria. Again, we have a bunch of outlaws, members of an unidentified jihadist faction who identify as members of the Fulani ethnicity, waging the same terror war, the same jihad in the central region, chiefly in collaboration with these same terrorists, ISIS, Boko Haram, Al-Qaeda. The Nigerian government simply tells the world that these are just land disputes, these are just farmers, sedentary farmers clashing with semi-nomadic cattle herders. But in reality, when they come to these attacks, they don't go after Muslims, they don't go after mosques, they don't go after anyone who does not identify as a Christian. As long as you identify as a Christian, you are a target, and when they attack, they displace communities, they replace these communities and turn them to no-go zones for Christians and also as staging grounds for further attacks. In the past 2 decades, more than 150 Christian communities have been captured by these terrorists and turned to no-go zones for the original Christian landowners. Now that's just in Plateau State. There are 200 in Benue State, there are more than 200 in Kaduna State, there are more than 200 in Nasarawa State. The goal is to impose Sharia in Africa's most populous country.
The Christian persecution the church is suffering right now, awful as it is, will only get worse. The Bible tells us in the last days, right before Jesus returns, the greatest political leader in the history of mankind will take the world stage. He will launch a military campaign that will result in his acquiring authority over all peoples of the earth, as we read in Revelation 13, 7 and 8. It was granted to him to make war with the saints and to overcome them, and authority was given him over every tribe, tongue, and nation. All who dwell on the earth will worship him, whose names have not been written in the book of life of the Lamb slain from the foundation of the world. His empire will be the most extensive in all of history, encompassing the entire world, and his rule will be the most demonic the world has ever experienced. He will appear to be the savior of the world, but as he consolidates his power, his true nature will be revealed. He will emerge as a Satan-possessed and empowered person who hates God and is determined to annihilate Christianity. His method of eliminating Christians will be by beheading, as we read in Revelation 24. And I saw thrones, and they sat on them, and judgment was committed to them. Then I saw the souls of those who had been beheaded for their witness to Jesus and for the word of God, who had not worshipped the beast or his image, and had not received his mark on their foreheads or on their hands. For this reason, he is identified in Scripture as the Antichrist, as we read in 1 John 2:18. Little children, it is the last hour, and as you have heard that the Antichrist is coming, even now many Antichrists have come, by which we know that it is the last hour. 1 Corinthians 16:13. Watch, stand fast in the faith, be brave, be strong.
Overseas now, though, to breaking news overnight. Russia firing a record number of missiles and drones at Ukraine.
There have been already 90,000 lives lost here in Ukraine, the picture of many of those behind me. And this week we have seen Ukraine pounded by Russia, setting records in this very year. But last night was a new record, nearly 500 drones and missiles launched all across Ukraine, the highest number in this entire war. Ukraine says the large majority of those were shot down or intercepted. Most were in the western part of the country where we are now, targeting a military airfield right near here. At least one person was killed and nearly a dozen injured. Last night we were in Kyiv. Citizens had been warned there might be massive attacks. We spent the entire night in a bomb shelter. Of course, this comes in retaliation for the unprecedented Ukrainian drone strikes on Russian bombers. So this war is far from over.
We're going to begin this half hour in the Middle East where the possibility of a military strike against Iran may be increasing and the pressure on Hamas is growing. From Israel's military offensive, and over the weekend, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation resumed its operations after a brief pause.
On Sunday, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation distributed 1.6 million meals, totaling more than 10 million since its operation began. In an interview with CBN News, GHF Executive Chairman Reverend Johnny Moore stated its prime mission.
It's really simple. Feed Gazans. That's the mission. That's all we're there to do, and our goal is to do it efficiently, to do it safely, to help as many people as we possibly can.
Moore says the response from Gaza's civilians has been overwhelming.
As an American, one of the things that's just like so encouraging to me is Gazans like spontaneously saying, "Thank you, America. Thank you, President Trump. Thank you to the United States." They understand that this aid is coming from the, in effect, the American people. Okay, it's coming from us. By the way, it's a brave thing for these Gazans to do, to say thank you, America, because the truth of the matter is, for a long time, the first victims of terrorists in that strip of land have been the Gazans themselves, the Palestinians.
Military correspondent Yaakov Lapin says the GHF represents a serious danger to Hamas rule inside Gaza.
And the reason that that's very harmful to Hamas is because it takes away the dependency of the Gaza civilians on Hamas, and that removes its political power. This is also a financial blow because Hamas sells excess aid that it hijacked until now on Gaza's market, so that was terror financing money that they're now being deprived of.
On Sunday, the IDF revealed a Hamas command center located under one of Gaza's main hospitals. The military removed the body of Hamas leader Mohammed Sinwar, who was killed in an Israeli airstrike from the tunnel network.
This is the entrance we opened for a very big command and control compound, Hamas command and control compound. Yet this is another example of the cynical use of Hamas, using civilians as human shields, using civilian infrastructure, hospitals again and again to find those infrastructures.
Dufresne also defended Israel's practice of moving Gazans out of dangerous areas.
one of our methods is moving the population for their own safety. We are moving them from one place to another for their own safety. Hamas is killing them. Hamas is using them as human shield day after day, time after time.
An Israeli media report claims to shed more light on the relationship between Qatar and Hamas. Israeli Channel 12 reports the IDF uncovered documents in Gaza showing Hamas and Qatar worked together to thwart President Trump's deal of the century, a 2019 peace plan between Israel and the Palestinians. The report says Hamas leader Khaled Mashal told the Emir of Qatar, "We need to cooperate in order to resist the deal of the century and thwart it." Another major Hamas leader, Ismail Haniyeh, reportedly said that funds from Qatar are, quote, Hamas's main artery. The report contends Qatar funded Hamas for years with millions of dollars, allowing it to survive and carry out October 7th. Meanwhile, negotiations between the U.S. and Iran are at a standstill. Texas Congressman Michael McCall says he met recently in Israel with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
There's no question in my mind coming out of that meeting what Mr. Netanyahu's intentions are, and that is to strike Iran when the negotiations go bad. The question is going to be, what will be the United States' role?
The breakdown in talks hinges on Iran's insistence that it can continue enriching uranium. Well, President Trump says they can't.
We at a tipping point when we talk about U.S. and Iran's talks, and are they failing? Could that mean a military strike against Iran's nuclear program is actually now on the horizon?
It just seems like it's getting closer and closer. There's been no diplomatic progress in the last week or so. The two sides seem to be set in what their positions are. Enrichment, yes or no? Obviously, Iran is saying they have a right to enrichment. President Trump is making it clear they don't. And so Israel right now is waiting for this diplomacy to play out, see how long it may play out. President Trump said, about a week or two ago, told Netanyahu not to attack while the talks are going on, but right now they seem stalled. So it really does look like a military strike seems more likely. Israel's been preparing it for many, many years, and I'm sure they're ready. The question is Congressman McCall said, will the U.S. be part of that operation if and when it happens?
Is global chaos the new normal? As anyone can plainly see, the world is in a state of decay, moral, economic, political, every way possible. People are saying the world is out of control and looking for someone, anyone, to rescue the planet. Soon, very soon, a leader will appear on the horizon that appears to have all the answers, to calm the oceans, to bring peace to all the nations. His title will be the Antichrist, and he will be welcomed by millions of those on earth not taken with the rapture. Unfortunately, his true identity will be known soon to those left behind, that his true intentions are death, destruction, and control. So yes, global chaos is the new normal until the Lord Jesus Christ comes at the end of the Antichrist's 7-year reign of terror and establishes true peace on earth. It seems like a good time for Satan to present the lawless one to the world. 2 Thessalonians 2, 7-12. For the mystery of lawlessness is already at work. Only he who now restrains will do so until he is taken out of the way. And then the lawless one will be revealed, whom the Lord will consume with the breath of his mouth and destroy with the brightness of his coming. The coming of the lawless one is according to the working of Satan, with all power, signs, and lying wonders, and with all unrighteous deception among those who perish, because they did not receive the love of the truth, that they might be saved. And for this reason, God will send them strong delusion, that they should believe the lie, that they all may be condemned who did not believe the truth.
Alright, now what I gotta go do, I gotta go do,
God controls the skies and the rain. God controls the wind. God has power over the clouds. God has power over lightning. God is in control of all things, including the weather.
I can do that.
Tonight, a severe storm system churning out at least one tornado at the Oklahoma-Texas border. with huge swaths of the U.S. in the danger zone during a weekend of wild weather.
Oh my gosh!
An astonishing supercell in New Mexico, turning the sky dark. And this tornado touching down in Missouri, spinning 105-mile-per-hour winds for nearly 5 miles, damaging dozens of buildings and downing trees and power lines. The string of storms turning deadly since yesterday. Georgia's governor says one person died due to severe weather there. Another death confirmed in Mississippi. And in Boston today, an eerie haze as smoke from Canadian wildfires blankets parts of New England. Overnight, intense lightning and torrential rain inundating the Lone Star State, where destructive wind gusts reached up to 100 miles per hour, hail blanketing roads in parts of the state, as this monstrous twister touched down near the Texas Panhandle. It all comes after a weekend of dangerous storms sweeping across the South, where they're now blamed for at least one death in Mississippi and another in Georgia.
The wind started blowing like crazy and tree parts started going everywhere.
A wild
I'm a little hungry too.
Weather impacting millions nationwide. For New York City's 7th straight wet weekend. The blinding rain in Alabama.
Oh, mama.
And this confirmed EF1 tornado in DeSoto, Missouri, south of St. Louis. Fire officials say 12 buildings were significantly damaged or destroyed. But thankfully, there were no reported casualties. Across the Carolinas, downpours drenched parts of the region. And in Oklahoma, dangerous flooding stranded a big rig. And severe storms tore apart this historic building in McAllister.
I think it just took, the wind just pushed it off.
And in Tennessee, a sudden storm
shit.
uprooted the
Fucking
Green
wolves.
family's massive oak tree, sending it crashing into their home directly above their 6-day-old son as his grandmother was rocking him to sleep.
I jumped into that room and grabbed him, and then my dad and sister were right behind me and grabbed my mom.
Incredibly, everyone walked away with just a few scratches. I mean, it seems like a miracle.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Today has been, for what could have been like the darkest day of our life, like has been filled with joy.
In the news these days, we read about and see devastating events, each more unusual, destructive, and unprecedented than the last. They are happening more frequently and more intensely, just as the Bible said would happen just before the return of Jesus Christ. These devastating events are not accidents, nor are they merely the natural cycle of things. The world is enduring events that are designed to bring about the end of days and cause us to repent. God is lifting his hand of protection from the nations of the world. No, things will never get back to normal. They will only get worse. As the birth pains continue to become more frequent, more intense, one has to wonder, how close are we to the rapture and the 7-year tribulation? Joel 1:15. Alas for the day of the Lord is at hand. It shall come as destruction from the Almighty. Psalm 18:7. Then the earth shook and trembled. The foundations of the hills also quaked and were shaken, because he was angry.
Lava spews from the Volcan del Fuego in Guatemala. Authorities said on Thursday they were evacuating more than 500 people after gas and ash spilled from Central America's most active volcano.
At midnight, the sound of the volcano got louder and louder, just like 7 years ago. Honestly, it was very strong, and I felt that this time it was stronger, and the volcano rumbled even louder.
Authorities also closed a highway and dozens of schools temporarily. Weather experts in the country say the volcanic activity could last for 40 hours, with the number of evacuees also expected to rise. The 3,763-meter volcano has seen several mass evacuations in recent years from its eruptions.
Here in El Porvenir, approximately 75 people are already in shelters. In Altotenango, there are people who don't want to go, so we've made them aware that in any case of a risky situation, they will have to be evacuated.
In 2018, 215 people were killed and more than 200 went missing when a river of lava poured down the volcano's slopes, devastating a nearby village.
There has been a dramatic increase in volcanic eruptions around the world, and nobody knows why. You probably haven't noticed because nobody seems to be talking about it, but something is going on with the world. Volcanoes are erupting at a faster pace than ever, and earthquakes are going crazy, and nobody has an explanation for it. Nobody except God, that is. The 7-year tribulation is fast approaching this world, and the news headlines prove it. God in his grace and mercy is trying to shake the world out of its complacency. We are currently living in a time Jesus refers to as the birth pains. Jesus is likening last day's events to a woman in labor. The closer we get to Jesus' second coming, last day's signs and calamities will become more frequent and more intense. Following the rapture of all true Christians to heaven, the Bible warns us that the wrath of God will be poured out on an unrepentant world. One of the judgments described in the book of Revelation seems to include a massive volcanic eruption, as we read in Revelation 8:8. Then the second angel sounded, and something like a great mountain burning with fire was thrown into the sea, and the third of the sea became blood. Luke 21:26-28. Men's hearts failing
more wolves, come on, bro.
Those things which are coming on you, for the powers of the heavens are shaken. Then they will see the Son of Man coming in a cloud with power and great glory. Now when these things begin to happen, look up and lift up your heads, because your redemption draws near. The signs of Jesus' soon return are so strong now And the evidence is so clear that any person willing to accept the truth can see that the end of the world, as we know it, is near. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. For all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. But God demonstrates his own love toward us, in that while we were still sinners, Christ died for us. For the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life in Christ Jesus our Lord. That if you confess with your mouth the Lord Jesus and believe in your heart that God has raised him from the dead, you will be saved. These are the ABCs of salvation. A. Admit that you're a sinner. B. Believe in your heart that Jesus Christ died for your sins, was buried, and God raised him from the dead. C. Call upon the name of the Lord, and you will be saved. Jesus paid the price for mankind's sin. He has provided a way to spend eternity with him and the Father. All you have to do is believe in the Lord Jesus, and you will be saved. God has already done all the work. All you must do is receive in faith the salvation God offers. Fully trust in Jesus alone as the payment for your sins. Believe in him, and you will not perish. God is offering you salvation as a gift. All you have to do is accept it. Jesus is the only way of salvation. That being said, we must repent of our sins. While repentance is not a work that earns salvation, repentance unto salvation does result in works. It is impossible to truly and fully change your mind without that causing a change in action. In the Bible, repentance results in a change in behavior. Repentance, properly defined, is necessary for salvation.
One day, Jesus is coming. You may be at church. You may be at work. You may be asleep. God grant that you will be ready when he makes his personal appearance.
Bear trap.
My God, what if his appearance occurred on a Sunday morning? My prophetic word to you this morning is get ready! Get ready!
Time is short. Call upon the name of Jesus today.
That we have a price on our hands.
Oh, Jesus, Savior, Master, Creator, you're the Alpha, Omega, you're the King of Kings.
Missing something.
So most of you know by now that I am being sued for proclaiming that Jesus is coming soon, for talking about the pre-tribulation rapture, and yes, for sharing the gospel of Jesus Christ, the good news. And I'm going to talk about that today, because today is our court appearance this morning. My name is Tom. You are watching the Watching River channel. I'm glad you're here. I hope you're doing well. Thanks for joining me. I want to start off by reading Psalm 23. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. For thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of my enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil. My cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Amen. I heard that. So I'll be coming down to this river in Connecticut for 3 years and 2 months, proclaiming that Jesus is coming soon. Looking at the news going on in the Middle East, talking about Bible prophecy. And I find it interesting that the first day that I don't have time to prepare a full normal video is a day that I am being dragged into court. I never thought I'd see this day for proclaiming that Jesus is coming soon. My wife and I woke up this morning, and the first thing we did is we held hands and we talked to Jesus. And we said, Jesus, go before us and let us shine your light in that courtroom, whatever that entails. Let us shine your light in that courtroom. You know he does, and his people does. We were asked, because the guy who's suing us now knows he has no shot of winning. So we're kind of discussing a settlement. And we were asked in those negotiations if we would sign a non-disclosure, and there is absolutely no way I am going to do that. I'm not going to mention this gentleman's name, never will. You're never going to hear his name out of my mouth. I'm going to ask you, like I did the last time I talked about this, not to pursue him, to harass him, pray for him. He needs Jesus. But no, I will disclose as time goes on many things. And I will tell you now, today, right now, I will tell you. He is suing us, he says, because it brought upon my videos, which he never watched, gave him emotional distress. Well, for the record, he has a YouTube channel with many videos against the pre-tribulation rapture, videos that mock and scoff the pre-tribulation rapture. He knows all about the pre-tribulation rapture. I did not cause him any emotional distress. And I just hope that his friends, because he's got some friends online who do videos, I hope they don't abandon him in this. I hope they help him out. I hope they're praying for him. Anyway, that's enough of that. The Lord will go with me and before me. It's all going to work out fine. I want to read Genesis chapter 50, verses 15 through 20. When Joseph's brothers saw that their father was dead, they said, perhaps Joseph will hate us and may actually repay us for all the evil which we did to him. So they sent messengers to Joseph, saying, before your father died, he commanded, saying, thus you shall say to Joseph, I beg you, please forgive the trespass of your brothers and their sin, for they did evil to you. Now, please forgive the trespass of the servants of the God of your father. And Joseph wept when they spoke to him. Then his brothers also went and fell down before his face. And they said, behold, we are your servants. And Joseph said to them, do not be afraid, for am I in the place of God? But as for you, you meant evil against me, but God meant it for good, in order to bring it about, as it is this day, to save many people alive. That's exactly what has happened with this lawsuit. What this gentleman meant to do to harm me has backfired, and hard. Because now, since this lawsuit, there are, 7,000 or 8,000 new subscribers to this channel that are hearing the gospel every day. And yes, we are getting reports of lives that have been changed. The Lord is using this for his purposes, for his good. Because God is good. God knows my heart. And I serve the Lord, the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, Jesus. Every day, before I hit record, every single day, I beg God, every day, Lord, I don't want to misrepresent you. Lord, I don't want to mislead anyone. If there's anything I'm saying that's not from you, don't let me say it. Please use this mouth to speak your goodness, your word, your encouragement. I can't do this on my own. It's got to be you, and I've said that every single day before I hit record. If I'm teaching anything that's wrong, show me. Your Spirit's the teacher. I don't want to mislead anyone. And I trust the Lord. This lawsuit has only brought blessings.
Pete, you there? You find that Ripper camp?
It's all backfired.
Yeah, Boozer. I found it.
And I will give you more information
You think they were up here looking for
when I
us?
can about it.
I don't know, Boozman. I was too busy
We were
stopping them.
told by
cutting my
so many
eyes out to
people.
ask.
I hope you're countersuing that guy. I hope you ask for $1 million because you'll get it.
Sure, man. Yeah, I know. Deacon
And
out.
we didn't countersue. Because that's not what Jesus would want us to do. All right, I'm going to read a few comments of the day from Saturday. And then I'm going to get going. Kathy.
Hey, Copeland.
There is nothing that gives me
stop
more
by when I
peace
can.
and
Deacon
joy
out.
than believing in my Lord and Savior Jesus. Amen, sister. Where else can you get peace and joy than from the author of life? Robert, so much to be thankful for. The sun on my face, the breeze across my skin, my feet hitting the ground each morning, and all the blessings and mercies renewed every day, all because of our King, Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Amen, brother. I'm with you. Amen.
Alright, now what do I do?
Nice to read comments where people are thankful. You know, it really is nice. Caden, really need prayers for my family now. I just lost my grandpa this morning, and we are all hurting. Every morning he would turn on the television and watch Tom talk about the times and the rapture. He would always talk about the Lord to anyone who would listen. I'm sad he is gone, but also happy that he's with Jesus. He believed that this is the season, and so do I. I know now that my grandfather is more alive than ever. Thank you, Tom, for spreading God's word.
Need ammo, dude.
All glory to Jesus. Sorry to hear about the sadness of his passing. I can understand that, but I also understand the joy of knowing he's with the Lord. Because I've told you before, you go to a funeral where that person was, you know they were a believer. And you look at the way that funeral goes. You know, my brothers and I, it was almost weird, but we were like laughing and joking throughout my parents' funeral because my parents had a great sense of humor. So we would just kind of, and maybe that's kind of the way we dealt with the social aspects of being in that kind of setting where you're putting your parents' body into the ground. But there's such a difference when you go to a funeral of a believer and when you go to a funeral of a non-believer. Huge difference. I've had nurses say in the comments below the video, oh my goodness, you know, I watch people die every day. And when the family is a family of believers, I watch a person die in peace when that person's a believer. And when I see families that just don't appear to be believers at all, and the person doesn't appear to be a believer, some of them just, they're tortured as they're passing away. Thank you for sharing that, Kate. I'm sure many will pray for your families are going through this loss. Ralph, soon we will go on our most beautiful and probably longest holiday trip in eternity with Jesus. We'll see each other there, Maranatha. Amen, Ralph. And soon. Pam, I love Jesus so much. He gives me this peace inside of myself that I just can't explain. It goes beyond human understanding. Exactly. And you can't really understand it until you have that peace that surpasses. Once you have it, ain't no atheist ever going to talk to you about Jesus. You couldn't say anything. Once you experience that joy, that peace that surpasses understanding, nobody's going to talk to you.
Need gas.
Out of it, nobody.
Need gas with my bike.
I can't imagine going through this world right now not knowing Jesus. With the things we are seeing going on around the world, the lawlessness, you know, these riots in Los Angeles are just incredible. This morning, while being parked here,
Gonna run out
there's
of
a police
fuel if if I don't get gas. Gas my bike.
And I stepped out of my car and I'm
gas nearby
paranoid to talk to an officer because they don't know who's approaching them. But I was a female officer. So I walked in front of my car and I stayed across the street. She put her window down and just said, you know,
gonna be tight, but I might get there.
Some of these riots last night. And I just want you to know that, like, you're supported by the majority of people. You're appreciated. God bless you. And she just smiled. She just lit up.
Come on, baby, we can get there. We got this, we can get there.
We're seeing an increase in lawlessness around the world.
Got this, got this. We can get there if we're gas. Oh, here's a gas station nearby. All right, never mind.
Via AI.
That'll work.
We're watching the beast system that the Antichrist will use during the 7-year tribulation. We're watching it being built right now. Time is short. Do you know Jesus? And that trumpet of God, the voice of God, calls us home. At that moment, that twinkling of an eye, when we're with Jesus, with our new bodies. Are you going to be with us? Or are you going to be left behind? The time period that is described is the worst time period since mankind was created. If you were to die this morning, where would you go?
I'm tired.
Like it or not, at the moment of conception, you became an eternal being. You're going
I heard you.
I'm begging you to look at Jesus. Because that's the only way to heaven. There's no other way. There's no other religion. There's no other path. It's Jesus. Which is why he is the only figure of a major religion that ever said, I am the way, I am the truth, I am the life. No one gets to the Father except through me. Muhammad never said that. Muhammad said he had visions from Allah. He never proclaimed to be God. He didn't raise from the dead. Confucius, Buddha? No. They were men. They died. They called them God hundreds of years later. They never resurrected. Told you before, Buddha, they asked him about the afterlife. He's like, I can't figure out the things of the world, and you're asking me about the afterlife. But yet, 500 or so years later, they declared that he was God. Or a God. Jesus is the God. He is the only begotten Son of God. He is the way, the truth, and the life. No one's getting to heaven except through Jesus. And he wants to spend eternity with you. He made a serious payment, a blood payment, to pay for the problem we have, which we all have, which is called a sin problem. He paid a serious payment so that you could spend eternity with him. He left a throne in heaven.
So until morning,
he was born here, conceived by the Holy Spirit, born of a virgin, and he walked the earth perfectly. His performance was perfect because he's 100% God and 100% man at the same time, here on a rescue mission. Knowing the reason he came here was to die, was to shed his blood. Without the shedding of blood, Hebrews 9:22, without the shedding of blood, there is no remission of sin.
Oh crap,
that's why
I didn't think that through. I should have left my bike over there.
To pay for your sins and my sins with his blood. Well, how do I get saved? How do I know
I should have come riding in there
today? Excuse me. How do I know if I die today I'm going to be with Jesus? Talk to Jesus. Say, Jesus, I admit I'm a sinner. I know I am. I know I have a sin problem. And I know I can't show up in eternity with this sin problem with me. And I now realize that you paid for my sins with your blood. You took every single sin I've ever committed or will ever commit on you on that cross. And in exchange, you gave me your righteousness, Jesus. I have faith in your blood that it will wash these sins away from me. It'll wash me white as snow. And I believe in your finished work on the cross.
I'm low on ammo, man. I really need
burial and your resurrection.
really need ammo
Jesus,
right now.
I need a Savior, and you're the Savior of the world. So I am turning from unbelief to belief in you, the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. When you do that, you're saved. You're actually born again because God will put the Holy Spirit in you. You'll be sealed into the day of redemption. It's the most beautiful love story of all time. The one who spoke and nothing before.
And that's my last bullet for my pistol. I'm out of rifle ammo, I'm out of pistol ammo, I only got 3 bullets in my machine gun. This is not good. Yeah, I should have stocked up on ammo.
Damn. Tell me a more beautiful love story than that. But if you hear this and you're still like, nah, it's not for me. I don't want to have to believe in anything. I'm a good person, so if there is some kind of heaven, I'll be let in because I'm more good than bad. The road to hell is paved with I'm more good than bad because you're saying to Jesus, who went to a bloody cross, I've done such good things, I deserve to get in here. Why would you go to a cross if you could get in by your filthy goodness? He paid for your sins with his blood. He wants to spend eternity with you. Talk to him. Because if you reject this until the day you take your last breath, you're going to be kneeling before him on Judgment Day, and you're going to know you're in a heap of trouble. He's going to say, away from me, I never knew you. And that's terrifying. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. So believe in Jesus today. Today is a day of salvation. Don't put it off. If you're feeling that draw right now, like this may be true, you better run toward it, because this may be the one time in your entire life. We're not promised to be drawn by the Spirit of God every moment of our lives. So if you feel like this may be true, you run toward it.
Yes! Now
Get yourself new life. Okay? Shut the camera off now. I'm going to say a prayer for every person who watched this.
Dang it. Crap. Now I'm completely out of ammo. Yeah, I'm gonna die. Yeah.
Me and my wife standing in that courtroom.
Okay, I should have thought that through.
Man. Testimonies that would come out of that courtroom. But you know what? The rapture's going to happen in God's perfect timing. Not mine, because you know what? We don't possess perfect timing. Our timing's pretty awful.
Can I cancel this mission and go back
But it's
and
going to happen when
restock?
he wants.
Maybe I can.
And we're waiting for that day, looking up every day. But God willing, I will be back tomorrow. I love you.
Probably not.
Oh, Jesus, Savior, Master, Creator, you're the Alpha, Omega, you're the King of Kings. Oh, Jesus, Savior, Master.
As of May 2025, the global debt has surged to an astonishing $318 trillion. That figure is almost unfathomable, larger than the combined economic output of every nation on Earth by a wide margin. Meanwhile, as of April 17th, the total U.S. national debt alone stands at $36.22 trillion. These are not just abstract numbers floating some...
It is true. For the first time, Trump has totally, publicly, in effect, declared he is on a mission from God. Is he? And if he is, what is it? Will it be fulfilled? Is there a secret to that mission? An ancient mystery that gives us the answers, may even reveal what is going to happen in the future. What's going to happen with Trump? What's going to happen to America? I'm going to share that secret and that mystery in a moment. This is Jonathan Connor.
Yeah, I'm gonna cancel this mission.
Okay, I am in a hotel room in Minnesota. Don't ask where I am in the hotel room. Don't even ask. It's the only place where there was light. You're going to remember this one. But I wanted not to wait on this. So first, before we get going full blast, to make sure you don't miss any of the messages, prophetic words, and more that will be on this site that I'll do from anywhere, just hit subscribe now. There's a lot of fake Jonathan Cahn videos and sites, but this is the only real one. Second, we just revealed the cover. It is coming soon. The newest book, The Avatar, The Return of the Ancients and the Future of America, may be the most explosive book I've ever written, and there are things in this book so explosive that it has to be kept in secrecy for now, and we don't know what's going to happen when it comes out. To be the first to get your own copy, just go to Amazon right now or anywhere online where you get books. If you go on right now, you should see it there. You should see the cover to pre-order. And last, The Harbinger. The Harbinger, the graphic novel, has now just been released. The Harbinger in a prophetic, it becomes a prophetic explosion of living color, not just for you, but for you to use to give to the people in your life, for them to be touched by God, awaken them, saved. It's also should be online right now.
I can't lead this mission?
The mainstream media went into an uproar, or a meltdown. They said Trump thinks he's Jesus. Trump thinks he's God. Trump declares himself infallible. These are actual headlines. Does Trump actually think he's God? Or here's another. Trump declares divine mission and infallibility in meme posts. They say he's a narcissist, that he has Trump has a messiah complex, or he has a delusion of grandeur. He claims the power of God. What's this all about? What happened? Trump posted a meme, a picture of himself walking down a dark city street, probably New York City, wearing a long dark coat. And emblazoned across the top of the picture in large all-cap letters were the words, "He's on a mission from God." He's on a mission from God. And at the bottom of the photograph, it says, "And nothing can stop what's coming." Only other famous instance of such words being said in American culture comes from this. That's the Blues Brothers saying we're on a mission from God. And when they said it, when the Blues Brothers said they're on a mission from God, the media loved it. But when Trump says it, they go into a meltdown. Suddenly, they care about what they see as blasphemy.
Alright, I gotta go get
the rest of the year,
before
pretty
I
much,
do
they
this mission.
do
I don't have
what
enough
is
ammo to take these
blasphemy, but
things
now
all
they
over.
are suddenly protectors against blasphemy. First of all, to say you're on a mission from God, does that mean you're saying you're God? No, it doesn't. In fact, it means the opposite. Because unless you're part of the Trinity, to be on a mission from God means you're not God. Does it mean you're saying you're infallible, that you're invincible, you have grandiose visions of yourself? And it doesn't mean that. Moses was on a mission from God, and he was humble. Jeremiah was on a mission from God, had no such ideas. Paul was on a mission from God, also, same thing. David all had no such idea of being infallible or invincible or God. In fact, it only humbled them. It's actually when people don't have a mission from God, when they're on their own missions, like Stalin and Hitler or Mao, that they actually act as if they were God. So, is it ungodly to believe you're on a mission from God? Not at all. In fact, we're all supposed to be on a mission from God. If you're a child of God, if you're born again, you're saved, then you have a calling. A high calling.
Now let me...
And you're supposed to be fulfilling that calling that God gave you. In other words, every day of your life. And every day you're supposed to be on a mission from God, and your whole life is to be a mission from God. But the media will say, you can't have a president on a mission from God or who believes he's on a mission from God. That's dangerous. Yeah. Well, what would you rather have? The alternative, a president on a mission from the devil, or spirits, or a pure self-interest, nothing else, or a false gospel like wokeism or socialism, or a president who has no mission at all, who just is there, exists, it just blows in the wind. That can be as bad or as dangerous as one who's on a mission from the devil. But it is unique for a president to communicate that he's on a mission from God. To come out and say it outrightly, that's pretty unprecedented. But then again, Trump isn't your average president. He's pretty much the unprecedented president. Could there be a reason for it, though? Could there be an ancient reason? Could there be a reason from God and a mystery from the Bible? For those who have read my books, particularly The Paradigm and the Josiah Manifesto, what I open up is, if you want to understand Trump and even what he is going to do, you have to understand the mystery or the template of Jehu, because Trump walks in the template of Jehu. It's not like he knows it, not like he's planning it.
Oh
but
shit,
he's
here
just
come the
doing it.
wolves.
To Israel,
Get away from me!
Trump
Jeez.
has been a
The wolves
scientist,
come out
but
of
to
nowhere.
America and much else, he's a Jehu. He walks in that mystery. Now, the same mainstream media that was outraged by Trump saying he's on a mission from God has also run articles about what I've written about Trump and the mystery of God. In fact, on the day that Trump was inaugurated as the president, National Public Radio, government-supported, tax-funded, dollar-supported NPR, and that Trump wants to defund, broadcast a story across America about this very thing that spoke of the connection of Trump and Jehu and me in saying this, and as this was the biggest threat in the world. Well, the Bible says that Jehu actually did the will of God. But those who do the will of God, the media sees them as a threat. You want to understand what's happening, what's going to happen, you have to understand Jehu. For those who don't know, Jehu was an Israelite of the 9th century BC. Jehu came out of the blue and shook and overturned Israel's political and cultural realm, the status quo, the elite institutions.
Oh, I need
So
fuel,
Trump
too.
came out of the blue
Forgot
and shook
to get fuel.
and overturned America's political and cultural realm and the
I
status
can
quo.
find fuel over here.
Jehu wasn't of the political realm, wasn't a politician. He was a leader and he was a fighter. Trump wasn't a politician, he was a leader and a fighter. Jehu rose to power at the time when the nation of Israel had turned away from God and was just at a tipping point of sealing that course of apostasy and to judgment. Trump rose to power when America had turned away from God and was at a tipping point of sealing its course to apostasy
So I gotta
and
find
judgment.
his men in this camp.
Jehu, when he was rising to the throne of Israel, he made an alliance with the believers
Now I'm
of
good to go.
Israel, with the
Let's stock up
religious
on ammo.
conservatives of the land. Trump, in his rise to the White House, made an alliance with the believers of America, the religious conservatives of the land, evangelical Christians. Jehu won the throne by defeating a woman political leader who embodied, represented an ungodly, anti-biblical agenda, an evil agenda, named Jezebel. Trump won the White House by defeating a woman leader, political leader, who represented an ungodly, anti-biblical agenda, Hillary Clinton. And the second time, Kamala Harris. Both times. In triumphing over Jezebel, Jehu defeated the nation's former First Lady and the number 2 political leader of the land. Well, in triumphing over Hillary Clinton, Trump defeated America's former First Lady, and then in triumphing over Kamala Harris, Trump defeated the number 2 political leader in the land. Same thing. Jehu's nemesis Jezebel had been on the national stage, political stage, with her husband for 22 years.
Oh, no wonder
And then
I
on
can't.
her own on the national
He's
political
carrying a
stage
mini gun.
for 14 years.
No wonder I died
Trump's
so quickly. I gotta
nemesis
take
Hillary
him out
Clinton had been
first.
on the national political stage of America for
I'll shoot him in the head.
22 years with her husband.
Oh,
And on her
he's-
own on the
he's
national
wearing
political
armor.
stage, 14 years. Now let's get to what Trump declared. And the question, is Trump actually on a mission from God, and what is it if he is? As the key to Trump is Jehu, what about Jehu? This is the actual event that began it all for Jehu. Jehu, remember, he's a fighter, a warrior, a commander, but not political, not a ruler, not in the royal house. And this is what happens. And this is from 2 Kings 9. And Elisha, the prophet, called one of the sons of the prophets and said to him, get yourself ready, take this container of oil in your hand, go to Ramoth Gilead. When you arrive at that place, look there for Jehu, son of Jehoshaphat, not the king, son of Nimshi, and go in and make him get up from his fellows and take him to an inner room. Then take the container of oil and pour it out over his head, and say, thus says the Lord, I have anointed you as king over Israel. Then open the door and run. Don't delay. So the young man, the servant of the prophet, goes to Ramoth.
Can't really kill him because he's wearing armor.
When he gets there, there were the commanders of the army.
That's why I died.
Sitting, and he said, I have a message for you, Commander.
Yeah.
Jehu said, for which one of us?
He was
And
carrying
he
a
said, for
freaking
you,
minigun.
Commander. Then he got up and went into the house. He poured the oil on Jehu's head and said to him, so says the Lord God of Israel, I have anointed you king over the people of the Lord, over Israel. All right. This is the beginning. It wasn't Jehu's idea. It wasn't his plan. He might have had his own plans, but this was God's plan, God's idea. God was calling him to become the ruler of the land. So would Trump. This wasn't his idea.
Yeah, that's
He may have had an idea to run
probably
for
what the last
presidency.
Trump
He did.
is, yeah.
But God has his own idea, had his own plan. God called Jehu to become ruler of the land. God called Trump to be ruler of the land. God said through the prophet, I have anointed you as king over Israel. So by that, it would say that God has anointed Trump to be president of America. It wasn't about Jehu, and it's not about Trump. It was about the purposes of God. Jehu was a vessel of God. Trump is a vessel of God. Jehu was wild, unpredictable. You never knew what he was going to do
Trying to take him
or say
out.
or do next. But he was a vessel used by God. Trump
Armored up
is wild,
motherfucker over
unpredictable.
here.
You never know what he's going to say or do next. But this would say he is nevertheless a vessel used by God.
There you go,
Notice the
gotcha.
key in Jehu's
Now with him
fall.
out of the way, now I can
Notice.
take the rest of these
He is
dudes out.
anointed first before he knows what's going on, before he knows what he's being anointed for, why the prophet's there.
I took out the
So
dude with the machine
Trump
gun, now I'm not as dangerous.
Was anointed, called before he knew it, or before he knew what he was called for, or what he is called for now. What he's being anointed, we don't know. So Jehu, it wasn't that he was following God, we don't know that. But he's anointed and he's trying to figure out what's going on. Why? And then the prophet tells him. Trump has been first where now he's saying he has a purpose, but does he fully know that purpose? We don't know where Jehu was at, where he was with God in his heart. We don't know where Trump is, and we can't say people's hearts. In this case, critics will say, how can you believers, you Christians, you evangelicals, you born-agains, say that Trump is of God? Look at his ways. Look at it. That's not God. Well, you could have said the same thing about Jehu. It wasn't that Jehu was living as a pious man, but he was an instrument of God. So with Trump, it's not that he's lived in piety. We all know that. He hasn't.
Dude.
Or that everything is an example of godliness, or everything he says.
Jesus.
No, doesn't mean that at all.
This is a lie.
The only issue is he being used of God? Called. God calls whom he will call, and God uses whom he will use. Could the words that Trump posted online also be said of Jehu? He's on a mission from God. Absolutely. Jehu was absolutely on a mission from God, more than most kings of Israel. He was given that mission through the prophet, and he carried out that mission. So that would mean that the American Jehu, Donald Trump, is also on a mission from God. Does that mean everything he does or says is in line with that mission? No. But does that mean that if he doesn't say everything or do everything in line with that mission, that his mission is nullified? It doesn't nullify the fact that he's on a mission from God. Remember, Jehu, look at the template. Jehu didn't start out by serving God, but he was drawn into serving God and fulfilling his will. Trump didn't start out to serve God, but he was drawn into serving God. Step by step, to serve the purpose of God. To the point where he would actually
I'll
now
take that
post
machine gun.
something no president in American history has
I like this
posted
stuff.
outright, whether they
This
believe
thing
it
is
or not,
real,
that
man.
he is on a mission from God. Trump didn't plan
take
to
this.
be allied with or surrounded by believers
This will really come in here.
any more than did Jehu. But Jehu ended up that way, and so did Trump. God has his own way, will, and purposes. And it's now more than ever in this second administration. More so. Trump has so much and so soberly spoken of God and actually of the calling of God that is on his life, as he does now, never before. Why? Because of Butler, Pennsylvania. Because of that bullet that was about to take him out. Now, in these articles against Trump, mocking him for saying he's on a mission from
Now
God,
I can use their own gun against
they
them.
say
and
he was safe because the man
they
had
can't stop
bad
me
aim.
now.
No, he was not.
I
The bullet was heading to Trump's head. The only reason it didn't strike Trump's head was because Trump turned his head at that exact moment to be out of it, just there, in that exact direction, and to that exact degree, no less
Yeah, I should have thought that through.
and no further. Had he done anything less or further, he'd be gone.
I hate these arming up dudes.
But he
Hard to
did
kill.
do that, and that was just days before he's going to be nominated, as if an enemy wanted him out. But the hand of God saved his life by a fraction of a second and a fraction of an inch, so much so that the bullet
God, how would you
hit him.
die? You eat so many bullets.
Didn't take him out.
That's because
It
he's
was
armored
only
up. That's
after
why.
that Trump said so publicly, so soberly, so passionately, God had saved his life for a purpose, for a
God,
mission.
you take so many
for
bullets to
America.
take down. Jeez.
The bullet, that bullet grazed his head, but it did more than that. It changed him. Where he was convinced more than ever in his life, that it wasn't about what he had planned to do, but that there was a greater plan. God had a calling and a mission for his life. More now than ever before, or in Trump 1, the first administration. And at the beginning of this administration, this term, not long ago, he said that his relationship with God had changed now, was changed after the assassination attempts. Something changed. And that has everything to do with the purpose and the calling and the mission of God. It didn't happen the first time as it is now. It was just like that with Jehu. With Jehu, it was one event that just happened, interrupted him, and changed his life, gave him the mission. Same with Trump. What mission? Can we find a secret
Oh
here?
crap, that's a
That
lot of
actually,
labor.
I mean, you're never going to hear it on CNN or MSNBC or anywhere, pretty much, because you have to see this in the Bible. What mission? Can we find it if we look at the ancient template of Jehu? What was Jehu's mission? The prophet says it, gives him the charge.
This machine gun.
You shall
really
strike
good.
down the house of Ahab. What's the house of Ahab? House of Ahab represented the institution or institutions under it of Israel's apostasy from God, that were leading the nation away from God. It was the elites, the ruling class,
Big giant.
leading the nation away from God. Jehu's mission from God was to strike it down. Trump's mission, therefore, is to strike down.
Okay.
First of all, is to
Yeah, they're
bring
getting
something
bigger
to an
now,
end.
aren't
To strike something down. What? The houses
Good thing
and
I brought my machine
institutions of America's apostasy from God that have led America away from God. It's the elite or ruling parts of the culture that have led America away from God. Jehu was called to dismantle those houses, those temples of the nation's apostasy. That's why Trump is doing everything he can to dismantle the houses and institutions of America's apostasy. And there's something else. It wasn't only for Jehu to strike down the institutions
Okay, he's gonna be hard to
that were
kill.
leading his nation away from God, but the other side of that, ultimately, the point is to turn the nation back to God.
Good thing I picked this
And
up.
that is Trump's highest mission from God, whether he knows it or not. When he puts out his on a mission from God, he is. Does he fully know it? To lead in turning America back to God. Can somebody like Trump do that? God will use whom God will use. Could someone like Jehu do what he did? Well, God will use who he will use. But Jehu didn't, as far as we know, lead the nation back to God, lead it to revival. He did favor believers. He did give them an honored place
Come on,
in
come
his
get me, ugly.
reign, just like Trump is doing. But we don't know that there was any revival, and that was the whole point. It was a window for revival. So when Jehu's reign was over, the nation resumed its fall from God. So we have to pray now for better things. The fact that Trump posts up this, that he's on a mission of God, it's like a prophetic alarm for us, believers of God, to pray that Trump would actually know and fulfill his mission from God. We have to pray that Trump will be a greater Jehu for America and for better things than Jehu was for Israel. Does Trump know of this calling? Well, remember again, Jehu knew of his anointing before he knew what it was for, and even when he knew it, he didn't fully understand the purpose of God, but he was used of it. That's all. Well, this is the final goal. This is the end. Because so important. Prophetically, we have this window. And if we don't do everything we can in praying for it, God's in moving for it, in living it. If we change the houses, strike them down, but we don't change the people, the unchanged people will change the houses back, they'll build them back. All the other things will only last if this one thing happens, revival. Without that, the other things won't last. And as I said at that gathering, this is 8 days before Trump's election, and Trump was president at that gathering.
That's right, I can roll out
The
the
only
way,
way
I
you can
forgot.
make
That way
America
he
great
can't hit
again
me.
is by leading
Forgot.
America back to the God who made
how to get
America great in the first place.
I know how to get it.
Only answer is revival. Will it happen? That depends. It's a big if. If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves
Oh,
and
you
pray
think I'm
and
scared
seek
of
my
you,
face and turn from their evil ways, I'll hear from heaven.
let's
I
play.
will forgive their sin and I will heal their land. I have literally seen the course of this nation change, alter, because, and in the world, because of this scripture, 3 times. If my people humbling themselves, praying, seeking his face, turning from their evil ways. Therefore, this is not just a video, and listen, if you're seeing me make a video here, on the road, in this place, there's got to be a reason. It's urgent. I charge all of you who are watching this video, who are the people of God, pray. Let us pray as never before for revival. Let us pray as never before for a president. Because there's so much potential here for this man. To do all that he is truly called to do. And again, we know Trump was unlikely. But he's done things that, and it's not about Trump, he's done things that no other president has done. Towards the overturning of Roe versus Wade, the recognition of Jerusalem as the capital, the striking down of this woke agenda, the turning back of the whole gender confusion agenda, all that. Pray that he will be used as a vessel to do all that he's truly called to do. That his true mission from God, his highest mission from God, will be accomplished, that he will know it. And regardless of whether he knows it, that he will know it.
Come on, one more.
And let's keep praying and lifting that up every day. Let it might happen until it
That
does.
took forever.
Then that what Trump posted
Oh wait, he's not dead.
online for America and the world to see, that he will truly be on the mission from God, the highest mission, fulfill that mission from God, and as he posted what was written on the bottom, and nothing will stop what is coming, it will come to pass. And if it does, it'll be beyond what we have imagined. Now, before I share some last things, let's all take a moment. Let's do this together. Doesn't matter if you're watching this, we're watching it together. You're watching it some other time, some other place. It doesn't matter. I'm here, you're there, and God puts all the time together, time and space. So it's going to be joined together in a massive prayer. So for that prayer that can change America and the world, let's join me right now. Lord, we come together right now, me and the one who's watching, wherever they are, and ultimately all who are watching, but each one. And Lord, we pray whatever it takes, bring revival to this land. Whatever it takes, bring revival. Lord, touch the White House, touch the president. Have your way with this one. Lord, let him fully do all that you've called him to do, Lord. Make a way where there is no way, Father, for this totally to happen. That it would change America, Lord, that he can make America great, that you would make America great again, only by bringing America back to you. And Lord, that through this there be revival, no matter what it takes in the churches, the unsaved to be saved. Those who are against you right now will come to you, Lord. And not only in America, but it would spread to the world, touch the world, Lord, and there be the end time revival. Lord, and help us each, Lord, we pray, Lord, help us each, Lord, to live in revival, to turn from that thing that we shouldn't be doing or knowing or seeing, and to turn to the thing that we need to be rising to. Lord, it's my people. We want to be, Lord, that people, and we want to fulfill that if. Lord, let it be so, Father. Whatever it takes, let this be so. In the name above every name, the name of Yeshua,
This weekend, we saw rioting in Los Angeles against ICE for its efforts to apprehend illegal aliens. But here's what's interesting. Gavin Newsom gave a series of editorializations that I think have ruined his chances ever to be a serious national candidate. He said this was chaotic, this was reckless, that they were just trying to have an arbitrary deportation quota. Gavin, 12 million people came into the country illegally, so it's not a quota, it's an effort to stop an invasion. A CBS poll taken to show that people were outraged showed that just the opposite. 54% of the American people are for continued deportation. So you know what is really reckless, Gavin? You know what is chaotic? Is you. America is going through a higher education transformation where students are realizing that what they want and need is a place that doesn't stifle their intellectual freedom. Standing out among the few graduate programs that value viewpoint diversity is Pepperdine's University School of Public Policy, where I've taught the last 2 years. Their Masters of Public Policy is both applied and practical, preparing the next generation of leaders to participate in government agencies, the business sector, and think tanks. Pursue your MPP at Pepperdine. Daily Signal listeners qualify for an automatic 50 to 75% tuition scholarship and
it really seems like something major is about to happen. I can't put my finger on it. I can't explain it exactly, but with these protests that are happening currently in Los Angeles, and now apparently, as you see here on the screen, right here, there's apparently protests scheduled to happen on June 14th, which just so happens to be the day that Donald Trump is doing his military parade. And it also happens to be the day of Trump's birthday, where he turns 79 years old. So I can't put my finger on it. I really can't. And there's really a lot of things that I can't discuss for obvious reasons, but I'm sure that most, if not all of you, know where I'm going with all of this. That all of this just seems like more than just a coincidence. And it really seems as if something major is on the way. And I will just leave it at that. What do you all think about this?
We have breaking news now from the Pentagon. CNN can now report that roughly 500 Marines are being mobilized in response to the protests.
500,
okay.
okay. This is I thought it was 700 Marines.
Significant escalation from President Trump, who had activated National Guard troops over the weekend without Governor Gavin Newsom's consent. In this new move, active duty military members are being deployed as a show of force against U.S. citizens. CNN's Natasha Bertrand is live for us at the Pentagon. Natasha, what are you learning?
Well, Brianna, this is something that Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth had previewed over the weekend. He said that if necessary, he would deploy the Marines to Los Angeles to help federal agents with handling the protests there. And it appears now that these Marines, according to our sources, they have been mobilized. These 500 Marines, a full Marine battalion based out of 29 Palms, California, which is just outside San Bernardino.
Don't have anything better to do than just sit around and shoot me with sniper rifles.
They have been mobilized and they are gearing up to go and help ICE agents as well as other federal officials deal with these protests in Los Angeles. Importantly, they're going to be bolstering as well the National Guard, guardsmen and women who have been activated in Los Angeles by President Trump.
I'm not even going to say I'm going to come up there and I'm going to beat you with my freaking own two hands.
Use of the military as a show
I'm
of
tired of you
force
trying to
against
shoot
these
me off the road.
protesters. It's really not clear, you know, the last time Marines were deployed to help essentially with riot control, though it's unclear at this point just what their actual tasking will be. Typically, if they are deployed to these situations, it is expected that they will operate in much the same way that the National Guard does, doing things like perimeter security, maybe some crowd control. But the rules of engagement here, we are told, are still being finalized, and Defense Department lawyers are also looking at the kinds of rules of engagement these Marines will have
if you want to get
something done
on the
streets of Los
If you want
Angeles.
something
But again,
done
this coming
the right way, you got to
very,
do it
very
yourself,
tense moment with the governor of California suing the Trump
Somebody else won't do
administration over, of course, the deployment of the
Sometimes you gotta
National
take matters
Guard
into
by
your own
President
hands.
Trump against his will there in California.
Welcome to another edition of the Truth Zone. As always, this is your host, Truth Seeker here. And the situation in LA has just got more crazy, more insane than ever before, because now the Pentagon is deploying 700 Marines to Los Angeles. Now, apparently,
Okay,
this is only
so it's
temporary
700. Yeah, I thought it was.
with these 700 Marines. I know that the news broadcast from CNN, and I get it, CNN, I get it. You know, all of these news agencies are fake and scripted. Not just CNN, but it was originally reported as 500 Marines. Now it's been bumped up to 700 Marines. And as I talked about in the beginning clip on this show, there are also plans, and I've talked about this in other shows on the channel, but there are plans for more protests to start up on June the 14th. And this is in response to Trump doing a military parade on the same day, which just so happens to also be Donald Trump's birthday. So one has to wonder if they could be setting the stage for something to go down eventually with Donald Trump. Now, I'm not date setting, and I'm not saying that anything is going to happen at all. I'm just reporting on information that I found, and I will let you all put the puzzle pieces together on what you think is going to happen and what you think is going to go down. And something else I noticed about this protest that's planned, called No Kings, is if you pay attention to the color theme they use, it is yellow and blue as one of the main themes, and that's associated with Freemasons. And here you even have Donald Trump saying, if they spit, we will hit. This is a statement from the President of the United States concerning the catastrophic Gavin Newsom inspired riots going on in Los Angeles. So here you have it. This is all about divide and conquer. This is all about distract. This is all distractions that you are seeing happen. And shout out to a buddy of mine over on X. You can go check out his post on X if you want. He posts a lot of good information, named Mr. Nobody. He even says that these LA rioters are paid actors, and he found some very important key info to back up this claim. So honestly, this is all done by design. This is all part of their plan. This is all part of the script. This is all order out of chaos, because even like you see on screen right here, looking for the toughest people in the city, Los Angeles, and you can just see the rest right here on screen. This is a recruitment page pretty much for people. So it really seems as if some of these protesters, or even all of these protesters, are paid, which they probably are, because again, they want chaos to happen all over. They do. This is all planned for a reason. This is Summer of Love 2.0, and this seems like this is going to ramp up more than ever before. Honestly, this is probably going to lead to the digital ID.
I'm just surprised a lot of people aren't like me.
This
They
might
probably
even
couldn't
lead
handle
to
what I
more
handle.
lockdowns. And I'll just leave it at that. I got to be careful, you know, when discussing that. But everything that I'm seeing happen, this all seems like part of the script. Even right here, anti-ICE protesters were arrested inside Trump Tower. So this is even happening in other places besides Los Angeles. This really seems like a coordinated effort to bring chaos in multiple different locations. This really does. And then again, you have this No Kings event being organized. So I can only imagine what else is to come in the near future, but things are looking crazy, and this really does seem like this might be the big one. Now, I'm not trying to cause any fear or anything like that, but honestly, this is all part of their script because they apparently have even set up pallets of bricks and stuff like that in certain locations in the area where they are protesting.
I feel like everything that's going on in LA right now was a trap. Something about these LA riots is not fit right now. I'm talking about the timing, the energy, the way everything is being covered. It's like they knew this was coming, y'all. I know y'all seen the videos of like pallets of bricks being staged at certain locations before chaos happened. When I was in high school, then when the chaos started, those same bricks that was placed everywhere, people started using them. So it started out peaceful, and then all of a sudden, boom, it escalated to this. You had people throwing rocks, bricks, waving flags. You had some people in ski masks, you don't even know if they were really there for the protest or was they just trying to entice some shit. Whatever the case may be, it caused Donald Trump to bring in 2,000 troops. But some people say this was too early for them to do that. Look, I'm not trying to say it's staged. I'm just saying, what are they benefiting from this? Why now? And why did it start in LA? Why are certain groups that's involved in organizing are some of the same groups that's involved in political funding? People gotta start understanding. We all seen this playbook before. We gotta stop acting like history haven't shown us. Escalate tension, then show the chaos, and then push for a solution that nobody asked for. I'm keeping a close eye on this because, like I said, I just got a funny feeling that this is gonna start some new surveillance or some new policies, y'all. That's probably been in the making. Y'all, stay tuned. It's kicking off in LA, but I'm hearing it might go as far as the DMV, Texas, New York. I don't know.
If you think what's happening right now is bad, it's about to get a lot worse. Yeah, that's Tom Hoffman with a black eye. And the stuff is not happening in America, it's happening all over the world. I'm gonna make this as quick as possible so we can get out to as many people as possible. You see this map right here? This right here is for June 14th. I'll say allegedly, but there's this page that puts together all these things and coordinates them. And these are all the protests that they're calling for on June 14th. And since I took the first screenshot, more were added to it already. Read this headline right here. Blank babe child birthday party claiming it was a blank meeting. Do you remember how last week I was talking about how the human brain was going insane? We had another mass casualty in Las Vegas and a famous YouTuber was unalived. Same time as everything else, I gotta block it of course. And everything from the first night was doubled last night, you know, the looting and everything else going on. And of course, there's a black eye again, which one's on the left eye. It's completely irrelevant, just a black eye, you know? I guess this video is just to tell you guys to be prepared, because remember this map. These are what's going to be happening on June 14th. We have all these celestial events in June. You know, we have the meteor shower, strawberry moon, a whole bunch of weird stuff happening this month as far as celestial events go. Which again, alters and makes people act weird, completely unrelated. And there's other things I just can't show you, but the only thing I'll say is keep calm. Don't let anybody infuriate you. Stop the doom and gloom. Hardly. We should really be paying attention. There's so many things going on I want to show you that I can't show you.
Now, why would that be the case if this wasn't all part of the show, if this wasn't all part of their script?
Lingering fear in the LAUSD community after an unusual and disturbing visit. Several federal agents from the Department of Homeland Security showed up at 2 elementary schools this week demanding to talk to students. What happened next has Superintendent Alberto Carvalho praising school workers and demanding answers. Eyewitness News reporter Sophie Flay explains.
What interest should a Homeland Security agent have in a first grader?
On Monday, multiple Homeland Security agents showed up at 2 elementary schools in Los Angeles, according to LAUSD Superintendent Alberto Carvalho. These agents were stopped, questioned, and turned away by principals at Lillian Elementary and Russell Elementary schools, both in the Florence Graham neighborhood.
They wanted access to the students to determine their well-being, based on, according to the agents, the fact that when they entered this country, they entered as unaccompanied minors. It is well known that these students are under the care of relatives.
According to Carvalho, the agents claimed they were not part of immigration and customs enforcement.
They conveyed to both principals that the parents or the legal guardians in charge of these children had provided them authorization for access to these kids in school. That is absolutely, blatantly untrue.
These agents asked specific questions about students ranging from 1st to 6th grade. The superintendent says they arrived in unmarked vehicles and wore casual clothing.
When the principals attempted to write down details about their IDs, they quickly hid their IDs.
All parents from these schools were notified about these incidents. Ahead of the November election, LAUSD staff were trained in protocols to protect students from federal agents showing up at schools.
We wonder if this may happen at more schools, that they simply will ram through. So we are having to really lean on the principals, the workers, the teachers, the clerical work.
So you had Homeland Security try to enter 2 elementary schools. I mean, do you see what is going on here? And you see the talking points that the other side is using, like the loser known as Whoopi Goldberg, saying Trump using LA protests to escalate U.S. towards a civil war. This is all being done by design, in my honest opinion. This is all part of their script. This is all part of their plan. This is order out of chaos, and I hope more and more people wake up and realize exactly what is going on, because really this seems like the big one. Now, I'm not saying that it is, and I hope that it isn't. I hope that things calm down. I really, truly do. But the way things are looking, this is looking like this is going to be a very chaotic summer. I just had a feeling with the way that I've been feeling, and I know others have been feeling the same way, that something has been feeling very off, very strange, very bizarre, time speeding up and everything else, and just everything feeling really weird in the atmosphere. And now all of this stuff is going on, and then you even have Trump saying that he does not want a civil war. So do you see how all of this is, happening? All of the keywords, all of the talking points. You have the one side saying, Trump is leading us towards a civil war, and then you have Trump saying he doesn't want a civil war. So this is all being done by design. This is all part of the script. This is all part of their order out of chaos. As always, I would ask that you would please like the video, comment down below, and please consider subscribing to the channel if you are new here. I want to hear from each and every one of you. I want to know your thoughts on all of this stuff going on, but a lot of crazy things are happening in the year 2025, and you can just add this to the list. As always, God bless each and every one of you, and this is Truth Seeker signing out.
Welcome back to the channel, ladies and gentlemen. We have more breaking news coming from California for the 3rd day in a row. LA continues to be on fire as the far left activists and the illegal criminal immigrants continue to cause a chaos across the city. Of course, we have more National Guard troops joining, but the President of the United States, ladies and gentlemen, has now officially deployed 700 U.S. Marines to get to Los Angeles. Of course, Gavin Newsom, the governor, the wet lettuce governor of California, is not too happy about this. He wants to be arrested. And we're going to give you guys all the updates. There is a lot happening. They have now once again started looting and attacking the shops and people's private property. But let's give you guys the actual update on what's been happening. But before we do that, for those who are members of 2CTV Plus, if you're not a member, become a member today. Go on 2c.tv, the link is on the screen, it's also in the description. Today we released a new special interview with Peter Blexley, who is a former undercover detective who's going to be exposing the problems when it comes to crime, and of course when it comes to policing, woke policing in the West, especially in Britain. So make sure you become a member of 2C Plus, download the 2CTV app as well. So, President Trump and the US military have now deployed 700 Marines to Los Angeles, with more National Guard troops on their way to control the riots. It's the 3rd day in a row. We're going to show you some videos as well that's coming out right now from LA. But the Marines are based out of the Marine Corps Air Ground Combat Center in 29 Palms, California, and they will be joining the National Guard troops who are already there. More troops are also joining to keep control of the situation. The problem we've had over the last few hours, well, over the last couple of days, but definitely the last few hours, is that Democrat representatives like Maxine Waters, the mayor of LA, Karen Bass, they continue to gaslight the public, as I said in the previous live stream, that they are saying nothing is actually happening. If nothing is happening, then why do we have this level of chaos? This is evidence of what's happening on the street. Yeah, Mexican flag, Palestinian flags, flags from Colombia, Venezuela, everywhere. All flags except for the actual American flag. These are the people who say we are entitled, we belong in the US. Even though we illegally entered the country, we want to be in America. Okay, do you like America? No. Do you like the flag? No. I'm going to fly my original Mexican flag. I really like Mexico. So why are you not in Mexico? That's the question. These are criminals. You know they are criminals. And they've obviously expanded the gangs. We're going to give you some facts as well about what's happening with illegal aliens in general. But now we have the latest video that's just come out of Los Angeles. They are once again looting the shops. Foot Locker has once again been attacked, another branch. T-Mobile shops have been attacked, and petrol stations or gas stations in America. Everything has now been hit. The LAPD are struggling to keep control of the situation. Let's go to the latest video.
That's why I'm neuro research. Now let me clarify one thing. Forget about the cartel and the criminal gangs. The other illegal aliens who are just basically breaking into the country, who by the way are still criminals anyway, but they claim that they are economic migrants. They want to come to America because there's a lot of opportunities in the US, right? You say that the US is more stable than Mexico. You say there are more businesses and more shops. But when you go and attack the same businesses and same shops and same opportunities that attracted you to go to the US, you are turning California into another Mexico. And by the way, most part of the actual stable parts of Mexico, under the government in Mexico, is currently, as we speak, more stable than California, than LA right now. Because they want their troublemakers to leave Mexico to go to the US. Now, in case you're wondering, in terms of the US Marines, the 700 US Marines who are on their way to LA as we speak, of course the President needs to deploy and sign the Insurrection Act for them to be able to actually act for them. For now they're just going to be there and be present. But the rioters who've been dealing with the wishy-washy LAPD police officers, if they think when the moment comes that they have to deal with the Marines, if they think it's going to be the same level, it's not. This is, for example, the video of the Marines training, and of course this is like a simulation in terms of the riots. Watch this. Yeah, good luck with that, guys. All the idiots causing chaos on the streets. Now, can we talk about the mayor while we wait for the troops to arrive? The mayor of LA, Bass, she's spending more time doing TV interviews, mostly on CNN, than actually running her office, right? Earlier on, a couple of hours ago, she she went on TV again. She was making speeches, and she said, "Why did we have to have illegal immigration raids in California? Why?" They basically, she's blaming Tom Homan, the border czar, and President Trump for starting this. They're saying the riots is their fault. Why? Because they did the immigration raids. Why? She's literally asking, why do we have to do it here? Let me show you the video, then I'm going to answer Karen Bass why it had to happen in California. Watch this.
None of this needed to happen. Why did we need to have raids here? It was very clear that if raids happened here, that the community was going to respond in a very negative way. I tried to make that case. Unfortunately, I didn't succeed. I was very hopeful that we would not have, that the federal government would not have deployed the National Guard. I have spoken directly to the administration. I have not spoken to President Trump. I might reach out to him in the next few days. I felt, first of all, that they were accessible, that they were responsive. However, the National Guard came anyway.
She on the one hand, she says, I've been in touch with the administration, and then she says they're not responsive. Idiots. Did you hear her excuse? Her reasoning, her logic is, she essentially admitted, we have a bunch of dangerous idiots here, so we warn the government, if you do an illegal immigration raid in this state, especially in this city, then things are going to kick off because these people are crazy. So that's what she implied. She admitted that they're crazy, they're dangerous. But even in that sentence, she didn't say crazy and dangerous. She said the community will respond negatively. So right, hang on, even if that's the case, which is the case, yes, that the crazy, dangerous people would react. You're saying just because they would react, we shouldn't do a raid? We should just let them roam? We should just allow more illegal immigrants to join them? Are you that scared? As political leaders? I mean, it's absolutely embarrassing. Now, to answer her question as well, because they're saying, why is this happening here? I mean, this is not really a big issue. Well, it is a big issue. Look at the facts. Pew Research Center. 20 of the metropolitan areas in the US hold over 60% of the illegal immigrants. New York City is number 1. Los Angeles is number 2. Millions of illegal immigrants are living in just of the 20 areas, and you can see on the map. More details is also important. First things first, you can see the trend. Under President Trump, it was coming down, obviously, slightly, and then it went back up, right? It just started, and it's going to continue to go up. And obviously, the data ends in 2022. But New York and LA top the list. 5 of the top metros are in California. 3 of them are in Texas. Las Vegas had the highest share when it comes to the illegal immigration. At this point, well, it is relative to the total population, which is 8.2% in Las Vegas. Philadelphia had its lowest, 2.6%, right? Mostly because once you are already in New York, you're just going to stay around New York City, right? Now, Washington's not looking good either, as you can tell. There's so many other areas, but LA and New York are completely out of control. That's why it had to happen. Same thing is happening in New York City. Now, of course, now by seeing what's going on in LA, the far left and the illegal aliens are going to be causing chaos in New York again. This is not the first time, they've done it before. Now, President Trump has released yet another statement saying, if they spit, we will hit. This is a statement from the President of the United States concerning the catastrophic Gavin Newsom inspired riots going on in Los Angeles. The insurrectionists have a tendency to spit in the face of the National Guardsmen and women and others. These patriots are told to accept this. It's just the way life runs. But not in the Trump administration. If they spit, we will hit. And I promise you, they will be hit harder than they have ever been hit before. Such disrespect will not be tolerated. Now this is actual leadership that all the other Western European countries and Canada should look right now. Actually, at this point, even Australia, they need to watch this. This is how you react. Now, fascinating issue about the way the federal government have been reacting to this, and we have more videos coming shortly, is President Trump continues to be called a reactionary, right? A reactionary politician. This situation is actually caused because he was proactive, not reactionary. He proactively did the raid. Actually, in fact, it was the job of Gavin Newsom, as the governor of the state, to react, to tackle this, to do a crackdown. He's not doing it because he and his best friend Karen Bass continue to say nothing is going on. CNN, can we talk about CNN for 1 second? I need to give you a heads up because I'm going to show you a few seconds, just a few seconds of CNN. Insane reaction again. They continue throughout the day to say these are peaceful protests. And by the way, they continue to call it protests. Apparently, these are protests, right? Let's quickly go to CNN.
That it is a significant escalation of the president's use of the military as a show of force against these protesters. It's really not clear, the last time Marines were deployed to help essentially with riot control, though it's unclear at this point just what their actual tasking will be. Typically, if they are deployed to these situations, it is expected that they will operate much this.
Protest. Even the tagline on CNN said protests. These are just protests. No, it's this tagline. It's an unrest. It's riots. It's looting. It's criminal activities. Protests. Now, if you think that's funny, President Trump was just asked a few minutes ago at a press conference, what crime, wait for this, what crime did Gavin Newsom commit? The reporters asked the president, what crime did Newsom commit? President Trump's response was in classic Trump fashion. What?
What crime has Governor Newsom committed?
A crime has he committed? I think his primary crime is running for governor because
his primary crime was running for governor. That's true. You can't debate against that. So that's happening. We are okay. So there is more updates coming in from LA in regards to the incoming statement from Gavin Newsom's office as well. They plan to counter the deployment of the US Marines. I'm not really sure what that means. I'm not really sure what he plans to do. Is he going to go single-handedly stand in the middle of the road and stop the military from coming on the streets? We'll wait for Gavin to see what he is planning to do. The absolute wet lettuce. Alright, let's get some reaction from the super chats and then non-super chats and of course members of 2CB Plus. Ivan says that they are using the discount code George Floyd, I see. Oh, for the looting, yes. Did you see the guy who went into the shop and just took a massive teddy bear? What is he trying to say? The thing is, this is the same thing that happened in England in 2011. It's like 14 years ago now. We had massive riots, right? And the amateurs, absolute amateurs, what they did, all these criminals, they went into shops like these guys. Because that was actually, those were the days of the early days of social media, right? So they stole things like teddy bears. They stole the most stupid things. And they took pictures. They posted on social media. What were they thinking? So they all got arrested anyway. These people, some of them were not covering their faces. They're going to be in massive trouble, right? So you have that to deal with. But at the same time, in England, there's a bookstore, a chain. There's called Waterstones. Waterstones decided to release a statement during the riot saying, we are not going to close our shop. We're not going to board it up. Because if they come into the shop and steal a book, it's actually good for them. They literally didn't close the shop, so they burned all the books. Anyway, let's see what we have from the rest of you. God's best friend says, yep, family friendship. Fat Cat said Trump to form a force of trained lions and tigers. Well, I can assure you the US Marines, if he signs the Insurrection Act, then they will be extremely robust. They can easily take on lions and tigers as well. Lebel says Mexico, not Mexico. Mexico. Use your phlegm, man. Yeah, I'm very good at using my phlegm. Mexico. Alright, Dr. Zila says, thank God I live in a dangerous war zone like Israel. It's much safer than the peaceful West. All we get here are some Houthi packages once in a while. But by the way, most of the Houthi packages, the missiles, accidentally hit Egypt and Saudi Arabia. They kind of went aim. So you guys in Israel, yes, right now that's a safer place than the Western world. Blacks and Muslims are two sides of the coin. Not really sure, because there's a lot of good Christians in Africa as well. So they're very, very different people. It's not like all black people are the same. That would be weird. Katia says, how crazy is CNN in stating that these are peaceful protests when the footage clearly shows it to be anything but peaceful? Clowns. Pray for Trump. This is insane. It's because you know what they're doing, right? I mean, for those of you, if you've seen, I don't know why you would watch CNN, but if you just turn it on for a few seconds, just watch it. Every footage they're showing is from 3 days ago and the beginning of each day. So the beginning of each day, when the whole thing kicks off, like today and yesterday, it starts with a bit of a march. It's a small group, but they march. They march on the street, and then others join and they cause chaos. So they only show that footage. They're just primarily focusing on what happened like 3 days ago when the actual protests started, but they were fake protests because they were always going to lead to riots. So that they are trying their best not to show what is happening. And in fact, some of the pictures that they're showing on TV, CNN, is they would show a still image of a guy holding a Mexican flag, and they are using it as a good thing. They think it's a good thing. They think it's a symbol of just being ethnic minority. Like, oh, look, the lovely Mexican flag. You're just exposing the truth, which is that they care more about the Mexican flag than the American flag. What are they doing in the US? Captain says, I love President Trump, no nonsense and courageous. I mean, it's interesting, this Trump presidency, even compared to the previous term, it's only been a few months, it's already been so eventful, and I don't actually understand how this man, who's now old, how he has the energy to multitask so much, and obviously delegates, but as president, you're like the CEO of a country. He's dealing with the international stuff, which is his job, like Iran and everything else. And he's got this to deal with, and of course, so many battles inside the party, the Republican Party as well. And he's got his ex to deal with, Elon Musk. There's so much happening, and it's only been a few months. Yes, if it were Joe Biden, he would be on the beach right now, just napping on the sand. That's what he would do. Now, let's get to some super chat. I'm going to go to the members of ps5 Plus as well in a second. MAGA, kiss me, Gavin. And Phil, thank you for your super sticker. We also have Libel saying Rainbow Warriors versus the Marines. Apocalypse Now 2. I think it's going to kick off badly tonight and tomorrow. I thought it's not going to happen today. I thought it's Monday, they're going to be tired now, the rioters are going to sleep. Nope, they're still out. Arrest Mickey Mouse and relieve him of his head. And PD is charged with accepting a buck standard 25 years. What is happening in the light chat base? And Daylight says a hi, here we are, Vina screamed Alo Akbar, Alan Stackball said, on National funeral and organised breakfast party. Alright, let's go to the members of 2CTV Plus to see if we have any almost normal comments. Where are we? Can we have it on? Yeah, we go, we have it. Alright, let's go to... If you want to be a member of CCTV Plus, you get access to our exclusive chat forum as well, and you get access to all the premium shows and documentaries, and of course download the CCTV app. As I said, we've just released a new documentary, special interview in conversation with Peter Blexley, a former undercover police detective, who you really want to watch that. That's a good one. All right, Dasman says Gavin wants to be arrested so he can have his brainwashing reversed. Help me. Yeah, it's a cry for help. Gavin, considering Gavin Newsom recently launched his podcast, right? And he wants to be seen as very open. He wants to talk to everybody, right? So he's bringing on like right-wing guests like Charlie. Actually, well, before he started bringing people like Charlie Kirk and other right-wingers, he kind of publicly said he wants to be more open. He implied because he wants to stand for president. He wants to run for president. It's like you're showing your cards to everybody. You're trying to give yourself a platform. And the thing is, I can tell that he'll be in like a nice laugh. You have a bit of banter with him. Charlie Kirk had good fun with him, had some good fun, but you can't really trust the guy when it comes to politics. The guy is completely insane. Gary says all of these coastal Democrat-run cities are lawless, filthy hellholes. Send the Marines in to sort it out, but they're on their way. 700 of them. Watch the legal immigrants' reaction. They are obsessed by these protesters. They want them to level and go home to their nation. It's only the corrupt individuals that want them here. So the same thing happened. So in 2016, when President Trump won, he managed to convince a good, small but good amount of people who were legal migrants from Cuba, from Mexico to vote for him, right? Because of his messaging fighting against illegal immigration. This time round, and actually even in 2020 he increased that block vote. This time round, you have massive group of essentially foreigners, I mean some of them have now been born in the US, but some of them are legal immigrants recently who joined his team and supported and voted for him. This time, because of what's going on in New York, what's happening in LA and in Seattle and other places, everything that's happened since 1960 onwards in terms of the roles of the parties, Democrats and Republicans, when they got reversed, all that's gone. Because for the foreseeable future, more legal, law-abiding immigrants are now going to be voting Republican and with President Trump because they can see that the US Democrats, they are protecting the illegals. And these people who are legal immigrants, they work very hard. They waited in the queue to go through the legal process and they paid their way to get in and they are paying their taxes. So they appreciate what they are now getting in the US. So they definitely do not like the illegals. And now they can see that the saviors of the illegal aliens are the US Democrats. So everything that they've been told by the likes of Obama and Bill Clinton in the 90s, they know all that was a lie. And it's finally been exposed. Mark says, the fact that Newsom is the governor of California should tell you what sort of place it is. The guy's a cretin. The riots are going the same way as BLM. One question, where are all the police officers? They're kind of struggling a little bit. I don't know what's going on with LAPD. Cars on fire, people waving flags of other countries, wearing face coverings. This is why the National Guard and Marines were called in. Well, especially when it comes to the face covering. So yesterday, President Trump announced that face coverings is banned. You can't do it. LAPD have not been able to successfully enforce that. So you're going to have to get now the National Guard and the Marines, if President Trump signs the Insurrection Act, they're going to have to go around and unmask people on the streets. So embarrassing. It's the job of Karen Bass. Scrolls away, says we are just peacefully protesting. Wow, look at the nice and shiny boots. I won them. Smash. They all need rounding up. Yes, that's a good summary. I bet, like the BLM, it shall happen here in the UK as the leftist mugs come out in sympathy. But there will be protests. Yeah, there would be. I would probably predict about a couple of weeks from now, especially if this continues, which will continue. In London, the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, you are going to have an anti-Trump protest organised by the left-wingers. That's definitely going to happen. They're going to bring the Trump balloons and everything else. You remember the baby Trump balloon? They're going to bring that up. Yeah. Shauna says, I don't disagree with Trump. I am concerned about the probable fallout, even though in 1992, President Bush used federal troops to suppress the riots in LA at the time. Although at the time the governor agreed to it, so it was more coordinated. This time, Gavin is not cooperating. There's a difference. The loony left and the Democrats are shameless. Thank the gods for Trump and J.D. Vance. At least they have a chance of being saved. We, on the other hand, have Shyster Starmer and Looney Lammy. That's the Foreign Secretary, David Lammy. Yeah. And Lisa says, I am a 64-year-old woman from North Carolina. I have worked hard all my life, as well as others. I am appalled at how these entitled criminals think that they have any right to do what they are doing. And the sad thing is, us working class Americans are paying for their food stamps, and Medicaid, and probably housing. This is a crazy story. Them all. Oh, and the rest, they put them in prison. Also, happy early birthday, Maya. You do a great work. Thank you very much. For the record, I'm going to have a birthday present for you guys tomorrow. So, stay tuned. I know you're supposed to be giving me a present, but I'm going to give you a present so that you could give me a present, if that makes any sense. Just wait for it. It might be, actually, it'll be tomorrow. So, watch 2CTV tomorrow. Okay? Trump would have been bashed by the Democrats, whatever his reaction to the riots was. Yes, if he hadn't reacted, what they would have said they would have still said it's Trump's fault that the riot started because he raided, right? And then two, they would have said, CNN, ABC, all of them would have said, look what America is like under President Trump. That's exactly what they would have said. They would have actually shown the riots footage. They would have said, this is what's happening with Trump. But because Trump is actually reacting, he's trying to fix it, they're not showing the riot footage properly. So they're just showing the protest footage. Maybe the fear of being shot with real bullets might prevent people from acting like savages. Well, yeah, the thing is, they are savages, so I don't think they can think properly. They have been shown too much leniency for years, and also policemen have been punished for upholding the law. Well, yeah, I showed that video earlier. The guy, one of the peaceful protesters who was covering his face, right? Saying that we are up against the enemy, and he's pointing out at the LAPD. These are police officers who are trying to keep your community safe, you idiots. Lotta says, Karen Bass and their leadership are scared because they have meshed the illegal immigrants, homelessness, and the normalization of the growing wealth gap in California. Bass, a professional protest organizer turned politician, and the rest of the California Democrats leadership feel safe to say any dumb thing while living in their $2 multi-million-dollar mansions. Their only concern is that they cannot underpay their landscapers and personal maids. But they're in the ivory towers. They're fine. They got their gated communities and they'll survive, right? Carney says the Canadian values are Muslim values. Yeah, on his live address. Yeah, he did say that a couple of days ago. There was such a crazy thing. I mean, Mark Carney, I actually thought he's going to be slightly more reasonable than Justin Trudeau. He makes me miss Justin Trudeau. Not really, but you know, it's gone complete crazy. All right, we have Phil saying from Super Chats, anyone who goes into a country illegally is a criminal. By default, you've already broken into the country. Before they even did the riot, they were already criminals, yes. Sean says, thank you, brother, for everything that you do. Thank you so much, Sean Cole, for your support, and continue obviously to watch the channel. Don't go anywhere. I am illegal. Legal, not illegal. I'm legal. And I absolutely hate these illegals. See? Evidence. Told you. Minted the Moose says, would anyone like to meet? Every time. We got fruity people in the live chat, guys. As usual, I have to get my local news from you, 2C, in the UK. Thank you. Well, good. It's a shame, but I have to do the job of the US media as well as obviously the rest of the world. But as long as we can do our job properly here, that's all that matters, right? We are starting a massive new media revolution when it comes to news reporting rather than just podcasts and everything else. We've got big plans coming in the next few months. So don't forget, download the 2CTV app today. You get access to all the news alerts and documentaries and everything else. You can become a member of 2C TV Plus by going on 2c.tv. Do it. It's the only way you can also support the channel. We can continue, but actually you get something in return. This is not really some sort of charity donation nonsense. We're a business. We believe in free market capitalism, and you will get something in return. Anyway, now let's see if we have another. Oh God, it's kicking up again, ladies and gentlemen, on the highway. Let's go to the next video we've just received from LA. They are calling them the anti-ICE protesters. Anti-ICE protesters. No, they're the criminal rioters. They are now attacking the police and throwing rocks at them, obviously. You know, that's what you do, right? Watch this.
Get down! Get down!
Oh, he got fucked! Oh! Oh my god, he got fucked! Oh, he's fucked!
Insane. I really feel sorry for the law enforcement right now on the streets in LA. They're simply trying to do their job, which they received the mandate from the taxpayers who pay their money, pay their salary to keep them safe, and they continue to be attacked. And also it's not really just about the illegal aliens, let's not forget about the far left rioters as well, Antifa and all the others who are instigating this, and it's being condoned and encouraged by the likes of Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to keep you guys posted as we are waiting for the 700 US Marines to arrive in LA any moment. Within the next 30 minutes and hours, and we'll find out if President Trump will be signing the Insurrection Act and whether the clashes will continue or not. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. I'm Maya 2C, and we are the media.
President Donald Trump says he would temporarily suspend his second term in the White House with a flurry of there will be a surprise outbreak. Given, as you heard from the introduction, that I have been around for a while and have had the opportunity and the privilege and the pleasure of serving in 5 administrations, I thought I would bring that perspective to the topic today, is the issue of pandemic preparedness. And if there's one message that I want to leave with you today, based on my experience, and you'll see that in a moment, is that there is no question that there will be a challenge, the coming administration, in the arena of infectious diseases, both chronic infectious diseases in the sense of already ongoing disease, and we have certainly a large burden of that, but also there will be a surprise outbreak. And I hope by the end of my relatively short presentation, you will understand why history, the history of the last 32 years that I've been the director of NIAID, will tell the next administration that there's no doubt in anyone's mind that they will be faced with the challenges that their predecessors were faced with. So for those who think that infectious diseases is gone, there's so many people who've made foolhardy statements not knowing at the time that they made them. I usually show a quote from an old Surgeon General or an old pundit in infectious disease. So I thought I'd pull this one out from Sir McFarlane Burnett, who was actually a Nobel Prize winning immunologist, who made the statement, as many did, to write about infectious diseases is almost to write of something that has passed into history. The most likely forecast about the future of infectious diseases is that it will be very dull, which is really kind of interesting coming from a semi-genius like McFarlane Burnett. And I think what he did, and the mistake that so many people have made, is something that several of our panelists have already referred to. And that is a failure to look beyond our own borders in the issue of the globality.
Want more steps? Get them now at buyofemoji.com. Chief MLB20.
The situation here in Santa Monica, California is very fluid. You can see police here now firing tear gas into the crowd. They are trying to push these folks back.
Earlier today, just a few blocks away, there was looting underway nearby. Police seem to have had enough.
The nation erupted into scenes of chaos, violence, and widespread destruction into the early morning hours. Dozens of American cities up in flames after some protests turned into riots, often followed by looting as a nation simmering with unrest unraveled.
How long can you be peaceful when your people are dying?
In Los Angeles, hours before a curfew was ordered, the city became a war zone. After attempting to breach television studios, large groups torched police cruisers as officers fired back with rubber bullets. Before nightfall, the looting began.
ICE raids Home Depot, starting a riot.
We're in the Westlake area. This is very close to downtown Los Angeles. Skyfox over the Home Depot out here off of Wilshire Boulevard. Just moments ago, officers from ICE were out here. That's going to be the Homeland Security, and they did take some folks into custody. Now, apparently there was some kind of scuffle at one point, possibly even a call for a man with a gun in the area. Right now, though, the Home Depot back to...
So the Los Angeles riots all started because ICE agents raided the Home Depot and a few other businesses looking for people illegally in the country. And as you're about to see the National Guards on the streets of Los Angeles, but the protesters, they don't seem to care.
Okay, so everybody is like running off right now. I'm not sure why. I can see just down the street. My photographer can move with me a little bit. There's a huge group of people marching down the street right now, and you can see this might be what we've seen before. Protesters squaring off with law enforcement right now.
These people are
Can
crazy.
you see that? So there you have, okay, we're hearing the flashbangs. We're hearing the flashbangs right now.
Some Mexican flag over here.
This is what we've been seeing night after night. These clashes, these some of these violent protesters squaring off with law enforcement. You have that law enforcement in riot gear there. You can see them with their shields. They're forming a line. They're doing what they can to protect themselves.
This is not going to stop until something really terrible happens. That's what frightens me. And watch how they're getting in the faces of armed troops.
We're going to go ahead and move. Stay with me. Stay with me. All right, so here we go. We're going to take you up to the line so you can see what's happening here. All right, so you can see right now, you have officers. They've created a line to protect themselves. Standing here with these protesters who are continuing to shout at them. The disrespect, the level of disrespect has just been insane over these past 2 years. So many people cursing and shouting at law enforcement. You know, these people are out here, they're just trying to protect and serve. They're just trying to keep this community safe. They're following instructions. They're here supporting ICE agents as they...
But the worst part about all of this is the folks who are destroying Los Angeles right now and attacking troops. They're doing it to protect people who are here illegally and may be very dangerous criminals. Look at this. Absolute mayhem.
Look at this chaos from yesterday. Rioters were waving around Mexican flags or waving around a fire there in southeast LA County. They were setting fires in the streets during an anti-ICE protest. Tear gas was used to disperse the violent anti-ICE protesters, but some of them threw those tear gas canisters right back at law enforcement. It was a dangerous, dangerous situation. And in addition to setting all those fires, rioters were also throwing boulders and rocks at law enforcement. And then on Friday, right here at the federal building, over 1,000 rioters surrounded it and attacked it. Violent protesters tried to stop ICE agents from carrying out their operation.
There is nothing peaceful about any of this. This is violence on display for the media to capture, to make it look to you and to me as if citizens are being attacked by law enforcement. That's how these activists think they can shut down these deportations. Look at this. It's wild. Look at the people smoke guns.
The police here, you have the National Guards here, tactical vehicles, military vehicles. Again, this is the very same place where all that violence broke out on Friday. When you had the acting ICE director, Todd Lyons, calling it appalling. This is where that happened. Where they said that that there were over 1,000 protesters. That was on Friday, and now we are dealing with this at this moment.
Turn off that stupid ad. Everyone knows this game is fake.
Actually, this is Lassie, and it's going meta viral because it developed.
They want these troops to injure them while they protest. Then they can be martyrs for this cause and get credibility amongst their fellow activists. Of course, if that happens, we Americans, the rest of us, we're going to know that they started it, but they're going to try to make it look like ICE and these troops started it. They're just trying to get a reaction out of the troops.
It's a very tenuous and tense situation there. Heard you say that you may have inhaled a little pepper spray, and we certainly appreciate you staying on the job.
It's okay.
All right,
It's okay, John. You can stay with me if you need to. I'm good.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Look, he's got the cuffs. They're ready to arrest people.
This is live television, and it's one of the biggest stories in the country right now. You can see that the National Guard members are remaining calm in the face of these taunts and heckling and even...
That's because they have no choice. These uniformed men and women, they have to stand there and they have to take this. They have to endure it. And if they do anything, they're going to be the enemy. But now the question is, who were the people taken down in these raids and how dangerous were they? Are these really people that the protesters are justified in saying we should have just let go and never messed with?
In response to ICE arrests throughout the city. It all started Friday night when agents captured with
at the Home Depot.
Worst of the worst. Some of the migrants arrested have been convicted of crimes ranging from assault. One arrest includes a gang member convicted of murder. By Sunday morning, hundreds of National Guard members were on duty in downtown LA at the request of President Trump, who says he will do whatever he can to bring peace back to the city.
What is the bar for sending Marines?
What I think it is, I mean, if we see danger to our country and to our citizens, we'll be very, very strong in terms of law and order.
You have to, because these protesters, they're out there attacking law enforcement to defend people who've been convicted of the worst crimes. There's no excuse for that. And while they're doing it, they're waving around the flags of other countries. That's totally bizarre. Kind of makes you wonder who's really behind this.
It's about law and order.
Accuracy your read on the feeble, sir. Secretary,
We got to see what we need. We'll send whatever we need to make sure there's law and order.
Meantime, California Governor Gavin Newsom formally requesting the administration rescind their, quote,
is he behind it?
Deployment of troops to LA, going as far as to say, quote, creating mass chaos and militarizing cities are acts of a dictator, not a president.
Okay, so it's his city, these are his voters, and they're the ones that are out there doing everything right here, inciting and provoking violence, creating mass chaos, causing the militarization of their city. That's what's happening here, and it's the fault of these politicians. But there is another country whose president also seems to be in favor of this.
Las mexicanas y los mexicanos que viven en Estados Unidos son hombres y mujeres de bien, son hombres honestos, que se fueron a Estados Unidos a buscar una mejor vida para ellos y para aportar a sus familias. No son criminales, son hombres y mujeres de bien.
She's defending the anarchy taking place in America. She supports it, and they're out there waving her country's flag.
Honestos. Tienen toda la solidaridad de su gobierno.
They have the solidarity of the Mexican government.
No estamos de acuerdo con esta forma de atender el fenómeno migratorio. No es con redadas ni con violencia como se va a atender el fenómeno migratorio.
She's calling the migration crisis a phenomenon, but here she is encouraging an open borders agenda that lets criminals inhabit these sanctuary cities.
You know, what's kind of amazing is you really have the story in one country, two different philosophies when it comes to legal immigration.
Yeah.
You got a mayor and a governor, elected, rightfully, who said legal immigrants are just like anybody else. And we're a sanctuary state, we're a sanctuary city. You have all the rights and we go out of our way to make sure you're not arrested. We got a president that got elected because he's going to enforce the border and get rid of illegal immigrant criminals first and the rest along the way. There are 660,000 illegal immigrant criminals. We're going to show you a roster shortly of some of the people that were arrested and scooped up. But ICE, in the eyes of these perhaps illegal immigrant rioters, are the problem, not the solution.
That's for sure.
It sparked a war of words between Gavin Newsom and President Trump over the weekend. Gavin Newsom does not want these 2,000.
Gavin Newsom is on the side of the Mexican president and the rioters. There's nothing American about that. This is not pro-American behavior. This is awful behavior. And this is inconsistent with our values. And in a second, I'm going to tell you why this is not going to stop anytime soon.
He said no, and that goes against the people that put him in office, because he says, no, they haven't, and it is out of control. So the governor sits there in a protected facility, wherever he is, doesn't want to go out and see what's going on.
Yeah, he's not out
says, okay, we're going to make Donald Trump the bad guy, and the mayor would have, every day she just reinforces how inadequate she is for the job, comes out and blames Trump.
Yeah, is Trump supposed to just sit by and watch this? They shut down the 101 freeway. They faced off with the National Guard.
So, okay, if the governor goes to these riots, which are happening in his state, who's he going to stand near? Is he going to stand near the federal agents, or is he going to stand near his own voters and face the federal agents and point his finger at them? That's a very big question. It's almost as if he's in a no-win situation, even though he's made it pretty clear himself.
I had to get my
I don't understand why this might not be ending anytime soon, even with increased National Guard presence. Take a close look at what's going on the freeway here.
Always my fault, my goddamn fault. I don't really care anymore. I don't really care anymore.
They don't care if they get roughed up attacking federal agents. They're not going to lose their job because of that. This isn't going to look at them and say, hey, why are you all scuffed up? What type of behavior were you engaged in? They don't have any accountability in their personal lives. They don't have to go home to children and answer to them why they were in jail for a few days. No, nobody in their life exists who they have any responsibility to, including themselves. And if they get arrested, they'll just post about it on TikTok. It will raise their victimhood status because now they're victims of President Trump, and he was mean to them personally, and now they have a reason to go out there and try to do it again. And any medical bills they might incur as a result of their horrible activity, well, if they're getting free health care from the state of California, something we know illegal immigrants get, we can see why they're not worried about the financial losses associated with this. On top of that, even if these people do get arrested, there are behind-the-scenes forces supporting this. And these protesters might know that a legal apparatus of progressives will come to their defense and try to get them released from jail so they don't actually deal with the consequences of their actions. And that's why we're here. We're here because a no consequences environment has been allowed to exist for far too long. Is that about to change? Let me know. We'll see you in the next video.
Don't settle for less. Here's what others are doing to fix missing and broken teeth. The company everyone has been raving about is called Nuvia, with thousands of 5-star reviews and a
Hey brothers and sisters, today is June 9th, 2025. Number 9. And just want to talk about some things. So I'm sure most of you guys know this, but the international conference meant to resurrect the idea of a two-state solution to the Israel-Palestinian conflict will take place from June 17th to the 20th. At the United Nations headquarters in New York. Okay? So Brother Todd sent me this on my community post early this morning. I shared a song that I heard in my spirit upon awakening. I actually really don't like this song at all.
And this is condemn the actual inflammatory call on the administration to submit to the manufacturing of crisis. This is what the civic area in downtown Los Angeles looks like. These are the skeletons of rainbow self-driving electric vehicles. You see there's a series of about 5 of them here just behind. That's what the rest of this downtown area in LA looks like. An electric scooter. Protesters back in Ireland. Left illegal.
One of God's
And this is condemn the actual inflammatory call on the administration to submit to the manufacturing of crisis. This is what the civic area in downtown Los Angeles looks like. These are the skeletons of
NXA 125. Oh, the violence, disgusting.
I uploaded the wrong video. Damn. Shit. I need to check something in a second.
The 14th was the last day of 4004.
That's not it.
And this has left officials in Iran uncertain about the uselessness of...
That's not it either.
Alright, I got this...
Fucking hell, damn it. I can't find it.
Everything for a purpose. And for a reason. Alright, can you guys hear me?
This is it.
Alright, before I get to the stuff I'm gonna do today, man, I gotta say something. So, I don't know how long I'm gonna be able to record this, because I might be going out of town later. I don't know.
That's not it.
It depends. Number 2, guys, before I get to Middle Eastern news, I got a lot of stuff on my mind right now.
Where's that video I was recording?
And in my head that are going on. It's really...
Where is that video? $435. No, I don't want to do that.
People from the Middle East. I think it was a terrorist group. I think it was people that were set up and it was planned because the left hates Israel. So if you look at it, you know, and everything, I guarantee you 100% the leftist liberal Democrats, they hate Israel. They want to destroy them. They planned that. I believe that was like a false flag or a mass shooting or something. It was a false flag or it was set up. I believe it was planned. I don't believe that. Okay, alright. Hey guys, how y'all doing, man? I'm back. We got a couple things to talk about, man. One, There was some big stuff coming out of the Middle East yesterday, and with Iran and stuff. I wanted to. All right. Hey guys, how y'all doing, man? I'm back. Alright, so apparently we got a storm coming over here in a couple of hours, so I'm gonna see how long I'm gonna be able to record this. I wanted to finish watching that stuff about the Nintendo Switch 2 because I wanted to see what they were saying about it. So we'll see. And then we're gonna go over the Yankees, and we're gonna watch the Yankee highlights, and I'm gonna go over PlayStation. Hey, I can't do it, because I told him to lead me and guide me in my life, and to help him, and for him to help me do the things I need to do in these last days. All right.
Uploading the wrong video.
How are y'all guys doing, man? We need to talk. We need to talk. And I didn't think I was going to make a video today. I think I was just kind of going to chill and relax. Maybe play some Days Gone. Maybe do something like that. Maybe go over the Yankee game, but they got slaughtered last night, 11-7 by Boston. They actually got slaughtered twice, actually. 11-7, then 11 to something else.
0609, yeah, that's it. That's the one.
All right. How are y'all guys doing, man? We need to talk. We need to talk. And I didn't think I was going to make a video today. I think I was just kind of going to chill and relax. Maybe play some Days Gone. Maybe do something like that. Maybe go over the Yankee game, but they got slaughtered last night, 11-7 by Boston. They actually got slaughtered twice, actually. 11-7, then 11 to something else. I don't know how people can sit back right now. Look, I'm gonna be honest with you again. I'm gonna tell you the truth. I'm gonna let you know. I don't know why we're still here, to tell you the truth, man. And I'm beginning to wonder if there is going to be a rapture or not. I think there is, but I'm not sure. I'm a little worried, dude. I'm a little worried. And I'm going to tell you why I'm worried. I don't know how people can sit back and watch and act like everything's fine and normal when I've been trying to tell people for days with what's been going on that this world's been going to hell and it's not going to hold up.
Okay, what do I gotta do here now? Gotta do,
Not enough people can sit back and watch the country just be torn down, and then look, something's going on in LA. Something's going on in LA more than just ICE, immigration, and the riots. Okay, something's deeper behind this. It feels like 2020 all over again.
Hey Ricky, you said you had a job for
Now,
me?
like I said, I remember the whole George Floyd thing.
You remember Shane Riley? Everyone called him Red.
Red Riley. Yeah, I never heard of
I don't know who's escalating this. I don't know if this is the left liberal elites or if this is Trump doing this.
Boots dying with God powerful red colored human.
But bro, this is getting crazy over in LA.
Anyway, he used to do runs for us.
Very crazy.
Until one day he decides he didn't like the camp credits we were paying.
And I've been keeping up to date with this, and I've been following this.
Who?
Lindsay.
Like I said,
Before Blair.
one thing I really weren't worried about is martial
She
law.
was armed. She just wasn't expecting.
They're putting the Marines over there. They deployed the Marines in LA, bro.
And then takes off before anyone knows what's happened.
If God don't come get us out of here soon, and if the rapture does not occur soon, we're screwed, bro.
He and his men have been
This country is going to go under martial law.
You don't gotta ask. You got this thing.
We're going to have a civil war.
About killing.
Something's going to happen soon.
I know. So I
Okay.
knew you'd want to handle it.
Yeah, like I said, I got this covered. What else can you tell me about it?
I'm not doing this to scare people. I'm doing this to tell them that they need to come to
I
God.
heard he was such an addict that he rounds up
Put your trust in Christ, and you
takes
need
out tobacco
to
and shoots
be
them.
ready.
Oh, that's disgusting.
Because we're going to be
So
having
I
a
got
rapture
things-
very soon.
Yeah. Be careful, Deke.
Today's the day that Trump's travel ban went into play, too. This country and this world's under a lot of weird stuff going on right now. Not just with the weather, bro, but lawlessness has gotten out of control. Lawlessness at this point is crazy, ridiculous, and nuts. I don't know who is agitating this. California Governor Gavin Newsom said that he didn't think that there was no reason to send the National Guard into LA to fix the problem, that the police had it under control. Now, I think if Trump wouldn't have done anything, they would have continued to let it escalate and get out of control because they want chaos. But they have the Marines. They're deploying the Marines in LA. That sounds like something straight out of Hunger Games. Like I said, dude, I tried to say this to y'all last night. I think we're screwed if God don't come get us out of here, man. And I don't know how the world, people, individuals can just go out and act like, go about and act like everything's okay and everything's fine, because it said, when they say peace and safety, sudden destruction come upon them as woman with travailing child, and they shall not escape. And it was in the days of Noah. They were eating, marrying, giving into marriage, eating, drinking, marrying, giving into marriage, and then the flood came and took them all away. Meaning, this time it's going to be the rapture, or people are going to be gone.
And of course,
A devastating event came to the world, and they were not ready, and they got left behind, and they had to suffer what was coming. With the ones that put their trust and belief in Christ, know about prophecy, know about the end times, they know what's coming, or they have an idea because they're being warned, or God's showing them.
Hey, listen.
We have an idea of it all.
Thanks for bringing us.
We'll be the ones taking it, man, bro. This country,
Gotta go. Taking up.
it ain't what it once was again, man. It ain't what it was. We're about to lose our freedoms. We're about to lose our independence. We're about to lose our country because they're trying to overthrow, start an insurrection, cause a problem. They find a solution to fix it. They are escalating violence over there, man. They're escalating violence. They're escalating chaos. I don't necessarily think it's Trump's fault. I think that he tried to go in there and fix it because if he didn't go in there and if Trump didn't send the National Guard into LA, they just let it get out of control and continue to keep going, and it would have gotten worse. Karen Bass and Gavin Newsom, they wouldn't have done anything. And Trump tried to stop it, or at least make it get under control, right? Not to mention also, he's trying to get the illegals out of the country that don't belong here, that are problems for our country. And these people are fighting like crazy. Like I said, I don't know if these are paid actors or if these are people that is behind this thing. I don't even know if Trump is, I don't even know if this is planned, and Trump is laying his head, he calls this, I don't know. And everything, or like, they are made to do this. I've heard they've been given this stuff to attack ICE, the police, Border Patrol, clash with the military, clash with the Marines. Okay, everything right, stuff. The left is giving them this stuff, the elites. Bro, I mean, I don't know what to tell you, man. We've got to have a rapture soon, and people just act like, oh, it's okay. And it says, oh, don't fear, don't be afraid, don't be scared, but I'm a little scared, I'll be honest with you, man. It's getting bad over there. It's getting scared. Yes, I believe in God, and yes, I put my trust in Christ, but, bro, I'm scared for this country. I'm scared for the world. I'm afraid we're going to go under martial law. That's what scares me about the most of it. And I don't know who's escalating this, dude. They're definitely adding on violence over there, man. And it's been going on for 3 days now. Something happened in LA. It is. I prayed about it last night, asked God about it, and everything, and so what's going on. And I asked him, why is this happening? And I believe he told me that it's all part of the last days, the end days revelation. It's all part of the events that are supposed to come before the end. And he said that I believe that it's not just going to spread to LA, it's going to spread to the whole country. And there could be a civil war, or there could be something. But God told me that I believe that. I prayed about it, asked him to lead me and guide me and help me, show me these final days. And he said that they don't like Trump so much that they're trying to cause chaos and violence and escalations to start a war, civil war. They're trying to do something like they did back on July 13th. And this is all part of the coming end. Wars and rumors of wars, nation against nation, which nation against nation is clashing against each other right now. Kingdom against kingdom. And it's not just going to happen in LA, it's going to go to other countries.
Alright, now what do we do?
Like I said, you have that travel ban. And
I'm getting kind of tired, man.
We got some weather over here in my area. It was raining when I got up, so I don't know if I'm going to be able to record this, but I'm going to try.
That's it.
And the end is coming. It's coming very soon. It very well could come.
Alright, Fred. Where the hell are you?
Very well could be the 11th. Like I said, when the deadline with Iran ends on the 11th.
Okay, yes, cigarette butts, yes.
And not good, man. It's not good. people say that Trump is trying to cause violence and escalations and trying to egg on protesters, trying to cause this to happen. It's Trump trying to have a reason to invoke the Insurrection Act or to cause violence or to cause some martial law in America. It's they're saying it's part of that Project 2025 thing that he did back in the election, but I'm not sure, man.
That's tobacco spit.
I mean, you know, God's still in control, we know that, but things are getting out of hand, man, over there, which is bad. You definitely got a problem going on, man. You know, there's a war going on between the left and the right. That's all. I mean, that's been a thing for a long time. But there's definitely spiritual warfare. There's definitely spiritual war going on. The devil and everything is gathered together to put his stuff together because he knows his time is short and he's running out of time. He's trying to use tactics to try to cause problems. There's a good and evil war going on in LA, dude. People, it's these criminals and these individuals and these people fighting against people that are coming in to try to secure America and protect our country and get these people out and stop this. It's definitely Satan waging war because the leftist people are all about chaos and violence, are all about control and power. They're all about their agenda, you know, and everything. They're as evil as it gets. The left are, the liberals are as left leaning as you can get. They're for Satan. They're for the satanic New World Order. They're for the One World Order. They're for you know, that whole woke ideology. You know, and everything. They're being run by the devil, man. And I'm not saying Trump's any better, but at least he's trying to send people in there to do their jobs to protect our country and get people out that don't need to be here, that have had criminal history and records that are not good. And I was reading about this yesterday, and a lot of people that were arrested, a lot of these people that were arrested, dude, they're some very bad people. They are, okay? These people that were arrested and detained, they have a criminal history and they're not good. That were led into our country by Biden and, you know, all the corrupt political leaders, you know, and everything. I wouldn't trust a politician, period. I don't really even like Newsom or Karen Bass, but I can tell you for a fact that this is definitely spiritual warfare going on. This is a spiritual war. This is a battle between good and evil. This is a battle of the last days. Very well could be a civil war. People need to buckle up because we very well could have a rapture very soon. I don't know. I can't see why we're still here, man, with the way this stuff is going. But
wooden box.
This is Satan setting up his plan to bring about the beast system and the one world order to control people. And how does he do that? Steal, kill, and destroy. The only way he knows how to do that is to incite violence and incite chaos. The whole leftist goal is to incite chaos and violence. It's to bring on the order out of chaos thing, or to cause problems. It's to bring about what they want to do. Am I saying Trump's behind this? I don't know. Am I saying he's the one that made it worse? Maybe. You know, everything right and stuff. But I think if they didn't bring the National Guard in there, they didn't bring the stuff into LA. It would have got a lot worse. They would have let it get out of control, and there would have been a lot more chaos. I think they would have let it get very bad in LA, and then it would have spread to other places. And like I said, this all started with ICE, where they were trying to get people to, and like I said, the leftist liberal elites, they don't like illegals. They want illegals coming to the country. They don't like the concept of Trump trying to take illegal immigrants out of the country or to get rid of illegals. They're against that. They want them to come in to the country with open borders, and all that stuff, right? So this all started with Trump going into other cities and doing raids with ICE and with immigration, arresting these people in these cities, and everything, right? And then these illegals in other countries, and they were not a fan of ICE, and everything, and them arresting these people, trying to get them out. Now, I believe that, hey buddy, come on. I believe that, I believe that, a lot of them should come in legally. And if you can't come in legally, just stay over there, right? The consulate and everything. I think it should come in legally, and everything, right? And they want to come into our country and illegally, and they want to get, anyway, it all has to do with the fact that they're against the idea of, Trump's agenda, Trump's plan, Trump's ideas and everything, and, legally, and immigrants and all this, and migrants, and it all has to do with so much more. There's so much more behind the scenes and deeper. It's always deeper than that. It's not just ICE. It has to do with the governments and powers that be and the people behind the scenes that are wanting to cause violence and chaos, because it's all part of their agenda.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard to find.
To bring peace to the world, to bring peace, and to bring peace and stability to the world. It's part of the two-state solution thing that's coming in June with Israel and Palestine. And if you noticed, they are waving Mexican flags and Palestinian flags. There's all sorts of people in LA waving Palestinian flags.
What are you hiding?
And everything, right? And stuff. This is all part of a war going on where they're trying to escalate violence. They're trying to turn people against Israel. They're trying to turn people against America.
Stupid.
They're trying to turn people against each other.
Pay attention to where you look behind
They're trying to turn people against
Watch your
Trump,
surroundings.
blame on him. They're trying to incite chaos and violence. Am I saying that I think the police could have handled the riots and protests in LA? I don't know, man. I don't know if the LA police could have done anything about those. And everything. Probably not. They would have just let them continue to do it. And everything, right? Like,
oh shit.
In
dynamite.
The wildfires, like the Los Angeles wildfires, people remember that, right? When the Palisades got burned down and all that. Well, they did nothing about that. The only person that bothered to go in there and actually do something about it was Trump. And Karen Bass, the mayor of LA, instead of being there to see what was going on with that, she went to go attend the inauguration of the mayor of Haiti. She went to Haiti and it wasn't there for what happened in LA. So, and everything, right? And stuff. These people are corrupt and evil, dude. Right? I'm not saying Trump is much better, but you know, and everything, right? You know, and stuff. But you gotta look at, like, we're kind of in a battle between good and evil right now. And like I said, it's really kind of been that way even with politics, like the lesser of two evils, right? But and guess who also went to Helene? Guess who did not show up during Hurricane Helene? Biden didn't. Biden administration didn't. Harris didn't. Guess who showed up for Hurricane Helene and the hurricanes that happened in Florida last year? Trump, Elon, with Starlink. I know how it's funny. It's kind of funny how our former administration did not show up to help the people, but Trump did.
Almost out.
Kind of interesting, huh? Kind of interesting how they hate Donald Trump so much, and yet they don't want to help anybody in America. They don't care about America. They don't care about the citizens. They don't care about the country. They want to see it burned down and destroyed, and they want to cause chaos. They want to cause complete lawlessness. They want to destroy America. They want to destroy this world. Notice how they don't care anything about our country. They don't care anything about our country or the state of America. They'd rather watch it burn down, destroyed, or so much destruction, right? They'd rather burn down the state of LA than go and do what Trump wants, right? And they'd rather watch the country just go down in flames. They'd rather have a civil war than give up power and control. And because now they don't have power and control, they're going to find a way to take it back by inciting violence and chaos in a war somehow. Okay, you know, and everything. Because like I said, they can't do much with Donald Trump in office. But what they can do is they can incite violence and chaos in a riot, and they can cause all these things to happen, which, if Trump is behind it, very well could shut the country down or cause martial law, number one. Or two, we could have a civil war, you know, and everything, right? I'm not saying that's the case, but, yeah. Guess who was the only person to show up during these disasters in America when they've happened? Trump. Nobody on the left, nobody in politics, nobody politicians decided to stop this violence, decided to stop these riots, decided to stop these protests, decided to stop all this craziness. And I'm not saying that you can, I'm not saying that it's not, I'm not saying that I'm not necessarily against the idea of peaceful protesting. No, I'm not. You can do it peacefully, but see what they're doing in LA is not peaceful. They want to tell you it's peaceful, and then Newsom wants to advocate for peaceful protests and for people to not do that, and also to not being able to cause violence, right? And stuff. And don't do, you know, try not to do anything destructive, right? And stuff. And he says, oh, we didn't bring in the National Guard. Trump just wants a spectacle. And they want to bring in, you know, the police can handle it, you know, and everything and stuff. And we got this under control, right? You know? And stuff. And
Prince.
There was no need for the National Guard,
Like,
you know, and everything, right?
Prince that some fancy cowboy boots would make.
And he also said that, anyway, they're just totally against Trump, you know, and everything, right? You know, and stuff, and a bunch of stuff like that. But like I said, notice how the only people that went to go help during these disasters was actually Trump. And they didn't do anything about it. Right? Remember, like, when Hurricane Helene hit Florida, Then you had the Tampa hurricane that blew off the roof, and the hurricane that pretty much destroyed the Tampa Bay roof. The Tropicana Field roof was like destroyed during that hurricane last year. So you know and everything, right? And these disasters between like Helene and there was another hurricane, forgot the other one, but yeah, you know and everything, right? And like I definitely think that thing between Trump and Elon's over. They definitely, you know, that's done. But it's more than likely Elon's gonna turn on him. I don't know. That's just, you know, drama, trying to turn away from real things. You know, and I think maybe while we had our backs, while we were turning to the whole Elon-Trump feud with the big beautiful bill, they were planning this event in LA, and they were getting it ready to cause chaos in Los Angeles. They were setting it up so that there would be violence in LA, and they were planning it, just like Paris. Like, I don't know if y'all remember the Paris,
Something's here.
the Paris, France riots. So you know, everything, right? You know, stuff. They were planning this when people were like tuned into the whole Elon-Trump feud. Over the big beautiful Congress spending bill, right? It was a spending bill, and the big beautiful bill that was going to be passed that went to Congress and was supposedly they were thinking about passing. You know, we didn't see the stuff going on in LA to the last minute, and then it hit. I think the 8th. Or the 7th or the 8th, I think it was the 8th when this really started to get bigger. But we didn't notice that until probably Friday, I'd say probably Saturday night at 7 a.m. or 7 p.m. at least. That was when I believe it started for me. When I got home from being out of town from Montgomery, I got the news about them sending the National Guard into LA.
I don't know where to go to find.
You know,
I don't know where to find Red Riley.
But I didn't know nothing about what was going on in LA with the riots until Saturday night. And then it got more and more yesterday. And then they were talking about the Marines, you know, and stuff. And you notice how this did not become that big of a thing till.
Here are the keys. Search cabbage.
Sorry, you notice how this did not become that big of a thing while Elon and Musk were feuding over the big beautiful bill that Trump wanted. Notice how this did not become a thing till Saturday, where there was rioting, there was people destroying stuff, fires in the streets, throwing cinder blocks and things at cars, lighting them on fire, fighting with the police, border patrol, ICE.
Yeah, that's the Nero car.
Waving Mexican and Palestinian flags, just causing all sorts of craziness in LA, all sorts of chaos, you know, and you know, just going nuts, writing, you know, F ICE, F LAPD, F, you know, all sorts of stuff like that, right? You know, stuff. So, and then it escalated and it got worse, right? You know, and everything. And I've noticed the weather's picked up more aggressively in the last couple of days too, since we've been having these riots and everything. Since we've been having these riots and we've been having all these protests in LA, right? and the stuff with the National Guard and the Marines. So, we gotta be getting out of here soon, we really do, but like, I don't remember this whole thing in LA being that big until Saturday. I don't. It's gotten like a lot bigger, you know, and everything. Am I saying it's Trump's fault? No, I don't think it's Trump's fault, and I don't think it was ever Trump's fault to begin with. Just like I don't think that that whole thing with him and Elon was it was blown way out of proportion. That thing with him and Elon was blown way out of proportion, and I think that Elon used to be a former Democrat, and then he became, you know, on Trump's side. So am I saying Elon's working with the elites to try to sabotage Trump? Wouldn't surprise me. And what he's doing to cause issues, to get him to lose the next election, and or to get one of his family members to lose the next election, or to cause problems with the election. And then the 2026 midterms, which is coming up.
Of course, a bear.
Right.
Not this time.
And it was still here, that is. And and he was trying to sabotage Trump.
Oh, wait.
Including releasing the big boom proposal that Elon said, the big boom on Trump.
My life was just one big
Donald J. Trump was in the
test after
Epstein
another.
file.
Just one big test
Have a nice
after
day.
another. Test after
You know,
test after
that whole
test.
thing with Elon and Trump was just political theater.
I don't care anymore.
And it was funny. But in the meantime, while he was in the government, they were in the government fighting over, you know, petty nonsense and stupid stuff, you know, and everything, crazy things, you know, and everything, like two children, you know, over a toy.
Shit.
And you know, and nonsensical things, you know, and everything. They might have been planning that whole thing in LA. They might have been planning that whole thing in LA, setting that thing up for chaos. They very well could be starting all that. And Elon could have been used as a distraction. Now, I'm not saying that's the case, but yeah. Notice how there's been a travel ban, there's been Elon and Trump fighting each other, and then there's been this chaos shit, you know, and everything, right? And Trump, them fighting over that beautiful, big, beautiful bill, and just them no longer want to be around each other, or whatever, no longer being there. And then what's even more interesting is that Elon said Trump's done with Elon, and then there's, you know, and everything. And like I said, yeah, the whole thing about Trump being in Epstein files came out. Like I said, some people knew that, but you know, it's just this is why Trump won't release Epstein files. He's in it. And then there was a video that was released about Trump being with Epstein, and it was like, okay, you know, and everything. And there really was no evidence to prove that Donald Trump really was involved with Jeffrey Epstein, except for one point. But anyway, and then you have all this stuff going on with LA the following day, right? I'm not saying the travel ban's going to help anything, and I don't think it will, but Trump did it because he was trying to protect America and the Israeli citizens, because the U.S. backs Israel. The U.S. backs Israel, and the left does not like Israel. They are for Palestine. They are for the two-state solution. The United Nations and all these other countries, they are for turning people against Israel. They very well could let these people into our country and allow this to happen with, you know, stuff like that guy in Boulder and that guy in Washington, D.C. shooting those people. And this very well could be where the whole thing with lawlessness and peace and safety thing comes into play. Okay, you know, and everything, right? Or peace and stability.
Search all the cabins.
You know, and anti-Semitism has gone off the charts. There's a lot of anti-Semitic people against, you know, and everything, right? So what am I trying to say? And, you know, and Trump was also getting rid of people that were being anti-Semitic toward Israel with Palestine, and You know, the whole thing about how Trump said he felt like the country was in danger after Boulder, so he put a travel ban out on other countries, you know, and everything. And not only that, you know, and not to mention that also, what am I trying to say? The country.
Prize dumb
I guess
behind
the
you.
country was
Y'all are really stupid. You really are.
And then there was
You literally don't look
Russia
behind you and you let someone
some
speak
other
up behind
stuff. So
you.
yeah.
Brain dead AI. Good job for that.
Notice how all these events
Good job.
have
Y'all
correspond
fools
to
are
what is
completely
now.
brain dead.
Kind of interesting.
Like half the
It
world.
really is, you know. And
We don't
everything.
understand anything that's
And
going on.
Not only that, but like
But they will soon, though.
Trump is trying to stop and protect America and Israel against anti-Semitic individuals and Palestinians and these people that are trying to cause violence in our country, and you know, and everything, and
Turn the proof of kill. Okay.
and you know,
Now I got to go back to my motorcycle.
get these people out of America that are doing what they're doing. Like I said, I think it's the beginning of them trying to turn people against the Jews and against the country and against America. And Trump, it's the beginning of them trying to turn people against each other, against America, against Trump, nation against nation, kingdom against kingdom. So, what am I trying to say, bro? Open the comments. It says when you see these things happen,
You there?
look up, because your redemption draws nigh. And not only that, but it says these things must take place, but the end is not yet. You know, and everything, right? And stuff. Alright, you know, and stuff. But it's interesting how when you look at it, we're probably getting to the end, y'all, very soon. Because something's gonna happen with Iran. So you know, and everything, right? And stuff. I believe that. I believe God is sending out His last warnings to people because the days are getting shortened for the elect. It says if the days were not shortened, even the elect would be deceived. Okay, you know, and everything, right? And stuff. So, but notice how all this happened, and it's happening again under Trump, right? It's happening again under Trump. Notice how we had like a time of peace, and now all we're having now is chaos in the country and destruction. And all this stuff. Notice how peace has completely gone away now. You have the National Guard in LA, you have the Marines possibly in LA. You got all this crazy stuff. You have fighting with Elon and Trump in the government. And you have a potential war with Iran coming soon, right?
Okay, I can't go that way.
So
I'm gonna drown. Okay.
I don't know, man. I worry about it, I guess you could say, but I don't know. It's
There's
like,
my
it's
bike.
something's going on there. You have to admit it. Something's going on there. I don't know what it is, but there's something more to it. And Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of the Department of Defense, said that if this gets worse, they're going to send in the military. I mean, they're going to send in the Marines. The Marines, y'all. The freaking Marines. That should bother people. Okay, you know what I'm saying. The freaking United States Marines. That is not good. Okay, you know what everything, right? Alright, you know and everything. We need to pray for this country, man. And we need to pray hard. Because stuff is getting bad. Alright, you know and everything. Yeah, just notice how that's all happened, right? Notice how, like, there wasn't, I guess you could say there wasn't that much violence in the country before all these riots in LA. Yeah, there was a Boulder incident, and there was a thing in Washington, D.C. It was starting to boil, if you think about it. All the peace stuff was going away. They didn't want peace, bro. They don't want peace, dude. They want war. Okay? A lot of peace in the United States has gone away. And it was starting to boil, including with Paris. But they started, like, causing all sorts of riots and destruction even back in Paris. Look, I'm not knowing everything, but LA is definitely a boiling pot for what's to come. You gotta look at it like this, man. This is not good, though. It's just not good with where things are going. But yeah, you've had all these incidents happen in the last couple of days under Trump. You had that guy, Solomon, being arrested. You had Trump issuing that trial ban. You had Elon and Trump fighting over the big beautiful bill that was supposed to go in Congress. And you have and the big beautiful bill. If y'all guys don't know what that is, I looked into it. It said it's supposed to allow people to not be able to regulate AI for 10 years. The main section of the bill is about not being able to put regulations on artificial intelligence for 10 years. One of the big things in the bill. Now, I don't know what all is in the bill, but one of the biggest things that Congress is against is having artificial intelligence regulate AI for 10 years. So you know and everything, right? So, something like that, I guess you could say. And like I said, I just wanted to kind of kick back today and not really do this. But like I said, dude, I feel like we have to talk about this, or I have to talk about this because this stuff is important. Because if we don't, you know, our country could very well get out of control. And we can be under martial law. I'm not saying we are. And I'm sorry I freaked out about these things because I freaked out about that yesterday because, like, this stuff does bother me the last couple of days. I just feel something deep down is it's not right.
Just trying to make my way back to my bike and they killed me.
See these things, it's just, you know. And I feel like I gotta talk about it. Yeah, it does not. It allows people not to regulate artificial intelligence for 10 years.
I'm gonna stab this one. I'm gonna.
And you know, you have Elon leaving the government and Doge, and Trump and Elon no longer being around each other, and something about Elon joining up with some people, and so yeah, I have a feeling this is going to be a problem for Trump coming up in 2026 if we're still here. The election, this is going to cause a lot of political discourse, a lot of problems with Trump. And I think that's what they wanted.
All right.
They wanted to disrupt or cause problems. They wanted to make it harder for him to win in 2026. The Republicans or the conservative Republicans to keep the House in 2026. And also going into the next election, if there is a next election, if we don't have war, there is a next election, if we're still here, like I said, we are war. And that's going to be a problem and everything, right? And I guess Musk thought he was doing something and being, you know, Musk was doing something and being Mr. Tough Guy, and, you know, it was just being so, you know, Musk was doing something to be Mr. Tough Guy and doing this thing where he was like, okay, you know, stuff, and thought I guess he was gonna, like, you know, cause something to happen. It's like, I'm gonna drop the bombshell on people. Donald John Trump is in the Epstein files. You know, and everything. He thought, oh, I'm gonna really stir things up. It's like, no. You know, and everything, right? He thought, okay, I'm gonna do this, and it's just like, this whole thing with Elon and Trump was just political theater. It's pretty interesting, though. But, like, yeah, it's just, and when you look at it, I guess you could say, like, I don't know. It's funny to me, either way, how all that's going. And, I guess it's to just cause disruption with Trump and to make things worse. I guarantee it was planned. They did it. The elites, it's what they wanted. Elon is a former Democrat. Guarantee you he's working with the elites.
Everybody's asleep.
He's a part of their plan. He's part of that AI agenda. He's in the government, but he's probably a spy or he's someone that's doing stuff with Trump. Wouldn't surprise me if he got in. They used him as some kind of plant or some kind of like thing in the government. To sabotage Trump. But yeah, either way, it's just like, you know, everything, right? Or these two could be working together, and like I said, Trump could be the Antichrist and Elon the false prophet, which I don't think so, because like I said, how the heck are you going to be able to keep somebody that is supposed to be loyal to you if you do what you do to them? And I don't see those two coming together anytime soon with the way things are going. So I believe that Trump is the Antichrist, and Elon could be the false prophet. I'm not saying he is. That Trump is not the Antichrist, you know, and everything. The Antichrist will be the one that will be able to end the wars. Trump can't end the wars. So, you know, and everything, right, and stuff. But I don't think Trump is the Antichrist. Now, I'm not totally, but like I said, how are you going to get someone that is a false prophet to get them to worship you if you don't have this? And obviously, no. It's just not a possibility that Elon's going to be the false prophet to Trump being the Antichrist, because these two are not on good terms. Either way. So, but, like I said, that's political theater. And it was probably all a distraction to turn people away from what was coming in LA and the riots and all the other stuff. It was a distraction to keep people busy so they could plan out what they were going to do in their next step behind the scenes with Palestine and this whole destructive concept of Antifa and revolutionized the Intifada, which is a term that they coined with the Palestinians. They're doing that in LA. Okay, you know what I think. And to start the riots. Emphasize the Intifada or whatever I think it was called. They said that that happened in DC back a couple of months ago. It was called emphasize or and everything. So yeah, it's just like 2020, y'all. They're looting, they're rioting, they're destroying stuff, they're burning down the streets, they're causing massive destruction like during COVID-19 and 2020. They're causing all sorts of just massive. They're causing all sorts of just like absolute destruction in LA.
I don't know how.
Yeah, they did it in Seattle. They're doing it in LA. Okay, you know, and everything. So I don't know if y'all remember when Antifa and all these other groups just completely just caused all sorts of massive destruction and chaos and looting and burning down buildings and all sorts of crap during 2020. You know,
I don't see her. Must be glitched.
After
she's not there.
You know, in the during the 2020 election and COVID,
started over
and everything, right? And then Trump came during BLM and the George Floyd riots, people were protesting Floyd being killed by a police officer, and supposedly that's a load of bullshit because now it's come out that there's evidence to prove that Floyd did not get strangled. He had not, he could breathe, and they lied about what happened in 2020. So, you know, because they lied about what happened in 2020, and everything happened there, they blamed it on Trump, and they said it was Trump's fault. You know, and everything, right? That, about the police officer that killed Floyd. And they said that when the officer put his foot on Floyd's neck to where he couldn't breathe, or something around that time.
Yeah,
it turns out that was not true. You know, and everything. Or it turns out that the evidence is coming.
What a relief. Lindsay has some photos.
And now 3 years later, there's been information on Floyd.
See you around.
You know, and everything, right? So, like, it's just, and stuff. But then people are just like, oh, Trump was a bad guy because he came into Seattle during that time, and when he was president, had the SWAT team or the police shoot tear gas at protesters to get them out of the way so Trump could walk over to a church and do a photo op with a Bible, you know, and everything. You gotta remember that, you know, and everything. I do, you know, and everything. I was like still fairly young when that happened. You know, and that was before lockdowns and before COVID-19. What am I trying to say? The 2020 thing, if y'all remember, you know, everything, right? And stuff. I was maybe 2021, 2022 when that happened. I'm like fairly old for my age now. I'm 28, but I think that was 2021, 2022. That was when I was still working my full moon job, and that's when the country got shut down and I had to leave. But I remember watching that a couple of years back, and they were protesting the Floyd situation in Seattle. And Trump was saying there was lawlessness there. And they shot tear gas at protesters. And he walked across the street and had a Bible, and he was taking a picture of him holding a Bible at a church. So, like I said, I don't know what that's about. A lot of people point to the fact that Trump is the future Antichrist because of Project 2025 and the fact that it says that the Antichrist will bring religious laws back to America.
Nice.
The Antichrist will put people back under the law, bring religious laws back to the country, and he will join together church and state, and he will make it a law to have people go to church and do all this on Sunday. He will bring religion back to America. He will make it a part of his agenda. Christian nationalism is what it is, some people say. And he will
new upgraded engine. I need
he
this
will
fight. Yep.
He will make his own laws
Stock
and
on
his
ammo
own
too, here.
perspectives in power. He will also have the ability to change times and laws and do whatever he wants. In other words, he can change everything to his liking and do whatever he wants for 7 years. 7 and a half years. meaning like 7 years of supposed peace, and then 3 years of, you know, and then the last 3.5 years control and power over the whole world with the mark. So, but yeah, and everything, right, and stuff. So it also talks about how the Antichrist will institute the Noahide laws, and he will bring back the Noahide laws and put people under that. And the people who don't follow the Noahide laws or don't agree to it will be beheaded. So yes, you know, and everything. Bring back the ancient or the old Noahide laws, the old perspectives of the Hebrew Bible, or the protections of the Jewish concepts with the Torah. He will be the false Messiah. He will be the Jewish Messiah that they're looking for. He will be the people that. He will be the person that promises peace to the Jews, a 7-year covenant, and then says he will be their God, and he will offer sacrifice. He will give them offerings and sacrifices for years, and then he will cut those offerings and sacrifices off. You know, and everything. So it's like, okay, you know, and everything, and he'll reign the temple, the desolation of abomination. You know, and everything, right, and stuff, and he will do that. You know, and everything when it comes to it. And he will claim to have the knowledge and the answers to fix everything, and he will build a third temple. They will build a temple for his honor. Now, like, obviously Trump can't be the Antichrist because he can't stop these wars. He can't end these wars, and I don't see how Trump can be the Antichrist because Trump can't end these wars. He's done everything he can to try. Trump is under a tremendous amount of pressure, and more than he's ever been, probably in his second term at his age.
Let's go.
And he can't end these wars. He can't stop these wars. He can't promise to fix the world's problems and to bring peace and to make everything better. Only the Antichrist can. Trump cannot. What I'm trying to say is, Trump cannot. This person claims to come on to stuff to fix all the world's problems and promises peace. And
when's the last time you went up there?
To bring everybody under a concept of peace and stability, and he will restore order to the world. Supposedly, is what it's saying. He will end the wars, and he will bring a sense of peace and stability and a better perspective to the world.
Sounds like
what happens, right?
Alright.
But then when the rapture occurs, this person will present his plans to. This person will fully present his plans to the world, which is death, destruction, and chaos. Death, destruction, and control of the world. So you know everything, right? In America, I just don't see how that's Trump. Because Trump can't. He can't. How are you going to bring peace to the world if you still have war? The only way you're going to bring peace is if you end all the wars, right? If you end all the wars, you stop everything, and then you have a time of peace, and then that gives them time to build a mark or to work on everything. Like, so it's not possible. Now Trump is saying that Trump is trying to make peace or trying to stop the wars, but he can't. You have the Russia-Ukraine war, you have the Gaza war, you have Iran. I mean, dude, Trump is Trump's not that person that can do that. I don't think so. And everything, right? And so, unless Trump gets a third term and somehow he's able to end all this stuff when he's still president, I don't know how. Anyway, but
this is why you brought me out of here. It's full of a bunch of goddamn freaks. Yeah.
No, I just don't see it happening. Right? And everything. I think Jared Kushner's going to be the one that's going to end the war in the Middle East. He's going to bring peace to the world. He's going to control the world through AI. him and Elon, and I feel like Jared's going to sign that covenant with Israel, Palestine, and the nations for 7 years. He's going to sign that Daniel 9:27 covenant. It's going to promise to stop all this stuff that's going on in the world, where he can bring like a sense of peace and stability and security to the Palestinians and the Israelis, and this doesn't happen.
Yeah.
So when it comes to stuff.
These here freaks. But you weren't wrong about one thing.
And
freaks, the big groups, the ones that some call.
Once the rapture occurs, and before that happens, the rapture will occur, and then when we're gone,
and I've been out here in the shit collecting bounties for more than a year.
He will reveal his plans of. He will reveal his true plans, and that is he wants to take over the world and control it, and rule everybody through AI.
You got a point.
So, he wants power.
Shit.
Jared's a perfect candidate for Antichrist. You want to know why he's perfect candidate for Antichrist? He's young enough to be that next person in line to come after Trump, or for Trump to hand the reins over to in the future.
Doesn't seem all that smart, even for a goddamn.
And everything.
Hold up. You remember telling
He's Donald Trump's son-in-law, which is married to Ivanka. Like I said, there are people out there that have their theories that Trump, after Trump's presidency in 2028,
in July,
Trump's presidency in 2025, that he's going to hand the reins off to one of his family members to continue his legacy in politics.
I think
it's a possibility it might be Ivanka.
What do you mean?
It's a possibility that Trump might have Ivanka run for president in 2028.
Ricky, Schizo, a few.
And everything, right?
You think got killed? A few. Yeah.
Jared bought a building on 666 Fifth Avenue, New York.
Damn it, dude.
There's no coincidence, and everybody who knows 666 is the devil's number. Okay, and everything. Jared Kushner owns Kushner Companies, which is involved with a lot of other stuff. Not only that, Jared also has a company, or has a sign talking about the peace and stability or stuff, talk about Israel and Palestine. He had a thing that said,
these freaks, the big groups.
Anyway, stuff like that. Jared went to a conference with a bunch of Jared went to a Middle East conference that was talking about his plan for the future, including like how he had all these leaders he knew and all these individuals and all these people, and how he had a plan for the Palestinians and Israelis. And how Jared was incredibly intelligent. Jared was incredibly smart and intelligent to know how to do this stuff, and like knew how to like stop this or how to like get this working. Not to mention he's very, he says he's very charming, very charismatic. People love him. A lot of people are into him. He knows a lot of people, and everything. A lot of leaders like Jared, and he has a lot of relationships with a lot of powerful people and people behind the scenes, including Benjamin Netanyahu, which is the Prime Minister of Israel, which is Bibi. Bibi is Benjamin Netanyahu, and
you weren't wrong about one thing.
And Jared has a lot of connections in his back pocket with a lot of people.
Can't get their numbers
not to mention when Jared meets with people, or when he's not to mention when Jared, and also Jared's not a part of the Trump administration, but he's like in the background and stuff. But he's very sneaky and very just gives off odd vibes and weird stuff, and he's just strange to me. And stuff. And he's just creepy, and he's slithering. He reminds me of a snake. Reminds me of a snake. He reminds me of like the devil. He does. He reminds me of the devil. Reminds me of the devil, or the son of perdition. I think he is. And everything. He reminds me of the devil. He just works behind the background. It's like very sneaky. He's like a snake. He is. Slithering around, doing things behind the scenes. So everything. He does. He reminds me of like the Garden of Eden, I guess you could say, where Jared promised Adam and Eve that this would happen to you if you did this. He's going to do the same thing to the Israelis and the Palestinians. He's going to promise the same thing to Israel and a 7-year covenant. So Jared's a snake. He walks around and everything. And if you notice, like when he's doing interviews and when he's talking, he has this weird eerie, evil vibe to him, and it's just like creepiness. Jared just seems to me like he's evil, and just somebody I just worried about, like I get anxiety and nervous like when I'm around, and like it gives this weird creepy vibe. Reminds me of Tom Riddle from Harry Potter. You know, and everything with the way he was, and Jared
Did you think they're coming up from California? Highway's closed off. No one
Jared
can tell
Kushner,
what's happening past
like I said, his last name is Kushner,
Freaks are the reason
and
it's closed off.
like I said, doesn't that sound Jewish or like, you know, or foreign? Like the perfect name to be a future Antichrist and to be the supposed Messiah of the Jews. Kushner sounds like the perfect perspective, you know, and everything, like, and not to mention that a lot of people say that Jared was the one that got Trump to move the Jared was the one that got Trump to move the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem, and Jared was behind the rebuilding of the Third Temple.
You got that much right.
Jared
more than a few men.
Jared got them to talk about rebuilding the Third Temple.
Every horde
so
a few stragglers or gets busted up and scatters and
Jared's just putting all this stuff into play and planning all this stuff, right? And it's just Jared Kushner just gives me weird vibes. He really does. When he's talking, he has this weird, creepy smile to himself, and he just has this weird look to him. It's just evil. Okay, you know, and everything. And Jared just gives off this weird snake vibe to me as a person.
So how do we do that?
There's weird, creepy snake vibe perspective.
A horde?
He's just creepy looking. He just is a weird individual to me.
God damn.
I just can't help but have my theories on Jared Kushner and what he is. He's just strange. And a lot of people think the same way as me. They think Jared's probably the future Antichrist, or they think he probably could be the Antichrist. You know, and everything. He fits the agenda. And if you go read the Bible, right, Jared Kushner supports all the characteristics of the future Antichrist. He's charismatic, he's intelligent, he's smart, he's manipulative to get people to do what he wants. He's loved by all. He's he supports a lot of the traits.
You can keep up.
Supports a lot of the traits. However, Jared's married to Ivanka, so like it says, the Antichrist has no interest in women.
Not exactly.
You know, and everything. So that's kind of interesting. You do have to admit, right? But it said Jared also supposedly registered to vote as a woman in the 2015 election. So you got to look at it like, that's pretty interesting. Jared Kushner supposedly registered to vote as a woman in 2015.
One of those Nero choppers that used to fly all over the goddamn place when the shit was going down.
And
you saw one. I found them. Still on the radios. I've been trying to track see if they have a base around here.
Jared just has a lot of traits.
I mean, see if the feds are still alive.
They represent stuff.
They're out.
And I have my theories about him. I have my theories that maybe
they got resources.
Ivanka could be the last president of the United States, and Jared is future Antichrist.
You know the ones?
Yes.
Yeah.
Jared could very well be the future Antichrist.
Measuring how many freaks use the caves during the day, and Mike, it was thousands.
Like I said, if we have another election and we don't go to war,
they said freaks.
Jared could probably be the future Antichrist. Now I just don't. I just have my doubts. I just have my theories on Jared Kushner. He gives me satanic, devilish.
We blow up those caves.
You know.
We have a few less to deal with.
Snake vibes, right? With the Garden of Eden. He reminds me of the devil, where in the supposed story
Job like that.
The Bible talks about how the devil, which was the snake, Satan, you know, came into the Garden of Eden and promised the serpent, promised Adam and Eve that if you eat from the tree, you will have knowledge and you will have all these things and you will be able to become God and be like God.
Okay, but you meet me at the bridge in a couple
or
of minutes.
You will get all these things in return if you do this. If you eat from the tree of forbidden knowledge. So it's the tree of forbidden knowledge or the tree of forbidden fruit. Every tree. I feel like Jared will be the one that will promise Israel and these nations peace. Not to mention he will give Israel their third temple and will somehow manage to make this covenant happen. Jared will somehow get this to work between Israel and Palestine because the Palestinians know Jared and Israel knows Jared and they have a connection with him. So it makes a lot of sense that they both love him and somehow he can get a deal. So you know, and everything, right? You know, it's stuff. It's not going to work that way with Trump because one, Iran hates America and they hate Trump, and two, the Palestinians definitely hate Trump and hate America, so they're causing destruction and chaos and all sorts of stuff to happen in our country.
You got something to say about it?
Okay, you know and everything, right?
Hello.
Where?
And Israel's the only one that supports Trump and backs America, while the Arabs, the Middle East, the Palestinians don't like Trump. Well, I mean, they want to make it look like the Palestinians don't like Trump, but he did provide food and aid to the Gazan people over there. But they want to make it look like Trump is the enemy, but I don't know. But it's just like, okay, it makes a lot of sense, but like, when you look at it, Palestine and Israel are a big part of this, but Jared Kushner is going to mediate that somehow. And I think that's coming in June when we're gone. But, like, it's just Trump won't be able to get these people to like him no matter what he does. He's already alienated and pissed off a lot of countries. He's made them mad. Not to mention he's made enemies out of the Palestinian people because of what he's done with all this stuff on these campuses and anti-Semitism and all these things. I don't see how he's going to be able to usher in the 7-year covenant that is promised by the Antichrist. It says he'll make a covenant with many for 1 week, which is 7 years. And then he will cut that off, and then he will break that covenant in the last 3.5 years, and will cut off the sacrifices and the offerings to people. In other words, you know, the stuff that's given.
Mercury or something.
I just don't see it. I don't see that happening with Trump. And like I said, even though Trump is helping the Gazans, the Palestinians are for Hamas. They are enemies against the U.S. and Israel. Trump backs Israel. You're not going to be able to be allies with the Palestinians because they don't like Israel and they back Hamas. Trump is against Hamas and trying to get Israel to do what they got to do to get Hamas out of Gaza. So yeah, you know, it's stuff like this. Trump has a lot of enemies. There's just no way he's going to be able to sign some kind of covenant to bring peace to the world. It's just not possible. Not to mention that, like I said, Trump is not about war. He's about trying to solve stuff, but still, Iran doesn't like Trump, and before this happens, there's going to be war, possibly, or something. It just doesn't seem like there's going to be able to, much less are they going to be able to stop Iran. Trump is not going to be able to stop war or be able to do this, even if he tries, you know.
Where are we headed?
I see Israel going in there and attacking Iran soon. I do. I just,
You know where he is?
I feel like Jared's going to be the one that's going to stop this all.
I think I do.
You know, or he's going to bring peace somehow.
You heard what happened.
That, or
Yeah.
Elon, or Macron, or somebody else, right? Someone, right?
Only two got out.
Now, Macron could be a possibility because he's definitely in on that stuff with France. But it's just, I don't know. You know? But I can't say that I just don't see Donald Trump being the future Antichrist because he's not going to end any wars. He's not going to be able to bring peace, even if he tries. It's just, it don't matter who the Antichrist is because most of us will be gone with the rapture pretty soon, or something will happen.
2 weeks in.
But
He's gone. Two sides called a truce. A meeting.
I don't know,
Right
man.
here. Oh, we
I don't know.
Wow.
That was bad.
Jared to me
knew what was coming and we were prepared.
just gives me future Antichrist vibes the way he is.
Fight didn't last long.
And Trump and all that. You gotta look at it from a standpoint of maybe that's just the case. You know, and everything, right? But maybe so. And like I said, it depends on what these LA riots are gonna do. Okay? You know, and stuff. But I don't know. I don't know where that's gonna go. I really don't.
2 people walked out of this town after all was said and done.
I don't know where that's gonna go. And I wish I did know.
And some days,
But only God knows. And
I wish the hell one of them wasn't me.
I just think he's going to be the candidate. But yeah, man, you know,
Commissioners over there.
Trump could be a future Antichrist. I mean, Christian nationalism is a big thing. Project 2025 is a big thing. And they're talking about, like I said, they're talking about BLM and the George Floyd riots and all that stuff with Trump and them hitting the protesters in Seattle with tear gas.
You got the key. We're gonna go.
And then Trump going across the street and taking a picture with the
We're
Bible.
gonna get more than enough TNT to seal every cave in the
And
Bullshit.
some of the
I'm not sorry you've seen it.
some of the people there kneeling with some of the protesters.
With the rippers.
So I don't know, man.
Cares how many died on either side.
You gotta look at, like,
Let's get this done.
there's peaceful protesting and then there's what they're doing in LA, which is violence, chaos, destroying stuff, attacking federal buildings, throwing cinder blocks at people, harassing individuals in the streets,
Gotta find a way upstairs.
blocking the highways,
Smells like something died.
setting things on fire.
Nudes.
That's not
Just smell them.
peaceful. That's breaking the law. And that's against, you know,
This is it.
that's against stuff. That's causing
Showing where they started the dynamite.
issues to people and regular citizens in LA. That's putting people in danger and at risk. That's also causing a lot of issues. That's putting people in LA at risk and problems for them. So people in LA that are just doing regular stuff and the citizens, this is like, you know what it reminds me of, right? What's going on in LA? GTA.
I could take care of myself.
It reminds me of like something out of Grand Theft Auto. It's like, I feel like it looks like real life Grand Theft Auto in the streets. It really does. In LA, it does. Reminds me of GTA, where it's like all out craziness in LA. Okay? You know, stuff. It reminds me of Grand Theft Auto. You know, and everything, where they're just basically just causing all sorts of crimes, all sorts of things, and all sorts of craziness. Reminds me of like The Purge, kind of similar to the Purge movies. You know, and everything that used to come out years ago, right, man? And causing all sorts of chaos and craziness. It reminds me of Grand Theft Auto. Right, you know, and everything, right? Reminds me of real life Grand Theft Auto where people are being harassed, they're blocking the streets, they're causing all sorts of chaos for regular citizens, and there's a lot of crap going on in LA. Reminds me of just total chaos, like Grand Theft Auto. You know, and everything. And it's just like all sorts of just destruction. These are crimes. These are against the law. This is breaking the law, man. This is allowing criminals and bad people to walk the streets, doing all these bad things. This is breaking the law. This is pure lawlessness at its finest. This is pure lawlessness. This is breaking the law and against the law. This is causing problems for people. They let this happen in Paris too, man. But this is against the law. This is literally going against the law. This is breaking the law one-on-one. This is 100% lawlessness. Nobody doing anything to lay down the law or to fix things in LA. These people are breaking the law and causing problems. Okay, no, everything right. If I went out in the street, this is not protesting. This is rioting, and this is destruction, and this is against the law, and this is not peaceful. Okay, I'm sorry, and everything, right? And this is not anything have to do with the fact that this is what this doesn't have any. It's not anything close to people trying not to cause problems. This is breaking the law. If I went outside right now, in my state, and I started harassing other people, causing problems, destroying property, and trying to light cars on fire, harass people in the block the roads, or do anything like that, I would have the cops sent after me and I would be arrested. I'd be put in jail. I would have things come. I would have the law come in, stop me. People would call the police. I would be taken to prison. Okay, right? And stuff. I couldn't sit there and just stand in the middle of a highway or in the middle of the roads in LA. This is LA, man. They have different laws than us here in, the South and in Central America. I'd even say probably, most conservative states. It comes from, and everything, right? And stuff. Over there, those people in LA are 100% pure leftist liberals. They let all sorts of crazy shit happen in LA all the time. If you know about LA, okay, LA's where the celebrities live, dude. That's where Hollywood lives. That's where the most evil people are at in Hollywood. And all those people that now got caught, including Diddy, which is on that trial case for doing what he did, and everything, right? These are where some of most evil people and $1 billion celebrities and $1 million people live.
No one goes into Sherman's camp.
No. Hollywood, LA's as liberal leftist as you can get. Okay, and stuff, right? They're as far left as you can get. And that's their city, and they'll let them get away with it, right? And stuff. So the laws in LA are different from in other parts of America. Yeah, man. And they're definitely different over there, that's for sure. And I understand that. Like I said, if I stayed in a crowded street, and did all this stuff, man, I couldn't get away. I wouldn't be able to get away with this. They would have arrested me. They would have now gone to jail. I would have been destroying property. I would have probably had the cops called on me if I tried to break into a business or a place or cause chaos.
Let's get out of here, man.
I'd also be probably arrested or taken to prison for hoarding, taken to prison for hiding illegal migrants or illegals in my businesses. There was a person that was trying to hide illegals from ICE. Okay, when it comes to and stuff.
And burning American flags.
Guarantee that wouldn't work.
How's that?
Wouldn't. Okay? And stuff. And if I tried to go cause all sorts of problems, I'd be arrested or if there was all sorts of chaos over here where I live, dude, they wouldn't stand for it. I just don't. there's peaceful protest, there's peaceful protesting, and then there's what they're doing in LA, and that's not peaceful. That's breaking the law. That's causing a lot of problems for your average citizens. People that live normal everyday lives, people that are going to work, people that are trying to do stuff, people that are trying to provide for their families, people that are just living normally in LA, being harassed, causing all sorts of problems. People that are going through things. People that are blocking the highways, man. Causing all sorts of problems. Lawlessness at its finest. Nobody's willing to lay down the law in LA, so if Trump didn't do it, who would do it? I'm trying to say, like, okay, let's say Trump did not send in the National Guard, or he didn't bring in order to LA. If Trump didn't do it, who was going to do it? Do you think Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass would have done that? No, they would have let the whole city. They would have let people tear the city down and burn it down. And cause a lot of problems. And then it would have spread to other places like Chicago, Detroit. There's no telling where it would go.
I'm not going.
Okay, you know, when it comes to writing those, it happened in Paris.
I've had my share of killing.
And
even if Carlos comes for you,
and it would have been bad. You know, if they didn't put if the law was not laid down in LA, do you know how many lives the law? People don't give a damn about the lives of the American people or citizens in this country. They don't. People in LA especially. You know how many lives that would have affected in LA if something hadn't been done? So yeah, man, you know, and everything, right? So like, yeah, it would have caused a lot of problems. It would have been a problem. It would have been a serious problem, man. It would have been a serious problem. And then if they let them if they let them get away with breaking the law and doing whatever they want, they realized they could get away with it anywhere and do whatever they wanted in other places. These people would have been able to get the gumption or the perspective or the concept to do whatever. They realized they could get away with whatever they did. Okay, you know, there was no law. See, the thing is, I don't think the liberals and the left want laws. They don't want, you know, people to have freedom or control. They don't want it. They want everything to go wild, crazy, and chaos. Like anarchy. They want anarchy in the streets. Okay, you know, and everything, right? Does anybody remember The Purge? I always thought, okay, the last couple of years remind me of The Purge, including 2020, where it's like, I don't know if y'all grew up with The Purge movies like me, but y'all remember The Purge? Remember what would happen? Remember what they said would happen? Remember in those movies they said what would happen if something? Remember what they would say in those movies would happen if there was no law and order to the streets, right? When they said all crime is legal for 24 hours. Guess what happened when those movies? Guess what happened when those movies predicted that stuff? All chaos, anarchy, and hell let loose. No police, no law and order, no one to stop it. People killed each other. People caused destruction and chaos around the country. A lot of people just tortured individuals.
I guess I should.
There was all-out anarchy in the streets. Okay, you know, and everything. People would break into people's homes, wear masks, would kill each other with weapons and all sorts of stuff, man, and things like that. They would. It was bad. It was very, very bad. Right? It's like they predicted this years ago, and now we're living in it. Now we're living in those times, man. We're living in the end times. We're living close to Armageddon with the way things are going, man. Okay, we're living close to, you know, the apocalypse. Okay, you know, and everything, right? It's the. I remember the Purge movies. I do. You know, it's just nuts, right? You know? And see, people are like, Gavin Newsom's like, oh, Trump didn't have to send in the National Guard. The police could have handled it. The LAPD could have handled it. It's like the LAPD could have handled it, dude. There's no way that could have happened because there are people freaking violently attacking and throwing things at people in center blocks and shit and bricks. They were attacking cars. Marshal and Border Patrol. No. You know, what kind of... If you see what's going on in LA, it's like there's no way LAPD could have handled that. Okay, you know, and everything, right? It's the... These people's whole intention was to break the law and to cause chaos to happen. You know, and everything. And you know what they say? You know what they say?
I really did, but
with stuff when it comes to stuff in this country, when you have no law and order, they say when you have no law and order, dictatorship happens, anarchy happens. People are killed, and destruction happens. People are killed. People are harassed. People are assaulted. People are raped. People are tortured. All sorts of chaos breaks out. If there was no law and order in this country, people would just go do whatever and get away with it. If there was no law and order in what we call America, the United States of America, people would go and do whatever they wanted and get away with it. People could go and do whatever they want because there was no law. Right? There was no law. There was no right and wrong. There was no morals. There was no law. There is a law. And you deserve to be arrested if you break the law. You do. You deserve to be arrested. You deserve to be deported if you break the law. I'm sorry. You may hate me, but it's the truth. You deserve to be arrested. You deserve to be deported if you break the law. Okay, you know, come from everything, right? And stuff. You do. There's a law in this country. I can't go into a crowded street. I can't go into a theater and yell bomb and not get arrested. I can't threaten to kill. I can't threaten to shoot someone and not get arrested. I can't go into a street of people and, you know, I can't go into a crowd of people. I can't go into like I said, this is just basically GTA in real life. But there's a difference between, that's pixels, and this is, I can't go into the middle of the street, brandish a weapon, and start shooting people. I will be arrested and go to jail. I will be put on trial for crime, for committing murder. Okay, you know, with everything. And stuff. Not only that, but that's killing people in cold blood, and I wouldn't do that. But what I'm trying to say is, we have laws in this country, man. You break those laws, you go to jail. You go to prison. It's just like, it makes a lot of sense, but like, I don't get how, like, LA gets away with this, and they let them do this, and it's just a different type of city, and, you know, and they think it's okay. Okay, we have a law, man. You break that law, go to jail. You break that law, you're an illegal, you get deported. Just, you know, everything. And stuff. Okay? We have law and order in this country. You cause disruptions to the peace, or you cause a lot of things to the public, or you disturb the peace, or you cause a lot of problems in this country to people that are minding their own business or doing stuff that just cause a lot of issues. People are going to call the cops on you. They're going to call the police. Or they're going to call someone to come in to fix it. Not only that, if they see, you know, or if you're breaking the law, people are going to brandish a gun on you. Last time I checked, this is the reason why we own firearms in this country.
Yeah, Mike, this is Steve.
Last time I checked, this is the reason why we have guns in this country. And the Second Amendment. Okay, you know, and everything, right? The last time I checked, this is why people carry guns in this world we live in today. Either you're going to have the cops called on you, or you're going to have a weapon brandished on you if you try to do something. Especially in our states. The conservatives, we don't play around. We don't bullshit with you. Either they get the heck out of here, or we call the cops on you, or you have a gun put in your face. Okay, you know, comes right, you know, and everything, right? We're going to give you one of the two choices if you try to come into our homes, or you try to do something to us, or you try to break the law, or something like that. We're going to arrest you, number one. Two, we're going to brandish a weapon on you and tell you to get the heck out. Or three, you best be praying to God that we don't do that something doesn't happen to you. Okay, you don't come in and everything, right? And stuff, alright? So, yeah. You got three options. Okay, you know, and everything, right? We don't play the games LA plays. If people try to do that in our country, in our town, you're gonna find out real quick who you're messing with. You know, as what's his face say? Try that in a small town. Yeah. You won't get away with it, dude. You know. Try that in a small town, whatever that song was called. I like that song. But yeah. And stuff. But that's breaking the law, man. And these people need to get deported. They need to be arrested and deported. They do. I mean, I hope to God we don't get put under martial law. I really do. I really do. But, you know, stuff is coming soon, man. And stuff. But we have laws in this country, dude. If there was no law and order, people would go do whatever and get away with it. That's why we have laws. So we have the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. Now that can be abolished, but we have laws. We have law and order. And thank God we have Trump. You may not like everything he does, but thank God we have Trump, because without Trump, we would just have chaos and anarchy and all sorts of problems. And thank God Trump's still alive. That he survived that day with that shooting. He survived that day from that gunshot. That he could have been shot in the head. He survived that day from that shot. Because we really need Trump right now, including with Iran. We could have very well had World War III under Biden and Harris. Okay? And stuff. But I'm kind of happy we have Trump. I'm kind of happy we have Trump right now and we voted for him because of what's going on with stuff. Without him, our country would have gone into chaos. Okay? So, I'm just saying, like, you may not like everything he does, but at least he's trying to stop what's going on with LA, and we'll see where that goes. You know? At least he's trying to bring law and order to LA and stop people from just causing all sorts of chaos over there. And trying to stop that. Don't know if it's necessarily a good idea to bring the National Guard or the Marines into it, but maybe you got to do what you got to do. And they're not stopping, so there's got to be something done with this. You know, they can't continue to keep committing crimes and breaking the law and getting away with it. You know, and stuff. Because it's going to put a lot of citizens and the people in LA at risk if they just continue to keep doing what they're doing. So, you know, and everything, right? But like I said, I don't know. And this country was founded on principles and we have a law, and if you break that law, and you let people just break the law and just run away with lawlessness, someone's got to restore order, or gotta bring back the law somehow. Someone's got to bring back law and order. If someone doesn't bring back law and order and doesn't restore law to America, our country is nothing but a dictatorship and anarchy. And we have no say. In other words, they just get away with whatever. If you have no law and order and you have nobody doing anything, it's just going to spread to every other place and everywhere. It's going to cause problems. Now, what's going to come out of this that's happening? What's going to come out of this and what's going on with everything? I don't know. I wonder about martial law. But I don't know. But we can't let people just break the law and get away with it, dude, in LA. You might say the LAPD cops could have handled the situation with the protesters and with the rioters. I don't think so, because you had a ton of people. You had more than just your average. Like, you had a ton of people rioting, and that's a lot. And that's too many people for the cops to handle. Much less like your average everyday law enforcement. Okay, and stuff. This was like a massive riot in LA, or a ton of people doing this. I don't think the police could have stopped that. Much less would they let them. Much less would Los Angeles even let them. Would they have even done anything about it? I don't think so. But even if they did have the cops called in for LAPD, which they did, I think they did have the cops come in, but the cops couldn't handle it, and the cops were being harassed and attacked. What are you going to do next? You have ICE. ICE gets attacked, and they're now harassed, and now they can't do anything about it. What's the next step? National Guard. And everything. And it's just like, I don't know, man. I don't know where this is going to go. It's good. Have to put it in God's hands, man. He knows what he's doing. Okay, and everything, right? But, they want chaos, man. It just seems a lot like 2020. It seems a lot like 2020, and there's a lot of crazy stuff going on with stuff. If they can get away with breaking the law over there on if they can get away with breaking the law over there in LA, just imagine what they're going to do in the rest of the countries. Just imagine what they're going to do in the rest of the states coming soon. You just imagine what's going to go on. A massive chaos and destruction coming to the world, man. And very well could be under martial law. I'm just saying that the rapture's got to be coming soon. We can't just let things get out of control and go chaos. We can't let people break the law and just do whatever they want. We can't let this happen, because if it happens in this country, it's going to cause problems. People just can't go and just do whatever they want and break the law. I can't. I can't go and do whatever I want. I can't go steal a car and can't go break into someone's car and steal it and then expect not to be arrested by the cops or to be taken to jail for Grand Theft Auto. In a sense. Now, I don't mean game. I mean stealing a person's car. Everything, right? I can't go break into someone's house and expect not to be shot. Especially not in, the states, especially not in conservative states. Not in, especially not here. If I were to go to break into someone's house here, I'd probably get shot. Or they'd pull a gun on me. Because I know we don't fuck around in the South. We don't. I'm sorry. I don't like to say the F word, but we don't fuck around in the South. Okay? We don't screw around here. You know, you come and break into one of our places, we pull a gun on you. Okay, you know, and everything, right? And stuff, right? And stuff. Or we pull a weapon on you. You got two options. You best be praying to God, that you best be get on your knees and praying to God that something doesn't happen to you, or two, you have a gun brandished on you and you better run for the hills. Your choice. Okay, you know, and stuff, right? Hopefully the rapture's about to be here, I hope, man, because there's a lot of bad things going on with America. I mean, it is what it is, dude. You know what I'm saying, guys. You do. We can't let people just break the law, man. Like I said, there's a difference between peaceful protesting and violence, rioting, and destruction in the streets. What they're doing in LA is not peaceful. It is destruction of property and breaking the law and fighting law enforcement. People that are trying to restore law and order and stop the violence and the rioting and the stuff going on, they're continuing to make it worse. And they're throwing things at people, including cinder blocks. They're escalating it. They're fighting against these people. Okay, you know, it comes from everything, right? And stuff. They're fighting it. These leftist liberal protesters, they're fighting, or these people, including like, a lot of these people are like pro-Palestine. They are fighting against these people that Trump is sending in. Not only that, but this is not peaceful. What they were doing was not peaceful to begin with when they went after a federal building in LA and stuff. This is not peaceful. This is rioting and breaking the law and lawlessness, which it said lawlessness would happen in the last days. It did. Lawlessness would happen to where people would grow cold against each other and attack each other. It would. Lawlessness would be so rampant in the last days that it would be bad. Okay? And stuff. So, yes. It's breaking the law, man. It's causing people to be afraid and scared and in fear in LA, including certain businesses, that they're hiding from these people. Okay, you know, and everything, right? And stuff. People in LA are probably scared. Okay? I wouldn't blame them. But, yeah. You're breaking the law. A peaceful protest would be just peacefully protesting your views. You know, when it comes to everything. Not lighting, setting things on fire, destroying property, throwing things at people, fighting police officers, fighting ICE, fighting the LAPD, fighting Border Patrol, causing all sorts of destruction, running around rampant with the Palestinian and Mexican flags, setting things on fire, causing all sorts of chaos and destruction in the streets, blocking the highways, you know, and everything. This is against the law. This is breaking the law. This is doing things that are causing problems. This is rioting, not protesting, not peaceful protesting. And everything. And then people are going to be like, well, maybe Trump shouldn't have sent in the military or the Marines. Maybe they should have sent in, what am I trying to say? Maybe they should just let LAPD handle it. Okay. I mean, What if LAPD did try to handle it and they couldn't do it? They couldn't take on all those people at once. What if LAPD couldn't do anything to stop it? Okay, you know, and everything, right? Even if they did try to call it LAPD, which I don't think they would have anyway. But let's say Mayor Karen Bass and Governor Gavin Newsom of LA called in LAPD. Would they actually let them stop them? No, I don't think so. And secondly, even if they did, how are they going to cue the protesters? They wouldn't. Because Governor Newsom and Mayor Karen Bass are part of the leftist liberal elites. They are as far left as you can imagine. LA is a far left liberal blue state. So it makes a lot of sense that these people are letting them get away with this. You don't think that they knew about the fires? You don't think they knew about the wildfires in LA? They did. They just didn't bother to do anything about it. So, and stuff. Notice how they want chaos and destruction, and Trump's the only one that's trying to restore law and order, or trying to keep people from breaking the law, which is lawlessness, which is basically the perfect example of lawlessness, you know, and everything, right? Then people are going to be like, there's no point in sitting in the National Guard and the Marines and all that, because that's just going to force martial law, you know, and everything. And then you're going to say, this probably happened under Trump, and this was created under Donald Trump so that he could bring in martial law. He created this. Or he created this destruction, all this chaos that happened in LA. I don't think so. Maybe, and he caused all these problems with Palestine, and because he was arresting, you know, they were getting rid of people that were protesting against the Jews with anti-Semitism, and then it grew to like being huge in LA at this point, and then the travel ban and all that, and Trump created this so that he could come in, he could bring in the military to enforce martial law, you know, and everything. Project 2025, right, and stuff. Maybe, you know, but I don't think so, because like Trump didn't do anything. Trump didn't send the National Guard or the military into LA until it started to get out of control, right? You didn't hear anything about this, and it was mainly about him and Elon and the talks about the big beautiful bill and Iran, of course. But no, I don't think Trump was the one that created this chaos to solve it. I don't think again, this is the left, man. This is the left liberal elites. This is the left doing this, not him. I don't think Trump sent people into LA to cause violence and riots and chaos to bring in the military to stop it through martial law. No, I think the left created this. I think Governor Newsom and Karen Bass and all these people are behind that stuff in LA. They let it happen so that they cause one big war, maybe a civil war or some kind of chaos, and stuff to happen, so that there could be this war between good and evil going on. And Trump had to do something about it. In other words, they kind of made him, Trump kind of had to send things into LA to do this, but I think they created this chaos so that they could have this. So, you know, and everything, right? Like I said, these are paid actors. These are people that were given this stuff by the left and these individuals. And these are people that are putting on this stuff, I think, to cause chaos and destruction. I think January 6th was rigged. Not rigged. I think January 6th was planned. They set it up. They started it back then. Then they blamed it on Trump and said it was his fault. And, you know, and it was all him, like I said, right, it was all on him that he did this. And that, you know, they didn't have evidence to prove that they did it. But then there were people that were literally setting up and saying they're going to go to the Capitol and call since the day before, and they're going to go to the Capitol. They're going to attack the Capitol. One of them broke a window, and everything, and some other stuff, and just there was a group of people that had planned to go to the Capitol on January 6th, and were saying they were going to go. So, and everything. These people were probably people behind the scenes that were like set up by the left. So, and everything, right? The left Democrats are evil, dude. They're as evil as you get. I think these people were I think this was planned to happen in LA, and they did it, and they set it up to happen. And then they're going to blame it on Trump for saying it's Trump's fault. He created this. Trump created this. He's the problem. He's going to destroy America. He's going to become Hitler. He's going to be a dictator. He's going to be a threat to democracy. He's going to, put the country on lockdown. Like, I don't think Trump wants to do that unless he has to. I don't think that's his plan. I don't think he wants to institute martial law. But the thing is, it comes to right, they're going to say, oh, it's his fault. Donald Trump's to blame for this. And yada, yada, yada. He started this. He made it worse. When they're never going to take fault for the fact that they did it, they're always going to blame it on him. Notice how, like, every time Trump has run for presidency, they blame Trump for everything. Or they say it's Trump's fault, or they talk about Trump, or Trump lives rent-free in their head 24/7, or they always mention January 6th. January 6th was an insurrection, and everything, right? But yet they're burning down their own country, they're burning down their own city, and having people just destroy LA. Good job with that. And that was a great way to get stuff to work. Good job with managing your own city. No wonder it's a hellhole. No wonder it's a hellhole over there in LA. And they got people homeless. You already let dozens of people's houses and places burn down with wildfires. Now you're doing an even better job of managing people in LA and letting your whole city be torn down. Maybe they're letting it happen, but wow. They have some terrible people running LA, that's for sure. They have terrible individuals in LA. It's no wonder it's such a bad city. And everything, right? I wouldn't want to live there. But yeah, it's no wonder. Y'all have awful people running your city and let these people just do whatever they want to the citizens. That's funny. That is. They have terrible people running LA. Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass deserve to be arrested and put in prison. There needs to be better people running LA. They've let these things now happen twice on their watch. It's funny. It is. You have terrible people governing. You have a terrible mayor, and you have a terrible governor in LA. Okay, and everything, right? But yeah, the fact that you let people tear down their own city, I don't even know. I don't even know what's wrong with LA, but they've got a major issue. They really do. Turn down their own city. You let people literally destroy their own city, and you let other people destroy the city of LA, do whatever, and then do whatever they want to the citizens. In other words, let them just completely just tear down and destroy LA. Not only is it LA though, but they're letting them just destroy and cause chaos and tear down America, and just completely just throw away, just completely let them just break the law. It's just ridiculous. It is. And they did it in 2020, and they're doing it again in 2025. Just imagine that, would you? Just imagine that, would you?
Yeah.
They're letting it happen again, just like 2020.
I really did.
Right? They're letting them tear the country down.
He didn't leave me much choice, Mike. He did.
And destroy it. Okay, you know what I'm saying? In America. And they're letting the law just go loose.
Yeah, Mike, I remember.
Anarchy in the streets of LA. God, I wonder what it's like to live in LA, because I bet it sucks to live there, and a lot of people don't want to live there. You know, and I was like, I don't know. A lot of people seem to want to go to LA nowadays, but I'm telling you, I bet they don't want to live there now. I bet they're trying to get out of LA. So when I was in LA, I wouldn't want to live in LA. I wouldn't want to, you know, and everything. And because a lot of bad things this year has happened in LA. Notice how like more bad things have happened in LA than any other place in America. Like more bad things have happened in LA in 2025 than any other country or any other state in America. It's like God's letting this happen in His judgment upon the world. It is. God's letting this stuff happen in LA. Because LA is a bad city. And He's exposing. God is exposing the corruption and the evil behind these things. And He's trying to stop it.
You know where He is?
But they're fighting against it.
Yeah, he's on the North Shore.
Right? You know, God's letting this happen. This is all being done under His watch. He's letting this happen. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? He's exposing LA for what they are. A corrupted, evil city. God's exposed LA. But God's exposing the LA, the LA Democratic agenda. That is yeah. God's letting this happen in LA.
Yeah.
Don't think He isn't. Don't think He doesn't have control. You know. He's letting this happen. And this is all part of lawlessness. So, you know, but just to see what it's like to live in LA, I wouldn't want to know. I bet it's a horrible state, and I bet it's hard to live there, and plus I bet it's a crappy state. I bet it's not great. I've heard a lot of people that say that they live in LA, when they voted in the 2024 election, they didn't like Gavin Newsom, and wasn't a fan of him. A lot of people said they were not a fan of Governor Gavin Newsom, you know, and everything. Not to mention, Newsom's talked about taking away your guns and not having the ability for you to have a Second Amendment. Gavin Newsom talked about anti-gun rights. Newsom talked about taking away guns. So you know what I'm saying, right? These people are evil, bro. The fact that they just the fact that they just okay with breaking the law just goes to show that they're that evil, corrupted, and terrible people that they'll just let them get away with anything, including illegal.
You lay down.
You don't just do whatever they want and expect to get away with it. And that includes break the law. Let people just run wild in LA.
I'll be here. Hey,
Okay.
no, seriously though.
That's just nuts. We live in a country of people that we're living in a country right now of people that just let people just get away with breaking the law.
Oh, seriously, I could be like,
You know, and corrupt. You place the citizens in Los Angeles in fear and scared for their lives because now they're worried something's going to happen to them and they're going to do something to them. Very well could come into one of their homes and something could happen to them. I hope LA's armed because, you know, God have mercy on y'all. Y'all going to need it.
I just thought you should know.
You really are. God have mercy on y'all. I hope y'all are armed with guns and I hope you're prepared for what's to come in LA. But yeah, I hope y'all over there are armed. I hope you have weapons, man. I hope you have guns. I hope you're prepared.
Boozer shot.
So yeah.
seems like he's.
Pray for LA, man. I pray for LA. I pray for the people over there, man.
Hey.
God have mercy on them. I hope nothing bad happens to them. I hope they have guns. I hope they're armed over there.
Nice.
So, you know, and everything.
I can't get it. Dang it.
That's just nuts, man. You know, I fear for my life in LA right now. If I were them, I'd be getting out of LA. I didn't want to live in LA to begin with. When the wildfires started, I would have got the heck out of LA. When the wildfires started, I would have got the heck out of LA and not gone back. I didn't like it to begin with. I wouldn't want to live in LA.
See you later.
I don't like Karen Bass and Governor Gavin Newsom. They're evil and corrupted. Well, yeah, the fact that makes a lot of sense, the fact that LA's a far leftist liberal city, and they're letting them do this. Makes perfect sense. It really does.
Dick, a group of men rode in, shot up the gate, and when we wouldn't let them in, they rode off.
Ah, shit.
They're letting them break the law.
They headed west, but they
They're
didn't go
letting them
far.
break the law.
They set up camp.
And got away with it. It's just nuts.
I think they might be planning another attack.
You know, and everything. I wouldn't want to live in LA. LA's an evil, corrupted place, and so is Hollywood. Most of these people are in the occult. Most of these people that are involved with stuff, they're in the satanic occult, man. They're evil. Okay? LA is a city of demons. Okay? I'm telling y'all, whether you like it or not, LA is a city of demons. Demons run that city. And they want to cause destruction and chaos. They do. There are demons that run LA. LA is run by a bunch of demonic demons that want this to happen. Demons run LA, man. Demonic forces run LA. Demons run Los Angeles. Okay? You know, and everything.
Deke, we need him alive.
Alive?
And they want this to happen.
No, why?
And they want chaos in our streets.
Bags of seed. Deke, we need those seeds.
Satan is running rampant in the world right now, doing stuff because the time is short.
You're making my day a lot more complicated.
Demons
okay, fine. I'll
are
chase them down.
running
Keep them
LA.
out.
And the only one that's trying to put, the only one that is good enough to put a stop to it or trying to put a stop to it is Trump. Demons are running LA. Demons are running the world. Demons are running these people with Palestine. Satan's running rampant in America right now because his time is short and he knows it. Okay?
Let's see.
Demons are running LA. And thank God we have Trump. Because we had more demonic forces running freaking the government if we didn't have Donald Trump in office. We'd have hyena laughing demonic. We would have hyena laughing demonic Kamala Harris and her evil laughter. We would have demon Kamala Harris. And yes, I think she was a demon. You can't convince me otherwise. That laugh was just pure evil. That woman was a demon. Okay, you know, and everything, right? And stuff. Okay? You can't. You can't convince me that woman was a demon. Okay? So yeah, she was a demon in disguise. You know? She would tell you what you wanted to hear, and then she would go back on it if she was elected, because she was a liar and nothing but a liar. She was run by Satan. All she would do was lie. She was a liar from the beginning before she got elected. So, you know, when it comes to everything. I'm not saying Trump is any better, but yeah. LA better do three things, man. They better stock up and prepare for what's to come. They best be armed, and they best be praying to God that nothing happens to their city. Because God's letting this happen because LA is a very corrupted, evil city.
Sounds like
and it's being exposed right in front of your eyes. LA's being exposed right in front of y'all's eyes about how evil and corrupted it is. But there are three things happening in LA right now. Guy's exposing the corruption, he's exposing the evil, and he's exposing the people behind the scenes that's causing it. So people must do three things. They better drop to their knees in LA and pray to God and nothing happens. They best be armed. And number one, they best be supplied, they best be stocked up in case something happens. So we're not saying, right?
Later.
Yeah, that's that, right? Because LA is a corrupted, evil, liberal city. And they best be praying to God that nothing happens. And I hope that nothing happens to them. I really don't. You know? Praying for LA too, but yeah. It's just nuts, man. It's just nuts.
What am I looking for?
It's just nuts what's going on. It's just nuts what's going on over there.
Let's see. What's going on here? Gotcha.
Oh shit.
We need God more than ever in these times, man. I hope he comes and gets us soon. I hope he comes and gets us out of here soon with the rapture.
Which man?
It's nuts how it just left to break the law.
Get away.
There are demons running LA. There are demons causing riots and protesting and problems in LA. There are demons causing destruction to America and trying to burn down our country. There are demons destroying property. Satan's running rampant, setting up this thing to come for the peace system. There are demons breaking the law and they're letting them get away with this. Not to mention we probably could go back to go to war that way. Hollywood's being exposed for their evil, their corruption, and their stuff they hid for years. And now it's coming out. And the stuff that they tried to hide for decades is now being exposed, including with Diddy. They can't hide it. They can't hide it anymore. So they're trying to cause chaos to start a civil war or to do something. Hollywood, the elites, the politicians, they can't hide nothing anymore. Especially with the fact that Trump got back in office. They can't hide anything. They can't hide it anymore. What their true agenda is. They have to tell you and reveal it to you. Okay? You know,
How's it going, Miss Man? Why is the camp not feeding you well enough?
Being run by demons, man.
Thought you just killed a couple guys right off with our shit. Don't matter if a bunch of folks here die.
Hollywood is corrupt as you get. All the evil things behind the scenes that Hollywood hid for years is now being exposed and brought to the light by God.
Hey, listen to me.
And God is showing it.
It's meant for you.
And it's about time, because there's some evil people that run Hollywood. They're in the occult.
Instead of hanging you slow. What do you think about that?
I don't know what the hell
all of the evil and corruption behind Hollywood and the elites and the people that did the stuff for years is being exposed. Diddy's on trial for all the stuff he did.
Send someone out here to pick him up.
All the evil and corruption, all the things that were hidden are now coming out. Hollywood is now being put on judgment by God in LA. God is letting this happen, man.
See you, Lynch Man.
God is exposing all the corruption and evil under Trump that they hid for years, now that he's back in office. And a lot of it's now coming out of Hollywood. And they're angry and they're pissed off and they're mad. And they want chaos and destruction and all this stuff in the streets. They're pissed. They want to riot. They're mad, man. They're mad as hell that Trump got back in office. They are. They were mad already when they couldn't shoot him. But they're mad as hell, man.
We can fix this.
They were mad when thing with Doge got exposed with the money, and they were burning Teslas, man. They're mad as hell, dude. Our government's run by some demons, man. Our government's run by demons. Okay? And they're mad as hell. I don't know what to tell you, man. See, 2025 is the year of the great exposure of all the things that are coming out that was hidden for years with these preachers, with these pastors, with all these people that were trying to use people. They're now stepping down. All this stuff is being exposed. 2025 is the year of judgment, and what I believe the year where everything's getting exposed, including Hollywood and Diddy and LA. All this stuff is coming to the light. It said there would be a time when everything that was in the dark will be brought to the light. It's now happening. Okay, can I go tonight? All this stuff has been exposed since Trump got back into office for his second term. Okay? This stuff is being exposed. 2025 is a year of exposure. These things are being exposed. And they know they can't hide anything anymore, so they've got to find a way to do something real quick. So they got to create chaos. But I don't know, man. God is exposing everything. It says what was once done in the dark will be brought into the light. You know, and everything. There would come a time when we would be in the end days, and all this stuff would happen, and it would come out when we were living in the end times, and we are. So I don't know what to say, man. You may hate me all you want, but I'm trying to warn y'all, this very well could be it, and we're going to be gone soon with the rapture, so you might want to get yourself ready. We could have martial law soon. Something could happen. This is being exposed. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. Something's happening. We got to be out of here soon. I want to read this. I got some news I wanted to share with you guys here. Okay, so, it says the Israeli Navy has taken control of the celebrity selfie flotilla. The useful idiots have been arrested. No one was harmed physically, but mentally I'm sure they're having a breakdown of sorts. Since maybe Greta Thunberg will release an updated version of the viral How Dare You video clip. This was all hysteria theater. A boatload of self-absorbed and self-absorbed activists armed with more cameras than flour sailed toward Gaza. They were warned repeatedly by Israel to turn back. The boat was safely boarded by the Israeli Navy, and no one was harmed. But that hasn't stopped the Hamas apologists from losing their minds. And they have previously scheduled backup videos that have since uploaded as a freedom flotilla maintained so all members aboard have officially kidnapped, illegally arrested by the Israeli forces. Bubba said the selfie yacht of the celebrities is selfie making its way to the shores of Israel. The passengers are expected to return to their home countries. While Greta and others attempted to stage a media provocation, whose sole purpose was to gain publicity, and which included less than a single truckload of aid. More than 1,208 trucks have entered Gaza from Israel within the past 2 weeks. And in addition, the GHF Gaza Humanitarian Foundation has distributed close to 11 million meals to religious civilians in Gaza. There are ways to deliver aid to the Gaza Strip that do not involve Instagram selfies. The tiny amount of aid that was on the yacht and not consumed by the celebrities will be transferred to Gaza through real humanitarian channels. The Israel Foreign Ministry opposed to let be posted. No one has been taken hostage. There are no injuries or damage done to the flotilla.
I know him.
Bubba said this, the riots in LA continue. Anti-American protesters brandishing Mexican and Palestinian flags. Stand atop wrecked vehicles, some of which are consumed by flames. Others are seen torching American flags inside 5 Waymo self-driving vehicles intent on their destruction. Waymo vehicles are formerly known as the Google self-driving vehicles. These in LA and San Francisco as people use them as robo-taxis.
I got a job for you.
The Department of Homeland Security has deployed Black Hawk helicopters from Los Angeles.
The rest of the
More
people
federal
stuck in the muck.
assets
Someone
expected
pull
to
out
arrive.
and take a little burn.
Multiple explosions have been reported as vehicles are set on fire. The LAPD is expected to announce a curfew tonight.
I'm getting
California Governor
I know
Gavin
what Mike
Newsom.
told you on your little field trip.
California
here.
Governor Newsom accuses President Trump of escalating the situation causing widespread chaos.
Last I checked, he wasn't talking to you.
Well, I checked in with Mike. I gotta go into the ship,
Like I
and
said.
he's coming with me. Alright?
The IEA board of governors meeting begins in a few hours in Geneva, Switzerland.
You come
Ireland is not going to like what is coming at this meeting. Iran on June 8th said it will restrict its cooperation with the UN nuclear watchdog. IAEA resolution finds Tehran to be in non-compliance with its safeguards for the first time in 20 years.
Come on, I'll show you.
It is approved that these crucial
I'm tired, man. I'm gonna
meetings
do
set
one
between
more.
June 9th
How
to
about
the
how if we
13th.
seal the case here, we can stop the hordes?
Never said it would stop him. Maybe slow him down. Look,
That is today, by the way, actually.
Yeah.
Iranian Foreign Minister
You decided to
Abbas
stay.
Araghchi slammed Britain,
not
France, and
just because
Germany,
of
collectively
Putin,
known as E3, for
because
falsely
of-
accusing Iran of violating its
Is that
obligations
what
and
you
warned
thought?
this.
Hey, back in the day, I did my share of runs.
You did, but never anything more than that, and you know it. So now you're helping Iron Mike seal the caves? What did you want me to think?
Just wondering what that was. Mark Rungers, as Europe ponders on their major strategic mistake, Iran will react strongly against any violation of its rights. Bubba said the coming attack on Iran could very well be taking place this week.
Here.
Ambulance siren. I think
A
that's
few
what
weeks
that was.
back, we lost a man.
Israel is now fully prepared to strike Iran.
Infirmaries,
The media ban has been implemented regarding Netanyahu's security consultations on Iran.
Out here, you're already
The
dead.
phone call between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu has concluded. It lasted for over 40 minutes.
That's what I thought.
PM Netanyahu now just entered a security meeting with all the heads of the defense establishment
The
with the
Transformers and the
focus being
lines, they all
Iran.
check out. Well, at least they do here.
The list of ministers that will attend the cabinet meeting following Netanyahu's call to President Trump.
To see why it shut down.
Oh no, right?
Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, Israeli Defense Minister Katz, Israeli
You lived up
Strategic
there, you know
Minister
the area
Dermer,
better than anyone.
Israeli Security Minister Ben Gvir,
Deacon, you asked for
Israeli
my
Chief of
help,
Mossad
right?
Bernier,
Now I'm asking
Israeli
for
Chief of
yours.
Staff Zamir, Israel Air Force Commander Barr, Israeli Finance Minister Smotrich, Israeli Chief of
Good. I'm gonna go grab some of the guys
Nope.
and let.
No, you're not. Now we're going to
Trump Netanyahu
I can handle them, but that wilderness.
conversation was about the breakdown of nuclear talks with Iran as talks left military action
That
to
means I
like
need more attention. No, no, we're doing this my way.
Bubba said, so how dare you, Greta Thunberg, doing just fine. She couldn't wait to dig into the Israeli food. Just look at her face.
Infirmary.
Here's Greta in the hands of the IDF. She didn't say God, but she did get a sandwich.
Face, you.
IDF takeover of Greta's ship took less than 5 minutes. Several female fighters took place took part in the operation. One of them handed the now famous sandwich to Greta. At the beginning of June 2025, Greta Thunberg joined a group of international activists aboard the yacht, made lead as part of a Gaza-Korean flotilla, aiming to break Israel's naval blockade and deliver military aid to Gaza. However, on June 8th, the Israeli naval forces intercepted the vessel in international waters and escorted it to Ashdod. Ashdod detaining the activists on board. Israel framed operation is necessary for aid from potentially benefiting Hamas.
How did you end up
While the
out
actors
here?
include
I never asked you.
Thornburg described the intersection as a kitchen. The flotilla will enter Ashdod shortly around 1 p.m.
Time we got back, everyone was gone.
Where are you from?
Town outside of Portland.
work in the city, couch surf, go home on weekends.
A couple of other things
Big
here.
city.
You're right. Only in Oregon.
What was it like over there? I mean, how did you get out?
I don't know. Luck, I guess. Roads were backed up all the way down the coast. One giant parking lot. Willamette Valley was a war zone. Everything happened so fast. I told my friends to get out when I left.
Says California to sue Trump administration for deploying National Guard to
I heard
LA.
they nuked it.
Portland? Yeah, I heard that too. Don't think it's true. We'd be feeling the fallout, right?
Yeah. So, you and Addie.
You got a problem?
Me? No. Come on. I didn't know. You rode with us a long time. I guess it never came up.
I was like you.
California governor indicated late Sunday his office plans to sue the Trump administration after the state's National Guard was
Okay,
deployed
look, I
to
shouldn't have
confront
asked.
protests in
Not
Los
my
Angeles.
business.
Donald Trump is putting fuel on his fire,
Good luck with that.
committing a state's National Guard without considering the governor of that state is illegal and
Didn't look
moral.
that way to me.
Rose Senator That's the guy who literally let people get away with legal and moral stuff
Didn't
in
ask.
LA.
I wanted to tell you something.
California will be taking the court.
Look, I appreciate you going to
Follow
bat
up on
for
Monday
me.
morning.
For me and Boozer.
Yusuf said that
Iron
post that
Mike.
President Trump illegally acted to federalize the National Guard and before suing him.
Fuck off.
National Guard troops were sent to downtown Los Angeles
Well,
Sunday
maybe I
in a
never had any
weekend marked by
reason.
protests and caught in violent clashes between law enforcement and
Wait, he
protesters.
said that he already told you about it.
The unrest began following large-scale immigration enforcement operations in the area on Friday. Images captured by CBS Los Angeles showed members of the National Guard using what appears to be tear gas.
Sherman's head.
The rounds of non-lethal
It
ammunition
is.
after a crowd
We didn't have
came
much
to
of
the
a choice.
Metropolitan Detention
I
Center.
had an idea about sealing the caves. Keep the
During a
horses
Sunday
out.
evening news conference,
He knew where the mining
LA
claims
PD
office
Chief
was.
James
He picked
Donald
up
said
some
13
maps.
people
He's
had been
gonna track
arrested.
down some explosives.
Mr. Trump announced Saturday night that he would deploy the Guard in response to the protests and security media post on Sunday.
Riding with you
Before
now,
Sunday,
aren't I?
LA Mayor Karen Bass, Mr. Trump called the protesters troublemakers and insurrectionists. And they're breaking the law.
Nothing,
Yeah.
Ricky, nothing happened.
He said in his own social media post,
No, nothing happened.
accused Trump,
I'd like
Mr. Trump
to
of
say
escalating the situation and called the National Guard purposely inflammatory. He requested that the federal government rescind the deployment of troops
All
in
right,
LA.
dance coming up. Take it slow near the gate. No idea who or what might be living there.
In a letter addressed to Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth saying that there was no need for the National Guard. Newsom office confirmed on Saturday that he spoke with Mr. Trump for about 40 minutes, although it's unclear if they spoke before or after Mr. Trump announced the
Yeah,
deployment.
always. And if we run into any, we're gone.
In a statement, a CBS News and ISO person said immigration enforcement operations have resulted in the arrest of a domestic
Where are you
abuser and a
going?
child rapist.
Down here.
This is also kind of interesting too. I don't know if you guys heard about this, but the president of Mexico talked about
Oh, no. Hey, this isn't right. There should be more water flowing
Yeah.
out right there.
fighting back against it.
Yeah,
The Mexican
yeah.
President Sheinbaum reacts to LA unrest, claims city wouldn't be without
Where the hum
it.
lines from here.
We wouldn't be what it is without migrants. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum criticized ICE raids and criticized days long protests in Los Angeles, saying
Same
the
thing
city
that happened to all the
wouldn't be what it
bridges.
is without
Smart
migrants.
men in uniforms decided blowing them up to keep the hordes from coming in.
They migrate out of need and send resources to their families from there. The president hated Mexicans will always have our backing and demanded their human rights be respected. They must know that should they wish to return to Mexico, we will welcome them with open arms. Yeah, but there's a difference between living there and doing peaceful stuff and trying to cause all sorts of destruction in LA. At least 36 people were arrested over the weekend after the Trump administration deployed the National Guard, leading to bitter political clashes. California Governor Gavin Newsom criticized the raid, saying the chaotic federal sweep sought to meet an arbitrary arrest quota. The move was also slammed by Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass, who said the proceedings chaos provoked by the administration. On the streets, protesters clashed with law enforcement with agents deploying tear gas, pepper spray, and flashbang grenades to disperse crowds and throwing objects at them, including
If
rocks
more
and
water was
Molotov
flowing, the
cocktails.
turbines
I mean,
would be vibrating.
well,
Come on.
what else are you going to do?
Many moved to block traffic on the 101 freeway until law enforcement cleared them by that late afternoon. I mean, yeah.
Up this way. We're going all the
Can't
way
be
up to the
blocking the
top.
highways, man.
Following you.
See
Clashes
these lights?
continued.
They're called the pen stuff. Water
Through the
pressure
night,
goes up
Los
in the
Angeles Police
reservoir
Department
and
declared the
goes
Civic
down
Dow
to
Center area in downtown Los Angeles an
the
unlawful
which goes
assembly.
right through to the turbines.
Authorities added that some stores were being looted and at least 5 driverless Waymo cars were set on fire.
With my dad.
Yeah.
He got me a job.
If the police can't handle this and can't get this under control, and you call this an unlawful assembly,
You ever see
and you can't really do anything about it, what else are you going to do? You know? You let stores got looted and like a bunch of cars got destroyed.
Come on, over here.
So the police said that they couldn't really handle this. They said it was an unlawful assembly. That they might not be able to get this under control.
So now what?
You know, and everything. Even though they said they got the protesters off the highway, yes.
We only rode together a few months, but in all that time, I never saw you volunteer for anything.
The White House said that
One of us has to jump
the
down
White
there
House said
and
it
do
is contravening the law usually needed to deploy National Guard troops to a state,
So, I'm
which requires a state governor to request
Oh, but you couldn't
claiming that
stay
violent
on.
protests threaten the security of a significant
I'm
thing
sure he's
to
standing
federal
watch.
immigration detention. Well, yeah, Gavin Newsom wouldn't have put that in there anyway.
Oh, it's now or never.
Sure, he wouldn't mind
I
standing and
He
watching.
wouldn't have deployed the National Guard.
Oh gosh, that was a bad joke.
Federal immigration detention facilities other federal property. Newsom requested
It's pretty mucked up.
Trump
I
remove
think
the
I can
officers
clear it,
in
though.
a letter on Sunday,
Run back down to the turbine. See if it's vibrating at all.
saying the deployment was a serious breach of state sovereignty. Florida Czar Tom Homan defended the decision, threatening to arrest Newsom and Bass if they sought to block the operation. Newsom challenged the official to do so, saying, "Tom, arrest me, let's go." The Associated Press reported that protesters shouted "shame" and "go home" at the hundreds of guards who arrived in Los Angeles. The Trump administration ordered the deployment of 2,000 troops, while roughly 500 Marines are in standby in case they are called. It's just nuts, man.
Nothing. Wait a second. There it is. Yep, that's it.
They're saying that there's a fear of all-out civil war and martial law explode as anger grows over raging federal
but
protests.
the power lines are so dead.
Americans fear civil war
Yeah,
could
how
unfold
could it be
among
that easy, right?
chaotic
All right, come on, let's
scenes
try
in
that
LA where
first.
protesters have clashed with law enforcement.
So,
It comes as Democrats based in California, including Governor Gavin Newsom and Senator Adam Schiff,
On my way back,
hit out
I
at
tried
Trump
calling
for deploying
over
National Guard troops to the
and
Golden
signal.
State. Trump ordered the deployment of 2,000 troops as the demonstrators attempt to prevent federal immigration officials from executing deportations.
I went to the closest.
In a directive issued on Saturday, Trump cited a legal provision that permits him to deploy federal service members
Jesus, Ricky.
in response to a rebellion or danger of a rebellion against the authority of the government of the United States. Commentary on social media platform X includes one user lamenting, "Sadly, LA looks like a scene from the 2024 Civil War movie."
But these are the ones feeding the lines going south.
Alright,
Well, another question
No, not a clue.
is the U.S. now in de facto civil war, or is it, or is that not yet what they call it?
Well, it might be a short in the turbine.
Additional voices
So let's
expressed
just go
fears
down
that
to
the unrest in LA could be the beginning of a broader civil conflict across the nation. I mean, I'm telling you, dude.
So, what's with you and Schizo? I mean, it seems like you're always on the bridge.
We are screwed, man, if we don't have a rapture soon.
A few months back, Eddie and I caught him
I
hiding
hope
up
you
in
do.
the cabin while we were bathing.
What?
Like I said, those travel bans do go into
I told
play
him if it
too,
happened
man.
again, he'd find out that my gun is bigger than his.
Jesus. You know, if Addie was there, Schizo probably
The
wouldn't
tension
look at you.
between California Governor Gavin Newsom and Trump is escalating over measures to manage the protest,
Ouch.
Right? Never piss off a woman enough.
with Newsom even accusing Trump of manufacturing a crisis.
Oh gosh, that sounds like that would hurt.
Here, boost me up.
This was echoed by Schiff, who wrote on social media.
Okay, got it.
There is nothing President Trump would like more than a violent confrontation with protesters to justify the unjustifiable. The invocation of the Insurrection Act or some form of martial law.
Oh, God, what is that smell?
Freaker nests. And the smell of it more than a couple.
Protests have been simmering down after a tumultuous Saturday evening that saw agents deploying tear gas, flashbang explosives, and pepper balls while protesters retaliated by throwing rocks and cement at border patrol vehicles.
Remember the drill. You light them up, I knock them down.
It's been a while, but I remember.
Defense Secretary Hexet ready to deploy Marines to LA amid ICE riots.
Scrap.
CNN anchor issues border blow to Trump over decision that erases people. Decision to erase women and people of color.
Light her up. Here they come!
Ready. It's over.
Defense Secretary Hexet ready to deploy Marines to LA amid ICE riots. Hexet posted a threat on social media late Saturday night. Secretary of Defense Pete Hexet has issued a stern warning regarding the potential deployment of active Marines in Los Angeles, California, and his continuing rights against conflict. Hexet broadcasted this hardline take on X last Saturday night. Hexet broadcasted this hardline take on X late Saturday night.
Yeah.
The violent mob assaults on ICE and federal law enforcement are trying to the removal of federal aliens from soil.
You know what? As of today, I'm claiming this for last week camp. Alright, let's take the junction boxes and get the hell out of here.
Under President Trump, violence and destruction against federal agents and federal facilities will not be tolerated.
You ready?
He continued emphasizing his point of common sense. In a serious time, Hexet announced the Department of Defense is mobilizing the National Guard to support federal law enforcement in Los
I
Angeles.
couldn't have done it without you.
Come on, let's find something to block
He
the
also
door.
gave
and
a
I don't have
warning
to come
saying
back
that if
up
violence
here.
continues,
Clean
active
shit
duty
up.
Marines and Pennington will also be mobilized.
What?
They're on
I
hiatus.
don't know. Would you just...
I'm just fucking with you.
California Governor Gavin Newsom lashed out a threat. He wrote on Instagram, the Secretary of Defense is now threatening to deploy active duty Marines
So, why'd you ask about my dad and my brothers?
on American soil against its own citizens. This is deranged behavior.
You never
This is
mentioned
comments
it
from
before,
on
so-
the Hills of State
No, I'm
from
sorry.
California Governor Gavin Newsom on the unfolding
It's something you
situation.
want to talk about.
Oh,
The federal government is taking over the California National Guard and deploying 2,000 soldiers in Los Angeles. Not because they're a source of law enforcement, but because they don't respect
You
it.
can ask me later.
White House Press Secretary Paramount Nick responded to Newsom's tweet saying that even when criminal aliens and violent mobs have been committing arson, throwing rocks at vehicles, and attacking federal law enforcement for days. She went on to say Gavin Newsom has done nothing to stop this violence. He should be thanking President Trump for bringing law and order to California, that basic value that Newsom and his fellow Democrats have failed to uphold.
Hey, you never asked why I stopped
They
writing.
haven't added a vetted fiery statement, let it complain Democrat leaders have completely
I already knew why. Higher Mike's bullshit.
abdicated their responsibility to protect their citizens.
God, Ricky, do we gotta do this now?
We had been writing together for, I don't remember, a couple months.
Oh, she likes
Days,
it.
violent mobs have attacked ICE officers and federal law enforcement agents during our basic deportation operations in Los Angeles, California.
It was snowing outside and...
Levitt said these operations are essential to halting and reversing the invasion of illegal criminals into the United States.
He was going to bring a
In the
warrant
wake of
out,
this fire,
right?
California's chief Democratic leaders have completely
Anyway,
abdicated their responsibility to
you
protect
thought
their
everyone was
citizens.
asleep and
That is
you
why President Trump
were
assigned two
sitting
presidential
outside by yourself like you always do.
memorandum deploying 2,000
And you were
National
staring at
Guardsmen to
something.
address the lawlessness that has been allowed to
You
fester.
didn't sleep the whole night.
The Commander-in-Chief will ensure the laws of the United States are executed fully and police you.
I knew
Trump's
it.
order to deploy the National Guard follows violent skirmishes
I knew he had something
between
about
anti-ICE
her.
protesters and authorities. sparked by rallies at a federal holding facility where officers resorted to using tear gas and flashbangs and arresting union figures. Trump directed
But I
President
didn't want
Mullins
to
for the
end
riots on social.
like so many of us here, we're trapped
Okay,
in the
I see what's
past or
going on.
running from it. I want to look forward. Okay, not back.
I don't know, man.
This isn't what you think.
Something's coming soon, man. Just... Oh boy. It's getting really bad, man.
How did you steal it, Sam?
Really, really bad.
on his back. We're from last night, Cam. Iron Mike has a treaty.
Well, that was weird. You want to try it again? Stay clear.
This large-scale protest initially broke out near Home Depot in the prominent Latino city of Paramount, south of Los Angeles on Saturday, in response to an immigration crackdown. Federal agents were stationed at a nearby Department of Homeland Security office when confrontations erupted. Changes were already running high following a series of immigration raids the day before. Over the course of the week, the count of immigration arrests in the city surpassed 100. I don't know, man. This is looking like it's getting bad, guys. Oh boy. This is getting real bad, man. I don't know if I can take much more stuff in this world, man, the way it's going, man. I'm really scared there's going to be martial law. I really am. Oh, alright. I need to go get something to eat. I'm hungry. I want to see this real quick. I don't know how people can just sit by and just act like everything's just normal. Because it's not. But it said it will be like in the days of Noah, man. People would just be doing normal stuff and then it would happen. When I'm watching these, watching this stuff in LA very closely, man.
Good afternoon, people watching the 65. This voice feeling a lot better. I went to the gym, so feeling better.
And Yahoo to reportedly speak to Trump as Iran deal come to a head.
Let me give you a verse of scripture out of 2 Corinthians 4:4. And it says, starting with verse 3, it says, but if our gospel be hid, it is hid to them that are lost, in whom the God of this world hath blinded the minds of them which believe not, lest the light of the glorious gospel of Christ, who is the image of God.
Alright, I'm gonna go get something to eat and I'll come back. finish this part, this mission when I'm done. Going to bed, tired. Alright. It's the last one I'm gonna do. I gotta get that other... I actually gotta get that other video uploaded from the last time me and my friend Trav played Sniper Elite. I still haven't got that uploaded for some reason. I gotta get that uploaded. And I'll do that as soon as I'm done with this.
You assholes are kind of far from home, aren't you?
What the hell are they doing up here?
Get. I know. I see him all. I got it.
Listen to
There's no
We're from Lost Lake.
Take out that sniper.
Crawled out from.
We're a little this guy right now.
Far north, aren't you? You don't want to get too far away from Carlos, do you?
Almost died there.
For all of our sins, past, present, and future, is buried and rose again on the third day according to Scripture. As how was saved, why was saved, how we kept saved through his death, burial, and resurrection, his blood. It is grace and faith in Christ alone, not of ourselves, not of works, and any man should boast. It is grace that the reading and accepted reading of his name, and God gave his holy.
Ah, crap, they killed me. Damn it. Come on, dude.
How do you put it? You admit you are a sinner and need of Christ. You put your faith in Christ and Christ and his word. The moment you accept Christ as Savior, you're saved. Now you are not saved, you are justified by the blood of Jesus, you are protected by the blood of Jesus. You
Oh,
are
we just need you to bleed out, huh? They go freaks out here happy, yeah? Huh? Isn't that what you want? Oh, break that hell.
We change you if you let. So, there's a lot of unrest going on.
I'm just gonna let him come out of here, come out of hiding. I'll take him out with my shotgun. Come over here, stupid. Oh crap, Molotov. That hurt, dude.
Now, is this thing going to stop?
I might have a tree. Listen, we're from Lost Lake.
Get in there. Okay.
No point in using a silencer because they're all shooting at me, so or a compressor. I'll only use that if I need it. Oh, not this guy again. Crap, I hate him. He's hard to kill. I'm gonna sneak in through the back. Take him out from the back. There we go. Yeah, I got him that time. Eat pipe on. Bye bye. Get your buddy's gun over here.
Oh, shit. I think it's the last one.
I've seen rippers before with knives like that. What the hell are they on so far?
I'm with you. Back in the day, dealt with a few tweakers who acted like that. I think they're on PCP or more than either.
Remember? I was becoming a king before everything went down.
Right, yeah. Come on, let's see if they messed up our bikes.
stuff that's hidden in the dark.
You don't need these.
Or taking your rights away. Be very careful. For the third time this month, a China citizen has been arrested and declared biological material into the United States. Hang flew in from Shanghai and told agents she was just visiting when she didn't mention 4 packages of biological samples already shipped ahead, labeled as plastic cups, but packed with round material. Wow.
You think that Iron Mike's treated these bastards is gonna hold? Fucking rippers after what they did to Bruce's arm. After what they did to Lisa, what?
This was clutched in one of their hands. What happened? Did you guys have a run-in, you and Bruiser, with the rippers before you stole the antibiotics?
Look, whatever Carlos thinks I did, thinking of compared to what I did, I'm about to see the son of a bitch.
Come on, let's go.
Visa previously denied, research story incoherent. One more link in a growing chain of Chinese researchers quietly.
Okay, we have to follow the line south. Check the transformers. Make sure they're all good.
Okay, I'm following you.
Finish this off and then I'm going. Oh boy.
Did I stop you?
How'd you end up in the MC?
Long story.
You got a long ride.
Okay, I was a member of the 10th Mountain, part of a forward unit working with the Northern Alliance.
Shit, I didn't know you were in the army. Why were
You want to hear this or not?
Sorry.
We were advancing on Mazar-e Sharif. We got ambushed by a group of Taliban heading the other way, and they were in flatbed trucks, decked out with Ju-23s, modified anti-aircraft guns.
Big guns.
Yeah, really big fucking guns. Our Humvee exploded, went over a cliff, right into the Hari. You know how hard it is to drown in Afghanistan? It's hard. This is one giant goddamn desert. Anyway, I was thrown clear. When I came to, the Humvee was upside down on the river. I swam out to see if anyone survived. I pulled a body back to shore, and I did that 7 more times.
Very horrible time. Very horrible time for millions of people. President Donald Trump issued a stark warning in response to escalating protests in Los Angeles against immigration and customs enforcement, raised declaring that we are going to have troops everywhere.
Well, here's a blast from the past, but it's not. It's today. I know it's all happening again. We told you the first one was a test. It's falling out again. Wuhan scientists.
By the time I called in Tanner,
Wuhan scientists busted at Detroit airport today with a biological material. So
when I came home,
now, if this hasn't happened, they're really getting ready to
had a couple of years on the road, just moving from place to place.
because you can't make this stuff. This they just caught 2 guys, they're saying, had a virus to kill all of our plants. Trust me, I don't put it past the Chinese at all. They're people. So if they are truly doing this, they're declaring war on us. Yeah, that's true. It's another thing to look over here while two-state solution and all that bad stuff that's hidden in the dark is trying to be done.
Wait, Jack.
Or taking your rights away.
He was
Be
in
very
prison or
careful.
something.
For the 3rd time this month, a China citizen has been arrested and declared biological material into the United States. Hang flew in from Shanghai and told agents she was just visiting when she didn't mention 4 packages of biological samples already shipped ahead, labeled as plastic cups, but packed with round material. Wow. You know, the news has gotten so crazy that people's just gotten so okay, it's just the end of the world. This must be Monday.
Let's come back in the morning.
What she didn't mention, said she denied any lab connections. Then the feds pulled the receipts, packages tied to the University of Michigan lab,
But I want to show you something.
her deleted phone history, and her PhD work out of Wuhan.
I just want to show you something you might not know.
Wow. That's all I can
Come on,
say.
Rob, you anyway.
Shit, okay.
When pressed, she folded. The FBI called it a threat to national security. Think? Lisa previously denied research story incoherent. One more link. Chinese researchers quietly moving violation of material. Not just any violation of material. Deadly. If it would get loose, kill tons.
A couple of guys I worked with at the plant wore colors on the weekend.
Jesus, get us out of
I asked
here.
them about it once. They said they
These
wore them
people
as
are
a way of saying,
No one's saying CV, but no one's ignoring the Wuhan part of it.
so what are you rebelling against?
2020. Lost my mother in chaos.
Wear them because we
Other
wear them.
attempts this month. 2 Chinese nationals tried smuggling into Vegas. We talked about that. Officials say Jian's research was funded by China, and she's a communist party member.
Stupid shit in my life.
Oh,
Joining the
Lord Jesus,
MC,
get us out
well,
of here, please.
just say that it's one of the few things that I don't regret.
Trump warns that we are going to have troops everywhere. This is dangerous too. It's a dangerous thing.
What are we doing here? I've seen in your.
I believe the rapture's getting pretty close. We can't be on a lockdown. If there's a lockdown, there's no rapture. Okay? Because remember, if you're listening to what Scripture tells us, until it would be lifted. So we would pretty much know, like in 2020, there wouldn't be the rapture would fall in that time period, because there wouldn't be a lockdown. That's what I'm trying to say. Like there was in 2020. We all remember that night. How many teenagers we lost over time to suicide. It was don't get me started on my adventures through that time. It was the worst I've ever been treated in my entire life, and really it messed me up kind of bad. But I try not to even think about it. 2020 was definitely a nightmare. That very horrible time for millions of people. President Donald Trump issued a stark warning in response to the protests in Los Angeles against the immigration and customs enforcement, raised the fear that we are going to have troops everywhere. This is definitely going to stir up a hornet's nest. And what I was talking about with the rapture happens at normal time, kind of like we have today, before any of this stuff happens, and the rest of the world. If I would go out, say today in Walmart and talk about this, what we're talking about now, let people in Walmart have no clue about it because they don't listen. They don't pay attention to it. I'm talking about everybody out there would still be in bliss like they are right now. It would take but if we would go into a full-fledged lockdown, yeah, everybody would be out doing their thing. That's what the Bible tells us. So the rapture is going to happen in a time like we have right now, where people are still in goofy bliss. Nothing's happening. Everything's great. Trying to bring back
Where the hell have you been all day?
Golden Age of America.
Yeah, well, Skizzo said you and Dean took off, and I was
That's when the
worried.
rapture happens.
I'm tired.
Pray it happens tonight. Get us out of here.
Hey, Dick.
Because it's getting nasty out there, and it's starting to build.
Just let me know when you're ready.
I'll tell you, keep your head on the swivel. It's getting aggressive out there, but I've seen a lot of the videos coming out of Los Angeles. Please, if you live in Los Angeles, please be careful.
What is your problem?
All right, made after landing in New Jersey airport, Air Force One
Okay.
underscored
I'm sorry.
the administration's
Like I
aggressive
said, I was
stance on
worried. It's not like you
quelling
just
unrest.
take off
Remember,
without talking to me.
when he was in the first time, this mess started then, and they started burning down
So
the
that's
city.
it?
So this time, evidently, he's going to call it the military. So it's kind of like martial laws. I mean, that's basically, if you would listen to him today, that does sound like what he's trying to say. But if he does that, he knows the impeachment will come, because it'll be just like they did in South Korea. So they're being very careful with what they're saying, but right now it is starting to ramp up. The deployment of 2,000 National Guard troops, which is nothing really, authorized by Trump on Saturday, has sparked intense controversy. Now, if he's doing what he's saying here, definitely going to stir up a hornet's nest here in America. Okay? Well, what I was talking about with the rapture happens at a normal time, kind of like we have today, before any of this stuff happens. And the rest of the world, if I would go out, say today in Walmart and talk about this, what we're talking about right now, that people in Walmart would have no clue about it, because they don't listen and they don't pay attention to it. I'm talking about everybody out there would still be in bliss like they are right now. It would take but if we would go